searching for the break of a day to follow away to you. Cause at the end of the day, I ain't looking for no reason to change. Cause everything is good for you. Baby, I can see we're gonna shout it out to the sky. Tell our secrets to the night, so we can see the end inside. We're gonna shout it out to the sky. When I look into your eyes, I can see no better life, better life. We're gonna shout it out to the
Get up and get loud, folks. It's game day. Time to play some Rocket League. In North America, the winter split, well, it began yesterday, but for RLCS and for the main channel here, the main broadcast, the playoffs begin right here, right now. Welcome back. We're glad to have you guys all in chat on the various platforms you're watching. I'm Wade Funk. I got a Gibbs, a Jorby, the Dazzer in here with me to keep me company. Guys, Gibbs, how was the break for you?
Oh, it was lovely. North America's back on top. We'll take 2 Europeans. You know, it's fine. It's fine. It's North America all the way. Gen.G.
That's right, baby.
Well done there. So North America, we're better than Europe. Always have been, always will be. So it's been a nice break, though. It's been nice.
Jorby, how does it feel to be a winner?
Well, I mean, look, I've never really had allegiances in, North America or Europe. So I'm happy for Gen.G. I am a Jack fan, so that was nice to see. It was nice to see him smile and get a major victory.
Daz, I feel like we had some surprises already here in the very little bit of Rocket League we've played, and I bet we're gonna get some more today.
Absolutely. I mean, this event has. I remember that I saw somebody tweet there. It was like, yeah, I feel like there's a disturbance in the force of the RL Esports scene going on, and that is exactly what happened yesterday. And I mean, we'll talk about it. We definitely are gonna get into it.
It wasn't the rise of Skywalker, but it was the rise of something that happened, folks. It's going to be a good day of action. I'm excited to get into it. Speaking of roster changes that did happen here, Jorby, let's talk about it. It was actually a surprisingly tame roster mania between fall and winter. The big one, though, obviously lost going to Furia. We've already seen results from this lineup. I mean, as the resident Furia expert, is this the move?
I absolutely think it is. I'm a believer, and that comes from someone who loved Kaio and felt like Kaio was a little underrated, but lost. I mean, what can you say? The guy's an incredible talent, and you had to have thought like their offense was going to get upgraded after this, and we saw an upgraded offense yesterday with Furia. I think Lost really showcased why he was such a solid fit for this team. I mean, this roster move has worked out so far after 1 day, really after 2 days because they had to play the tiebreaker, working out really well.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's been very, very strong so far. I feel like do you have anything you wanna show us about it?
Oh, I got lots to show you, Wave Punk. Tons. So, Lost, this is all from yesterday, okay? Look, Lost, you guys have all seen his mechanical stuff. Everyone's watched the 2v2 ranked videos where Yan and Lost jump at the same guy, air dribble bumps. And, some guys out there go cringe. I laugh. It's pretty funny. But I'm not going to show you any of that today. What I am going to show you is some of the thoughtfulness that Lost has with his team. You're going to see a lot of Furia team play here. You're going to see Card and Yan do a lot of good things. But we're going to focus in on what Lost is doing to help keep this offense going. Why is the offense so much better? Why can they score so much more? Well, it's because of the thoughtful challenges Lost is making on the offensive half of the pitch. Let's go ahead and roll the clip. This first one will start Lost just following the play, sticking close, gets right behind Card. That's fine. Nothing really to speak of right here. Gets a little chip first, and that little bump, and then this pre-jump. That's really the biggest thing with this clip right here, is that's not something that Furia ever really got with Kaio, that sort of aggression. But Lost gets the little chip on the bump, which puts that last defender a little off course. Lost tries to take full advantage with that pre-jump. Yan Card connects with him, and it was a beautiful progression here. Bounces off the post as he's rotating out. That last part, pretty fortunate. But just that little pre-jump is really the biggest thing there for me with Lost. Next up, this clip's going to be a little longer, so let's go ahead and get it rolling. It starts off with a great Lost save. Perfect timing on that dodge. Get it on his undercarriage. An excellent job. But really, what I was impressed with is getting back onto offense and the thoughtfulness behind this first challenge that he's coming up for with Mist right here. So Mist, he's not going to get to the ball first. It's going to be Lost. And a lot of players end up slamming face into this challenge, don't really think too hard about their dodge. Lost is always thinking about when to use his dodge. And you win a lot of your challenges if you time your dodge better than the other guy. So before we play this, you're going to see Lost stop boosting. He'll let the ball come into him, and he'll let it just bounce off of him without using his dodge, wait for Mist to hit it back into him, and then he will dodge right when it comes into contact with his car, guaranteeing he's going to win the 50-50. So let's go ahead and roll that in slow-mo so we can take a look at it. It happens pretty quickly. We see he lets it come in, he waits till Mist hits it into him, guarantees he wins the 50. Next up, Typical, he comes across. Now Lost, you see, he immediately turns to cover the center angle. Even if Typical's going to the corner, that doesn't matter. That's not the immediate threat. Lost can let that ball go to the corner. So even before Typical shows that he's going for the clear downfield, down center field, Lost is already moving to cut it off. Full boost, and we'll see as we go through and roll the clip that he perfectly rolls into it. Typical, no chance at a clear, and now Lost has dumped the ball into the opposite corner towards his team. Gets the boost steal, and lets Card come in. Card has a great fake here, but it's this catch and flick on First Killer. Lost gets the catch. Mechanics ever important here because First Killer was insane in this entire match. So Lost is playing with inches. He catches the ball almost perfectly. It didn't need to be perfect. He's just got to pop it above First Killer's head, which he does right here as we roll the clip. And then the follow-up and where more thoughtfulness comes into play is look where Mist is sitting. Mist is backwards. Lost, as he lands here, before we roll the clip, you're going to see him land. And he's going to think about challenging this ball. He absolutely could get up and challenge this. And I think Lost would take this challenge a lot of times. But seeing Mist is backwards, he knows he's not going to get a quality touch. And he's going to hit that ball right back into his team who can challenge it. So let's go ahead, roll the clip, and we'll see Lost kind of turn. Or he stops right here. He thinks about it. He could jump there and challenge Mist. He might even win that challenge, but it might go off to the side. But look what happens. Mist gives up the ball, and Yan does Yan things. Easy, no problem. That's what Lost brings to this roster, the thoughtfulness. And then, of course, I wanted to show a little fun one, but just it's the little things in Rocket League that I love with mechanics, like little wave landings, the stuff that you have to execute perfectly. So many inputs right here. Perfect first touch, wave landing on the wall. Just gets the tip on the ball before he leaves the wall, beating the first attacker. Yan helps him out a little bit here with the fake, but with the bump, excuse me. And then Lost hits them with the flick fake. And the defender has to respect Lost's ability to flick that ball high. Lost knows it, so he opts for the fake instead. I mean, this dude is absolutely insane, whether it's challenges to keep the play alive for his team or creating opportunities himself with his incredible arsenal of weaponry. That's what great mechanics and a great brain gets you. And that's why Furia's offense looked so good yesterday.
Oh man, and we've seen like Lost that fall major. We look at the numbers, like number 1 in speed, number 1 near the ball, offensive half, number 1 by far over everyone. He comes on this team. It's actually only 3rd fastest in this tournament, which is pretty slow for Lost, but 9th on the offensive side of the field. He's playing a little bit more mellow because he knows he can rely on his teammates more, because it used to be the Lost show. He would do literally everything. Now he's with better teammates. He's allowing them to work, and he's such a smart player. And now we see it like on this Furia team. Watch out for these guys because it's already connected now, and this is only Regional 1. Man, I can't wait for a month from now when they're in Regional 3 and really get this going.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, wonderful stuff there to see Lost fitting into that roster. Obviously, some questions around whether that was a good move or not. So far, working out for them. A few other roster moves that I don't think we're like, oh, there's always roster moves happening in the bubble scene that we don't talk about in these segments, but they're not in the bubble right now. They've popped the bubble. Dig picking up Evo. They're in top 8, as well as M80, formerly Luminosity, picking up Percy here. Gibbs, both teams with wonderful day ones.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And we'll talk about these guys more when their matchup comes up. But we see these small rosters, and they look small at the time, but now a top 8. Now can you do it again, or can you even make top 4 here? So right now it's looking great for them. But the one thing we have to talk about, Daz, really quickly, we need to talk about Rise. He was in Europe. He flirted with coming to North America, and because of that flirtation, things went a little sour on a couple teams.
Listen, Gibbs, I wish I had a map to describe this love triangle that was going on with these roster moves. We got England. Rice would have went from England to Canada to maybe Minnesota. Khan would have went to Minnesota to Dallas. And then Magic Bear would have had a circle with a bunch of question marks because we wouldn't have known where he was going to go. There was a domino effect, but the domino didn't fall. It seemed like Rice backed out at the last second. And now he's on oxygen, which now we got a question mark on where Oli is. But that's for the Europe show. They can handle that. And all I'm saying is that was crazy.
And that's the problem, though, because that domino almost fell. It showed what dominoes were behind it. We saw V1 try and pick up Rise, so they were going to get rid of Calm. Now, Calm has to come back on this team and scrim and practice, knowing that, like, when they do make a roster move, I'm the first one to go. Then he was going to get signed by Optic. So Optic's like, Magic Bear, you're out. So the confidence of Magic Bear has to be shot as well. And, of course, V1 and Optic now, they both did not make top 8. So this offseason wasn't great for them. No roster moves. But now players know where they are on that team, and that can lead to some awkward situations.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on all those rosters. See who's on Stormwatch there, folks. It's not gonna be good. Maybe it'll be fine. Who knows? Maybe we're exaggerating things. That's our job. We make TV. We exaggerate stuff, folks. Let's talk about yesterday. Yesterday was crazy. We had some wonderful matches that went exactly as expected, and some other matches that did anything but here. Gibbs, NRG versus Optic. I would say in the group of death here, an exciting match.
Yeah, this was a very important who gets the 2 seed out of this group. It looked very likely Space Station would win it. And I got to say that this was a snooze fest. I am not going to lie. There was no offense going on for either team. We saw NRG put up 1 goal per game and win this series, shooting 13%. And Optic's like, I can do one better. 0.5 goals per game, shooting 8%. So both teams did not get the offense going. And the NRG did figure it out by the end of the day. But Optic, they actually fell out of this group in 4th place.
That wasn't the only person who fell out the group is FaZe Clan, but we can look at some highlights though. They did really well. I mean, against Rebellion here, but Rebellion, I think also just kind of talk at them. You know, they had a strong start in the season, and now it seems like they're struggling to find their form. Again, decent matchup here against FaZe, but ultimately they end up dropping it in a sweep. FaZe Clan had a great start into the group stage day, but started to fall off towards the end. But in the meantime, enjoy those highlights.
Well, someone who did not have a good day was Version 1. Version 1, part of that domino, but I don't think they looked bad at the start of the day, but then things just kind of fell apart against G2, who continue to deliver consistent performances. It's incredible that a team who has JNaps, who's been around since, what, Season 2? I mean, he's still producing insane amounts at Atomic. He was 3rd in goals per game yesterday. Look at him just slotting so many of those goals. I mean, insane.
And then finally, we see NRG again playing Pittsburgh Knights. They did get the number 2 seed, got a little bit of an easier matchup, and they put up shot after shot after shot. 15 shots per game of roughly for NRG. But again, the percentage was not very high. So NRG is finding ways to get shots. They just can't find the back of the net a lot. So a low-scoring series yet again. But NRG, they do come out on top versus PK, and they're into the top 8.
I'm not gonna lie. I was hating on NRG at the beginning of the day, saying they were going to be the team that wasn't going to make it out of Group D. Otherwise, it was Optic. Optic was the team that did not make it out of Group D there. Rebellion, Koi, and Axel, the teams here, Daz, that fall out before the bracket.
Yeah, that is, I'd say the probably surprising one would be Axel. Axel was looking like a stronger team in the regional events. Obviously, Optic is dropping out is definitely the big one here. But if we're looking at where these teams in kind of like that bubble that we kind of create, in terms of the bottom 2 for each group, you would have expected Axel to be able to make it out. There was a lot of hype with the Axel crew match, but it didn't really live up to the expectation. The crew came in and swept and moved on from that.
And that's huge, though, because Optic, they came in 13th. Like, they were one of those teams that, like, if they have one good run in a regional, could flirt with a top 5. I think most people have them around 8th in NA. But because of this 13th, they really need back-to-back top 4s at the very least, and probably need help on top of that. So Optic, not good for them. And then, of course, we see FaZe Clan Group B. So they went 2-1, but we go to the playoff bracket, and M80, who was on their last life, they were 0-2 versus Optic, beat them to make it into the matchup, and then FaZe lose. And that's after 9 regionals of day 1 performance being 24-3. They lose twice. They go 2-2. FaZe is out early, and then Dignitas as well versus version 1. We talk about the confidence coming in. Version 1 might not be that high. Dignitas, they come out with their roster move and get a 3-0 sweep. It wasn't even close. Like, Dignitas, they took it 2v1. The 2 big upsets in that playoff round.
Yeah, I think Beast Mode scored 1 decent goal, and that was it. That was literally the entire offense for version 1 there against Dignitas. What an improvement for that roster. We'll talk about them a little bit later when we get to that matchup. Before we move on from day 1 stuff, though, you guys were like, here's the highlights from yesterday, and then we're like, oh, this team sucked, and this team was bad. And hopefully, were there any good plays yesterday, Gibbs?
Oh, there was quality plays. There always is when we get North American Rocket League. We'll see it here. We'll start with Justin, bringing it back. He's still around. He's still one of the best players in North America. I don't want to hear any slander on NRG. He gets the free flip catch into a flip reset aerial dribble. Justin, a brilliant goal. And that was Series 1 versus Optic, and they needed every goal that they could possibly get. Moving on, we got M80 versus FaZe. Game 3 was absolutely huge. First killer, 2v1 situation. He avoids a demo, then gets the counterattack pass to give FaZe the goal. First killer can do it all, but FaZe is not here. And that Game 3 had another highlight play when it went into overtime. And that will be our number 1 play. Lion Blaze coming out with a brilliant catch, turns it into an aerial dribble touch. First killer does make a great save, gets bumped out though, and Lion Blaze secures the Game 3 overtime. M80 then went up 2-1 in that series. They wound up winning that series 3-1, the biggest upset we've seen in North American Rocket League in a very long time.
You know, I gotta say, the top plays are cool and all, but I do not understand how a single play from Furia's games yesterday is not on this card. Literally he had a double reset assist. He had a double reset assist. You didn't put a double reset assist in the top 3 plays. Dan also had a flip reset double tap. That didn't make the top plays. They were connecting. They were pretty jumps. You didn't put a
You gotta clip them and show it to me. There's a lot of Rocket League going on. I can't.
What do you mean show it to you?
Okay.
I showed it to you for like 4 hours yesterday.
You didn't show me anything. I didn't.
Seems like it didn't make the cut.
I didn't see nothing. I saw one Fury play. I had it number 4. I had it at number 4.
Listen, Jordan, we get it. They're nice. But listen, if it didn't make the cut, it did make the cut. You got to submit it maybe tomorrow, maybe next week if they even make it.
Yeah, but I'll see them today. All right, Jordan? There's too many games going on. All right?
The Academy has spoken. The Academy has spoken, folks. All right, well, we did see some crazy results yesterday that might have shooken up how people feel about the landscape of America here, in North America, excuse me. Like, you have like your power rankings, right? Where you got your teams, right? Some maybe some shakeups yesterday. We all 4 made a list of the top 5 teams we think are going to make it to the major before we saw yesterday. So just keep that in mind when you're looking at these lists, because there's maybe some things a little bit different here. Daz, I want to start with you. Give us your list, top to bottom, top, however you like.
Top to bottom, bottom to top. Listen, I'm gonna just get it right out there right now so you can all see it. Gen.G, FaZe, SSG, G2, and NRG. There's a lot of G's here. You know why? Because G stands for great. And guess what? These teams are going to continue to be so great throughout this entire split. I got FaZe in there. Big shout out to Raw, but I might have been wrong because
FaZe going to get a 2 seed after they finish 9th through 12th.
How are you putting FaZe that high at all?
You put them at 2.
No, what? No. FaZe at 2
That's
is
not
a
wrong.
default.
No,
you always
no.
put FaZe at 2.
FaZe is 4th clan. It's 4th clan, folks. You got to put them at 4th.
They're
You have
4th
to
in
put them at 4th.
international.
They're not
No.
I feel
4th clan anymore, though.
All right, so who else?
Yeah,
we got?
no,
Who else
they're
we
like
got?
8th clan, I think, right? Like it's
9th through 12th clan.
So real quick, Daz had NRG on that list. I just want to mention
Daz,
that.
let's go back to that.
Yeah. Like you still have NRG up in that top 5 because last time you trolled and put them number 1, but you're still
right.
putting them number 5 now that you're with the Gen.G.
Yeah. Listen, I still love the NRG boys. I still got faith in them, and I think based on what we're seeing so far, I'm not wrong here. They made the top 8.
It was a good showing. Yeah.
They made the top 8. They did. You said it. They put on a lot of shots. Now NRG's offense last split wasn't really there. It's looking like it's starting to come back. If they continue at that pace, I may be right. We may see them at the major. I want to see them at the major.
So did you have Furia, by the way? Like I didn't know if I
not at
saw
all.
Furia. No, so you didn't have
Not at all.
Furia. Oh.
No.
Oh, and Wave, did you have Furia?
No, because this was before yesterday when things
Before
were not good
yesterday,
last
Lost
split.
got picked up, like a couple months ago.
I was a believer in Kyle. I'm going to be honest. I thought it wasn't a good
show
move.
your list, Jorby, because we need to see some Furia love.
Thank you,
Gibbs.
And it's not just Furia that needs love on Wavepunk and Dazarin's list, because they're forgetting about the other South American team. Where is complexity on your guys' list?
3?
Where is it? Where is it? What do you mean trolling?
Trolling.
Complexity just beat your team, Daz. They just beat
Jorby, was that your list
What does that have to
before
do with
yesterday?
anything?
That was my list before. Yeah, Gibbs can confirm. Because
that's true.
I
Well,
accidentally sent him my
He
list.
did send it to me, and I tried to get it out of my mind, but I did see 2 Sam teams on there, and I was like, I don't understand this because complexity. No offense to them, but I said last split they were just not good enough, and I thought last split they weren't. It's been a long break, obviously, and they do look better. But 3rd, like I could see a number 5.
I just think it's interesting. We're going over the group from yesterday. We're talking about Dignitas.
3rd is high.
We're talking about FaZe losing, but we don't talk about Group A and B being won by South America and a little side of European.
Okay,
everyone wanted to move beyond that, not talk about it, but you got to acknowledge it. You got to acknowledge it, Dazzler.
You know what?
You can't tell me.
Because
You
I
can't
sat
sit here and put Fury
there and looked at your video.
How do you leave Fury off the list?
Whole entire little clip video montage of Furia clipping on Zanil of all people. Zanil, a great player.
I had to clip it on First Killer, bro. First Killer.
Yeah, we saw Carmen.
What are you gonna say about that? He get it on First Killer. He get it on Miss. He get it on
Carmen twice in the clip.
Bro. I don't have enough fingers to count how many times he did it.
I don't want to hear it.
We're
I
not-
don't want to hear it.
We're not on LAN. If you're both talking, I don't think anyone can hear what you're saying. Gibbs, what's your list?
So real quick, when we did this in the fall, I got 4 out of the 5 right, and I got 2 correct. I was the best out of anyone on
good at your
the
job.
panel. That's why it says Gibbs always wins on the bottom, but I also write those, so whatever. So real quick, so here's the correct list. We obviously got to go Gen.G first, obviously, because they've looked great. FaZe number 2, because they always come in second. Obviously, that's not looking that fantastic. Now, Furia, though, you got to respect Lost. You got to respect him. That's why I put Furia 3rd. I still think G2's got it. And I think they could be 3rd as well, but I'll put them 4, and I'm very confident that they will be in the top 5. Then the 5th spot was a little iffy. I went back and forth between Space Station and Version 1, because Version 1 is one of those teams that always finds a way. Like every day 1, that they'll go 3-2 and then have some good bracket runs. And I was like, it's got to be a time where that ends. And I thought because of the whole Rise thing, where Com now knows that he's that 3rd man on that team that could be gone after this split, I thought the confidence might just be shot just enough that all those narrow victories will now turn into narrow losses. And Space Station, they normally do very well in Swiss. They've had, I think, 2 3-0s throughout the fall. So I think Space Station can find a way. It's like their confidence is probably also kind of shot because I felt like at Fall Major, it was the Daniel show and they still couldn't perform. So we'll see how it goes. But I think 4 and 5 and even Furia as well is an iffy spot. I thought Regional 1 Furia was going to be a big question mark because Lost is a player that likes to play a certain way. We'll see if that would continue. They're looking fantastic now. Problem is who they faced in the bracket today. But if Furia can make a top 4 here, then I think they're guaranteed top 5 at that point. Because I think Furia will find a way in Regional 2 and Regional 3 to find that form, and they're doing it now. So,
yeah, I went through this really fast. I just wanted to quickly tag onto this here.
I put very high.
I put SSG up high. They're the only team. There's only one team that made every top 4 last split, other than Gen.G. And that was SSG. I think that when it comes to making it to major, they got a good chance of getting it there. I feel good about them. The one thing I was looking at this list, I was like, can I put Furia on here? Is there some other team? Because the thing is, this is a boring list. This is all the teams that made it last time. This is
true.
Like,
That's true.
This is just like copy paste from Winter Major. But I'm like, what? There will be an upset. Who will it be? V1, I agree with you. I think that this is gonna be a shaky roster. Knowing that you're the third string is gonna put some just bad vibes on that team there. And yeah, after yesterday's result, I would absolutely put Furia or Complexity at least somewhere on this list. So, but I had to do this beforehand. There was no results to go off of. So, what are you gonna say, Jorby?
Oh yeah, no, I was gonna say that like my 5th and 6th was fighting between FaZe and Space Station, just because I was giving the nod to Space Station as well, making all top 4s last split. But I don't think I can count against First Killer. Him not making LAN, I just don't know if that's possible. I fully expect FaZe to be in a grand final next regional, and I don't know if I could say the same for Space Station. It's gonna be really tight.
Yeah, I mean, well, Percy, Kinsey, and Lion Blaze are able to count against First Killer. We'll see if anyone else is able to do it across the rest of the split, folks. Let's talk about today, though. We've talked a lot about what's happened and what we think might happen. It's time to get into it and find out. Here is the bracket we are playing across the course of today and tomorrow. Those quarterfinal matches all going to be happening today. We see some incredible games that are coming up. Some teams we did not expect to be here being here. It's going to be wonderful. Let's take a look at the schedule, the order in which we will play the games. If you're here and hoping to see some Complexity M80 action, hang around. It'll be on the end of the stream. We'll see Space Station take on Dignitas, and Furia will take on Gen.G there. But NRG versus G2. We are starting out the gate with what would be the title match in previous seasons. Now, NRG, we'll see. It's still the El Clasico, Gibbs.
I love to see this because let's not forget that they both were fighting in Regional 3 of Fall for that 5th spot. They were tied going into that regional, then NRG faltered to give up that spot to a G2. But NRG, it looks like they're trying to find a way to find that form. It's been 89 days since they last played in a tournament. So Garrett G is going to figure out something in 89 days. That's 3 months of action where they can grind and figure out what went wrong. And this is NRG. We know the history, the experience behind them. But the offense, we heard from Garrett G, they want to be aggressive. They want to get a lot more shots, but they got to put it in the back of the net. Their defense, though, is still insane, only giving up 1 goal per game, the number 1 defense overall. But you're going up against G2, a number 3 offense who is normally always in the top 3. So G2 is a force on the offensive side. No roster move here, no roster move for a while, I expect, by these guys, and they are comfortable with this team. They expect to be a top 2 team every single split, and I think they will fight for it again here.
Daz, I know you no longer have the unbridled loyalty, but I know you still are a big NRG fan here. G2 has shown no weakness so far this split. Yesterday went exactly according to plan. What's the game plan for NRG?
Yeah, I mean, you got to think G2 right now is the best team. Just if we're just going based off of the group stage performances, they're the best team in the tournament right now. I mean, they went undefeated. They had 7+ game differential. That's the difference between them and the rest of like Complexity Furia. I think NRG, in terms of this matchup, breaking down kind of G2, slowing down their pace is going to be very tough to do. No team's been able to do that so far. But I think if NRG are kind of playing up to speed and really putting on that offensive showing that we saw in the earlier series, especially in the series that they were playing against Optic, well, not Optic, but Knights especially, then NRG definitely have a game plan here. Also, Justin's been bumping a little bit more. That could also throw G2 off because every team has a game plan against NRG. It's been just kind of bump them, make them uncomfortable, and just win because NRG didn't know how to dodge demos. It might be changed here.
You know, I think that you definitely have to give credit to NRG in multiple categories. Gibbs, you said that, or I think it was Gibbs who just said that Garrett's
the number 1
NRG,
defense.
they want to take more shots. And when you compare their fall invitational numbers, I mean, they were almost dead last. They were 14th out of 16th in goals allowed in the fall invitational. Compare that to this tournament, they're second, only allowing a goal per game. They're also much better in the goal, or not in the goals department, but the shots against department. They were second, only behind Space Station, allowing just under 7 shots per game yesterday versus the Fall Invitational, where NRG again sitting in the middle of the pack, allowing almost 3 more shots than that per game. So like there's been a lot of improvement for NRG since the last time we saw them play. And obviously G2 are still performing at the top. Their offense is ridiculous, averaging over 2.3 goals per game. And this team has a lot of offensive firepower, but NRG's improved defense could prove difficult for them.
The vibes here, just looking at the cameras, G2 seems to be in good spirits. We saw a clip from what effectively is a pregame interview that Justin did on his own stream that made things seem. Hey, he did shut his door. Good job. I appreciate that. Just looking at the camera, I mean, NRG's always been kind of a stone-faced group that doesn't like. They're not like a hype team. It looks like, I feel like on cameras. I'm maybe reading into things here, Daz. Are you putting any weight into this? You think the NRG's in a bad mood right now?
Oh gosh. So I saw the clip. I know what you're referring to. It's tough to tell because you never know, and it's not too much for me to go off of right now. I need more context. I need more detail. You can't just give me a 14-second clip of Justin being sad, and then I'm thinking it's over, because sometimes if he's sad, they still win. I don't really know. So it's really tough to tell. But either way, you're talking about just vibes from the cameras. On the other side of things, G2 look cool, calm, collected, and ready to play, and that's for itself. Yeah,
we talk about the offensive numbers. Like NRG, they played 15 games yesterday. They scored 3 goals or more once. When we look at G2, they played 11 games yesterday. They scored 3 goals or more 5 times. So it's like, this has to be a low-scoring series. This has to be for NRG. They have to make sure that their defense holds that offense back of G2, because if it turns into a shootout, we know with G2 that they can put up goals. While NRG, that is still a big question mark. They say that they've worked on trying to play more aggressive. We haven't seen it in this regional yet in terms of goals scored. So NRG, the defense has to hold out throughout this series. It's going to be very, very difficult, though, versus the G2 squad.
Is there a player you're looking at here for NRG to step up on defense?
Not necessarily, because I feel like NRG, they've always played that 3-man. Just everyone plays defense when they need to. It's like they always know to not double commit, or at least they used to. And then that kind of fell apart a little bit. Like as the speed of Rocket League got faster and faster, it's a little bit harder to call off your teammates in time. So NRG, they've been trying to play faster, maybe on defense as well. And again, it's 89 days. I am not going to count them out in this series, because this is still Guaranteed, Squishy, and Justin. They know how to play Rocket League. But for G2, who's a winter major champion, a grand finalist at the World Championship, their fall was very mediocre. And they also had a very long time to think about that and fix issues as well.
Yeah, it's a long race to the World Championship. And I think for me, G2 is this team that, like, they know where they messed up. When you go back to the World Championship, they also know where they messed up in the Fall Major. And you could tell that they've been practicing and they've been applying that change, that just getting those adjustments in. They've come in and they've locked in, they've looked prepared. I think for NRG especially, you got to keep eyes on Justin and Squishy. Obviously, Justin is, you see the clips today, but it's more just of that individual mechanical work, as well as just making the right decisions. These guys being able to communicate effectively as a team, because sometimes that doesn't happen. The only person I'm not really worried about here is Gary G. He's been consistent and he's been effective, and we have seen that constantly. And I think he's going to even show up today. So it's really on the other two to be able to follow him.
We'll see if they can do it. This is one of the most storied, longest running matches in the history of RLCS, dating back to season 2 when they played for the first time. NRG won that one 3-2. They've played 62 times over the course of the years. NRG leading the series 35-27, but G2 definitely the favorite coming into the match here. Some of those stats we were talking about earlier, Gibbs, NRG's going to need to swing some of them their way.
Yeah, we talk about plus-minus goals versus goals against. G2, number 1 in this entire tournament. They are 1 goal per game clear versus goals against. No one else is that high. I think that the next highest is around Furia, like in complexity, around 0.8. So, like G2, so far, with all the numbers, 9-2 in games, and their goal per game versus goals against, all the numbers will say that they are the number 1 team in this tournament. But now it's bracket time, and anything goes. It's playoffs. It's Saturday, best of 7. Let's see who takes it.
All right, folks. Well, you've been letting us know who you think is going to win in the chat. Keep those hashtags coming. We'll get through our predictions here. I'll start things off saying G2. Like I said earlier, nothing has gone wrong for this team so far. I'm going to predict the obvious, the favorite here. I'm going to go with G2 on this one, Gibbs.
I got to follow you as well. Like G2 all the way. They look like the best team in this tournament as of now. We'll see how this bracket plays out. But versus an NRG team that's still trying to find that offensive form, have to go G2.
A great defense needs to be complemented by a great offense. G2 has that. NRG do not. I got G2 here. I don't think that's stopping anytime soon.
Listen, I have no reason to be biased towards NRG at all.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
So I'm going to go with NRG. They're going to take this series. Listen, even if I wasn't on, you think I was going to switch up like that fast? First of all, you got Squishy. I didn't switch up like that. You got Squishy, Justin, and Garrett. You can tell they've been playing on a completely different level. Yes, this is an upset. G2 are the favorites, but I think if NRG really are as back as everybody's been spamming at me yesterday, they're going to show it right here, right now. And chat's with me. Let's
Wow.
Chat's with you, folks. This is a recipe for disaster if I've ever seen predictions here. G2's got everything in their favor. Can NRG cause the upset, folks? Let's get down to the game. Let's get down to Manfield and see how things are going to go. The most storied, the 63rd playing of G2 versus NRG is James and Corelli on the call.
Corelli, you have to love this classic matchup, and it really just takes you back to the days of the Big Three, doesn't it?
In a quarterfinals, James, in a top 8 situation, oh my goodness. I love the stats that Wavepunch brought up, and that just, like you said, it throws you all the way back. But boy, is it a different landscape here today. And G2, they have looked like world beaters coming into this matchup. NRG, they have a long road ahead of them if they're going to try and take down this G2 squad.
You're absolutely right, Corelli, and it has been a rocky road for NRG as of late. You know, there's been a lot of eyes on them after they've struggled to reach the heights they have in the past, but if you just take a step back, 6th in the last split is not that bad for any team.
That's the thing about NRG. A couple top 12s and a top 4 kept them 6th in points, and they're sitting top 8 right now. You got to give NRG some credit, and you can kind of see some frustrations coming out from players on NRG because it feels like a lot of people haven't been giving them that credit. And I think this group stage they came out of was a really strong group, especially with the way M80's performed. And I think NRG have a great shot here today.
Already they're starting off with some demos. One from Squishy Garrett, perhaps looking for Justin on the tip over. Maybe. And a credit just has to be earned at this point for NRG, and they could get a lot here, but G2, Gibbs said a mediocre split last split. I think it was a pretty good one overall for G2. A consistent team, and as he pointed out, perhaps the favorite here in North America for this event, and they're having a moment now responding. Garrett trying to get this corner boost, attempting the clear double commit from Squishy and Justin, but it won't be too bad. Justin back down to the ground. Chicago with a poke by now. Justin last back, wonderfully controlled. Catching it now, taking it down to the middle. Garrett with a disruptive hit. Down J-Naps trying to clear it down. Justin stops him at the midfield. Closely matched, both teams fighting for this possession.
And I think you used the perfect word there, James. Disruptive from Garrett. That's how I would describe him yesterday in the group stage and in their game against Knights. He's been playing quite well here for NRG. Feels energized watching him play. A lot of flip resets, kind of old Garrett style. And I think NRG are better for it. Here he comes, trying to chase after this one to the back wall, and Atomic get a great pinch to push that one away.
Flip resets and also double taps. Now there was a time, hold on. Speaking of double taps, Chicago double tap pass to the middle. J-Naps jumped, but he couldn't get the shot. Now Atomic leaving that. J-Naps with a 50 will pop it over. Justin in the corner. We'll have to, oh, he fakes the flip reset. Chicago calls the bluff. A traded demo. Now Chicago keeping this pressure on. Atomic nicely passed out to the middle. J-Naps with a shot. The demo on the goal line, but Justin with a big save will keep NRG in it.
A lot of physical play coming out as well. Demos left and right. A couple of double demos as well. And yet, NRG weathering the storm. Another one comes out from Atomic. Now Chicago wants to take himself off the crossbar. J-Naps, can he drop it down again from Justin? NRG will not crack.
But the demos from G2, you feel like eventually they'll break through. These demos have been incredible. The shots just off, that one off the crossbar, the high shots from G2 being saved. Justin with a spectacular defensive performance in game 1. Garrett has Justin off to the left, and he stopped, but Squishy now taking it up. Double tap, he gets bumped, rebound out to Justin, and Chicago takes the turn, making an epic save.
Great poise there from Chicago, but they got to play this next one. Garrett, a lot of solo plays coming out from him. Definitely threatening now. Squishy looking for the pass over to Justin. Pre-flips to get a touch. And G2 scrambling from possession, and Justin gets a demo on J-Naps, and a good clear from Chicago. He relieves some pressure for a moment as G2 trying to get organized.
Ball off the corner to Garrett. Garrett, will he go for net? Yes, he does, and he nails it. Top corner, NRG strike first.
And you felt like even with the defense they had to put up, the offense here the last 30 seconds or so has looked really good. Quality touches to keep it awkward for G2. The setup finally came, and you got your shooter and Garrett to put it away.
Oh, what a well-placed shot. Putting that upper 90, Atomic was streaking through. Had a chance, would have had to backflip right away to block that top corner. But NRG, especially as of late, Corelli has struggled to close out these close games in the final minute when they've had the lead. We'll see if they can do it here against G2, or if G2 can break through. They've had a lot of pressure, some very good opportunities. Now have another one. Chicago, maybe looking for a quick pass, didn't find it.
G2 certainly will be frustrated to be shut out here in game 1, if that is the case. They've had 7 shots here, and it feels like they've had more. They've just had a ton of pressure over NRG. You see these long arcing clears.
Oh, he's going for the
second touch. Atomic, he wanted it, but didn't get it, and it almost let Justin have a free shot. Now J-Naps, less than 10 seconds to go. This one bouncing towards net. Atomic's gonna pitch it off his goal line. Another shot comes through from Justin, and NRG, the dagger in game 1.
And this was such a smart play from Justin. Get that demo. I don't even know if he saw him, but he prevents the counterattack. And then he puts a shot right on target, and that is going to seal this first game for NRG. And Corelli, there was a lot of back and forth at the beginning of this game. We saw some demos from G2, which have worked so well for G2 in this NRG matchup in the past, especially Chicago, one of those annoying players. J-Nap's also a player that can really get in there with demos, but NRG, they stepped up defensively, and Justin especially. You saw multiple saves from Justin where he had to get high and block that high shot, and he was able to do it in a very tight situation.
And I feel like it was great organization and communication from NRG as well. Players staying in the right spot when they had to make some tough saves, or when they were playing man down with the demos coming out from G2 as well. But I think another big thing to focus on was NRG coming into this. They were 13th in the regionals in goals per game as a team. They've scored 2 here and shut out G2. That was a big worry for me for NRG, not scoring enough goals just to top the other team. Shutting out G2, who have only dropped 2 games and crushed version 1 yesterday. That's a good start for NRG.
And interestingly enough, Corelli, just looking at yesterday's group performance as well, every win that they had in groups, they shut the other team out. And in the groups, they didn't manage to score more than 2 goals a game. So NRG, what has been bringing them to the next level actually has been their defense. Yep. As Gibbs said, the only time yesterday they scored more than 2 goals was a single game against the Knights. So they're not putting up big numbers offensively, but defensively, they are making stop after stop, and they did it in game 1 against G2.
And yeah, I mean, I think that's the big thing here is game 1 was a testament to what you're saying. We'll see if G2 can make any adjustments. Find the back of the net. That's a great shot, Justin, on the goal line. Garrett makes another save, and somehow NRG keep G2 out again.
Well, but you feel like it can't last forever. G2, so many good looks. One is bound to fall for him. And the other thing about G2, Corelli, is they are a team that, oh, here we go, and Justin, another save. It was awkward for him. And now you see a double commit. This is NRG struggling to keep their head above water. The waves of G2 continue to crash over them.
Justin's almost at 300 points. He's got 4 saves now. in the first minute. And now a flip reset. Can he put this one away? Trying to go under J-Naps. Garrett going to try and keep it awkward. A second touch across the net is denied by Chicago.
Defense really is something else for NRG. You saw Justin going for that flip reset into the flick. Comfortable in the air. Another flip reset there from Garrett. It's collected from Chicago, who's bumped off the ball. Justin bumped by J-Naps. Now counterattack opportunity, but no one from G2 goes for it. Panic, the dunk from Squishy, and a tip from J-Naps will get that off the goal line. G2, they're able to escape from a tight situation on their own.
Good defense there from G2. You can see Justin when he's threatening like that, the chaos that ensues for a defense, and G2 did well to keep players behind the ball. Here's an awkward one out to Justin. He puts it behind the defenders, and NRG into the lead.
In this clear, I mean, Squishy beats one nicely. Atomic wanted to get more height, or maybe he was trying to get a quick pass to J-Naps, but it was sniffed out. And NRG at the bumper of Justin take the lead. Justin, 455 points. You called it out early. He's starting to rack up the numbers.
My goodness. And four saves to his name. And now a fifth one coming out from Justin. A defensive masterclass here. He's had some incredible saves. Now Garrett looks for the pinch. And G2 have got to get their offense going here. NRG's defense has just been too strong.
Justin with a demo as well. Justin the fake. Now the late flick going for a 50. He takes two defenders and essentially takes them out of the play, forcing the possession back to NRG. Now Garrett to the backboard. Atomic has been last back a few times and he hasn't been flawless. Another ball back to the middle. Justin can't get the hit. Atomic with the demo. Now Garrett last back. Atomic on the prowl. Garrett dodges the bump. Gets the clear. Big play from Garrett G.
And boy, what a frustrating couple of games here, or game and a half for G2. 6 shots here. And maybe another opportunity, but it pitches high over the net for Atomic off the challenge from the last man. And again, G2 struggling to get by that final defender for NRG.
That was a wild bounce the ball. Ping-ponging around. Now NRG on the attack once more. G2 yet to score. The lockdown defense from NRG has been stellar. Garrett on that last play had to dodge Atomic, who already had one demo. Now the infield pass. The shot will go wide. Atomic just trying to keep possession. Beats Squishy to the ball in the corner, and there it is. J-Naps will put this in thanks to the smart play from Atomic.
Whew. I think a sigh of relief here for G2. Great touch there from Atomic. And I mean, James, they've had a ton of setups. This isn't like their first big chance where they could score. It's been a game and a half now where they've been able to have a quality shot on net, and either the defense has jumped in front of it or the shot's gone wide. But for G2 now, they find the equalizer. They're trying to battle back here.
And Corelli, I think the difference was, hold on. Chicago will clear that off the line. But you saw, the immediate shot, Justin, he's just picking up the scraps. He finds these rebound opportunities. He's just waiting, playing so close, and a quick turn catches all of G2 by surprise. They were all lined up. It was like a collateral.
Nobody jumped. It went over all 3 of their heads, and not a single player jumped up after it. Justin's shot, so much power, came out of nowhere. No one was expecting it.
Made you scratch your head a little bit. All 3 G2 members in a line, no one jumping. Now an awkward ball for Garrett. Doesn't have much boost either, and that's going to be a response. Garrett, a very difficult situation, and a well-placed hit by Atomic, who's now been key for both G2 goals.
You called it out. He had 32 boosts on the goal line, and there was no shot of him getting the touch before the ball hit the back wall, so he had to go up after. And in most cases for defenders, you're going to be the last man to the ball. The offense has an easier read on that one. And G2 able to take advantage that time.
And Atomic has been that step-up performer so far for G2. And that first goal, you know, he realized NRG was blocking a lot of the well-placed shots on net. So he played the possession game, hit it off to the corner, was able to feed it to J-Naps. And that time getting a nicely placed pass, recognizing that Garrett was last back, and that one almost bouncing in. Precarious moment there.
I really like watching the NRG rotation right now. Hold on a second. Justin's got to get a touch. and he does on the in-and-out save, but they're rotating ball side a lot of these plays, and they're moving as a unit as well. First man goes in, there's a second man immediately on the next challenge. Big difference here. I think that's what's shutting down G2's attacks.
And that's what got Justin that second goal. As we are poised for overtime, we get it. Game 2. NRG's defense, it's been lights out, but Atomic has been whittling it away. Can he be the difference here? Will someone else from G2 step up? Or can NRG get a key win here in overtime? There's a beat. J-Naps. Tipped by Garrett. Atomic shoots it. Squishy was ready for it.
Atomic's still somehow behind the ball there, but great defense again from NRG. They put up 9 saves here in game 2. As Garrett looking for the back wall, denied by J-Naps. And G2 tried to transition onto that one, but again, NRG doing well to push it away.
Garrett wasn't able to get that disruptive touch. Chicago was able to get the double tap and get to demo. Atomic up against Justin. Fakes the challenge and will turn around. Now Garrett booming it over one. Justin doesn't have the boost. He'll be out of the play. Ball out to Squishy. Low shot.
Whoa.
Atomic has him red. Squishy had the entire net to shoot on in that 1v1 showdown. Atomic proved to be the better player.
Yeah, I think Squishy, he hit that one quite well. Low is where you want to hit that one, and yet Atomic got all the way back down and flipped that one out of the net. And now G2, J-Naps, set up touch. Tries to take the challenge, and it pinches wide of the net. Justin with a lot of time here. See if he takes it himself. Doesn't have a ton of options. Garrett waiting in the midfield. And nobody opting to go here from NRG as G2 tries to throw it downfield.
Justin taking this to the corner, and it's starting to feel like an Atomic versus Justin showdown just a little bit, isn't it, Corelli?
Yeah, I mean, you got to think of how well Atomic played yesterday. Number 3 player overall in player rating. Had a fantastic showing. Tons of flip reset goals from Atomic as well. And in this game, he's got 5 shots. He's got a goal here. He was kind of shut down, I think, in game 1. Obviously, everyone was from G2. But he's got to be the difference maker here, and he has defensively and offensively so far in game 2. But now Justin denied by J-Naps.
And that was such a smart play from Squishy to weave that around the defense and lay it up in the middle for a shot. Now another good 50 from Squishy. Infield pass. Justin will get blocked. G2 quickly shutting these plays down, but Justin gets a demo. Pass from Garrett to Justin. Justin off the ceiling. Squishy a bit late to the play, and now we'll have to retreat.
Feels like more and more of a chess match now. And I don't feel like G2 are getting as many opportunities as they were earlier on. It's been a lot of NRG on this G2 side. Chicago wants to receive this pass. What a touch from Chicago. Past the first man, down 2 down. NRG, the last man back is Justin in. An awkward ball here for Atomic. Wasn't able to get a hold of it.
Double commit as well from NRG. J-Naps hits it backwards. The pressure off a bit, and that is a massive win from Justin. But now Atomic off the ceiling, going for a crazy read. Rebound out to J-Naps, who puts it high. Now Justin, he's on the dribble. Pops it up high. Goes for the shot. Atomic, a bit awkward. He'll tip it straight up in the air, and J-Naps will clear it out.
Oh, man, Justin, 860 points. He's got to come up big here, a flick over. Forces Squishy to go on the save. Chicago off the back wall. Atomic just trying to keep it out of the hands of NRG. A pass over, and it's too high for Chicago.
Garrett ran into Justin on the respawn. Garrett floating out into the middle of the field with no boost. This is awkward. Garrett misses. Chicago, Squishy back just in the nick of time, but it doesn't matter. Atomic will put that one in. G2, the mounting pressure finally blows.
Oh, man, and there was just nobody in the vicinity of the ball from NRG. Squishy did everything he could. And with 13 saves from NRG, it's not enough to deny G2.
That was game 2. That was game 2. I mean, this is unbelievable. That game felt like a game 7 grand final.
Yeah.
But I think that shows you how much the players, you know, this is a massive game for these players. You have big names going out round 1, phase version 1, teams that you expect to make the major going out early. That makes if you can make a deep run, it would make it even more valuable. And NRG, G2, this win to get top 4, the amount of points you'd get, you'd be setting yourself up for that major appearance. It would be massive, Corelli.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, especially as you're just kind of alluding to, you already have teams like FaZe out. I was mentioning this on the broadcast yesterday. FaZe are out, version 1 are out. These are teams that have been consistently finishing at the end of splits top 5, and they don't normally have performances like this. And for NRG, as we were alluding to before this series, they've been sticking around in that 6th spot just outside of major contention. And this is a huge opportunity for them. And honestly, I feel like NRG has been playing really well. Defensively, they've been rock solid. I mean, unfortunately, when you give up 17 shots to G2, you kind of expect that you're going to give up a few. But I think overall, defensively, it's been super strong. But honestly, offensively as well, they've looked great.
But they still have not managed to break that two-goal mark. NRG, despite the great defense, still need a little bit more offensively, especially if they're going to get over this G2 squad who was really ramping things up. And you wonder if eventually G2 is just going to figure out this defense.
Oh my. Huge whiff there from Justin. Squishy. What a turnaround from JNaps as well. Squishy had to like watch that one go over his head and wait to see what JNaps had. And now Squishy wants to take it himself. He's broken up by Atomic. JNaps waiting to go, and he'll take his time now. Garrett beats him to the ball. Justin flick on towards net. Atomic once again on the top of his net. Has to make another save. Seems like every shot from NRG is saved from Atomic coming off his back wall.
Atomic, what a game he had, game 2. Offensively and defensively, he was the impact player out there on the field. And he's already making a mark here with those 2 early saves. Now feeding to Chicago. Chicago going for a double tap. JNaps has to back up. Awkward ball, but Atomic does rotate back.
Yeah, guess where? The back wall again.
Oh,
that man lives there. And now he's going to take this one by himself and denied by Garrett. A great flick on from Justin to get NRG out.
Justin hustling back, going for a pass down to the middle now. Numbers advantage for G2, going for the bump. Garrett jumps very early. Rebound still. Bump on the goal line. Garrett, the airstrike save coming down from the skies. NRG make another big stop.
Oh, scary here. Atomic with a flip reset. Gets it by the first man, but it goes high. And Justin there to clear it away. A scary situation when you've got Atomic with the flip reset loaded behind the ball.
There's a demo from Garrett. Garrett now waiting for the pass. Justin, will he go solo? The flip reset, it's a low pass, maybe a shot, not sure. Either way, it fizzled out. G2 on the counter. Atomic, the poke, the double tap pass, it's a good one, but Squishy will be there first. JNaps a bit hesitant. We've seen JNaps in that third man situation a few times now, decide not to take that risk of moving up.
Again, James, I pointed out a couple times, but I just want to say, I feel like NRG looks so different here in this regional altogether. I feel like defensively, they are so much more eager to push downfield together. They move as a unit, and Squishy off the crossbar is going to drop that one in.
You're a genius, Corelli. Moving it as you. I mean, Squishy and Justin in lockstep. Squishy was right behind him waiting for that play, and Squishy putting that bar down. That is a massive goal for NRG. And now NRG just past the halfway point, take the lead. Will G2 respond? Flip reset from JNaps. I don't know if he used it. Light shot. And Garrett clearing it over to Justin, who leaves it for Garrett to continue marching it downfield. Awkward hit. Well played by Atomic to block the shot.
Oh, what a touch from Justin. Oh my goodness. If that one was on target, he had Chicago beat. That happened so quickly to set himself up. And G2 a little panic here.
What the? Justin is playing such a disruptive game. He just caught that ball into a dribble before rotating out. Squishy hustling back. There's a demo. This was really awkward for NRG. Squishy on 0, picking up a small pad. JNaps sees Chicago waiting. Nice play, but still Justin reads it and clears it downfield. The break is on for NRG.
Great first touch from Atomic, and now the demo still with the ball in his control, and Squishy forced to turn quickly. Justin quickly back into the attack. Squishy goes for a bump, and Justin can't get through Chicago.
Now back up in the air. Justin will stay on it. Down in one miss. Garrett with a quick turn. Good communication from NRG. Squishy was too far back, and now a save from Atomic. Justin back into the play. Can't get the double ball.
Uh-oh.
Now a pass to Atomic. Atomic! Oh my! You cannot shoot that ball better.
My man is eating with a shot like that. That is a perfectly hit ball, and it only says 59 miles an hour. It came off the crossbar at the end. Boy, is that a tough one to save. And that's the scary thing about G2. You give him a bit of space to work, and it's a masterpiece every time.
I think he used his flip the last possible second, and he just slammed that ball in.
Oh, no.
Wait, what? How does this go in?
And what happened here? Justin and Garrett got tied up, squished the last man, plenty of boost.
Just missed,
get the read.
That was so strange. It looked like Squishy was called off. I'm not sure because, I mean, he could have made the play on the ball. A defensive breakdown from NRG in the final moment might cost him the game.
So that time, and Garrett be a hero here. Justin gets a second touch out of nowhere. Was already up for that clear. Atomic happy to take a few more seconds off the clock. Squishy trying to make amends. Justin there, denied by JNAPS once more, but NRG ramping up the attack. Garrett waiting for his time to go. He's got Squishy in the corner. G2 getting a touch here and there, but not enough to dispossess NRG. Justin, another attack towards net. Here comes Squishy now. NRG, a full court press here in the final seconds. Can Garrett find anything off this double tap? Not even close on the angle, and G2 trying to get control. And it's been hard for them here in these final 10.
That is a massive 50-50 win from JNAPS. Now this one bouncing down off the ceiling, and G2 take game 3. And Corelli, you feel like this G2 train is starting to get moving, and it might be tough for NRG to stop.
I think NRG's defense, they've proven to be good enough to beat G2's offense here. But when it comes to a game like this, with that kind of press, especially at the end of this game, you feel like NRG had to get a higher quality shot there at the end. And of course, the big mistake to let G2 take the lead late. You can't afford that here. Not if you're NRG and not when you're playing G2.
It was a head scratcher. You wonder what exactly happened. And I think we might get another look at it on this replay package right here. Squishy's up and he just dodges around the ball. He was air rolling and it looked intentional that he let that ball through. So I'm not sure what the comm was or what happened there, but regardless, NRG not on the exact same page, and that defensive blunder cost him the game. And it was a very tight game, the defense from NRG holding up, but G2 now back-to-back games, Corelli, has found a way to pierce that armor.
Yeah, and I think if you're G2, you don't look at that game and be like, okay, let's try and replicate exactly that, because of course they got that last goal off of a humongous mistake, which you're not going to bank on from NRG. So for G2, you still got to keep pressing that offense, and you got to put the ball in the hands of Atomic, and he's got his first attack here for G2, who's trying to get an early go-ahead goal.
Atomic has been phenomenal. All around performance from him today on both sides of the ball, doing work. Chicago will take this ball high. Late second touch, we'll get a 50 Garrett, who's also had some great stops in those 2v1 situations. Managed to come out unscathed. Now Squishy, the low 50. He didn't have much boost, but it was no problem for him.
So smart, especially when I think Atomic moves away from this play, doesn't get back to it in time. And Squishy knew that he had no boost. He wasn't going to get over the top. The ball was already in front of him. So he just takes the challenge head on, baits that defender to dive at it, and then instantly pushes it through. Great work there from Squishy. It was kind of like what Jorby was talking about with Lost in the pre-show. Great example there of just delaying your attack onto the ball in front of the net. You can push it right through that last man.
Sometimes necessity, the mother of invention. Squishy running out of boost, couldn't do much else. But I also think that's a really important play for Squishy. That demo, Garrett, was he in the air when he got demoed?
I was looking at Squishy's cam. He had no boost, watching that one float towards the top of his net. And another demo comes out from G2. They are eliminating these NRG players, trying to get the advantage. And now JNAPS lobs this one towards net, denied again by Squishy.
Great job from Squishy to dodge the bump attempt. And low boost make the play. Now pinch back, Garrett. Out to the middle. This is going to be a hope. Wait, what? I thought it was hopeless, but there's always Justin. And now pinch full field. Justin flips the game on its head.
How did he do that? Chicago went into the challenge, and just in a split second late means it's pitching towards your net. And NRG are up 2-0.
I don't know what I just witnessed. Justin might do something again here. The 50. Squishy will go towards net. That one just high. A crazy play. What a showdown we're experiencing, Corelli.
I was about to say, now we're kind of seeing, we're going to see a different side of G2. Oh my goodness, Chicago pre-jumped this shot off the pass. They've got to press now. They got 3 minutes, plenty of time for G2, and the offense has been pretty good. They put up 8 shots here before halftime. Atomic, maybe a free double tap, a Squishy punches it out of the way, an uppercut for the defense. Now JNaps will drop it down on the crossbar, and a tap in for Chicago, and G2 get one back.
Fantastic boost stealing from G2. They were taking the corners. You could see players from NRG just looking for scraps. These small pads here and there, eventually getting worn down. JNaps didn't score it on the first shot, but did well enough to get that opportunity over to Chicago. Plenty of time left as well. G2, they could come roaring back. They have shown their resilience many times throughout the season and throughout the many years that they've competed. And yet they're never out of it, especially in a situation like this.
Throughout this series as well, NRG have scored the first goal in every single one of these games. So it has been at G2 to, if they are going to win the game, to come back into it, even if it's just a single goal. Now a little passing play here from G2 is easily broken up by Garrett.
Garrett, another win. JNaps will be stopped by Justin. Chicago with a demo off ball. That'll give Atomic lots of space. Takes it down into a dribble, pops it over one. But Squishy will get back to the play. Squishy going for a 50. JNaps gets elevated out to the middle of the field. Garrett will keep possession. Now back to the corner. Atomic zoned Garrett out and forced him to try to make that possession play. Buy some time for G2.
Oh
but now the infield pass. A skip save from Atomic.
A little slice and dice there from Squishy, and it's not over for NRG. They're trying to keep Chicago corralled to his own side. Atomic very patient on this challenge. Will finally get G2 out. And now Justin looking for options. No one there on the left side. It's only Chicago. It's only G2. And here comes Chicago. He's punted out of the way by Garrett. JNaps trying to force it for G2. Still down by 1 goal, let's remember here, with just over a minute to go.
Wonderful speed there from Justin to beat Atomic to that ball. And that puts NRG on the attack. Pinch back out. Chicago up. Keeping the ball close. The 50 off the ceiling and down. Squishy a bit awkward, but still gets it to the corner. Atomic going for the 50. But Garrett sneaks it by him. Still not out of harm's way yet. NRG have to battle out. Chicago trying to get this up the wall. Beats out Justin over to Atomic. Atomic can't get the double tap angle. Now off the ceiling. Atomic! The double tap, but it goes wide. A hairy situation. NRG barely escaped.
I'll be honest,
G2 start to build the pressure though.
I don't know how they got out of that one. That one was so dangerous. Now Atomic with the demo on Justin. But Garrett trying to keep possession. He did get the boost. Atomic punched out of the way here, and now Squishy, an opportunity, trying to get physical with JNaps. NRG looking for the dagger here in game 4.
Garrett taking it across net. Atomic couldn't touch that ball, otherwise he risked own goaling it. No one from NRG to score it on the goal line. Squishy trying to end it. Atomic upfield gets a demo on Garrett. JNaps will have Atomic to the right. Takes the option, but Justin saves. Chicago shot high. JNaps keeping the ball in play. Not over yet.
He faked it. He faked it.
Pose. G2 at 0 seconds. Do the unthinkable.
Big time players, big time plays. And Atomic off the fake slots it to the right side. Overtime in game 4.
That is unreal. G2, they are never down and out. Now a chance to end it in OT. Garrett being threatened by Atomic. Chicago up. Squishy getting blocked again by Chicago. Justin not the biggest clear. JNaps, where is he? He's right there for the shot. But Squishy clearing it away. Another demo. And Chicago shot just off.
Now 10 saves for NRG. 16 shots. The 17th denied. And NRG's defense denying again here. G2, a shooting gallery on the NRG side. Now Justin.
Pass.
Can NRG sneak this one away?
This game, a must-win game for NRG, Corelli. G2, if they get this one, I think there's no coming back for NRG. Squishy sees Garrett upfield, but can't get it to him. Atomic will stop the ball. Can't get the mid boost, however. J-Naps looking for Chicago. Garrett cutting the play off. Atomic fully boosted. Will stay on it. Oh, he beats the defender. Little wall dash. Pass to the middle. Squishy will clear it down.
I feel like that was a bit of a giveaway there from Atomic. Had space to make something more. Now Justin. Oh, G2 got back quick for that one. Great challenge here by Garrett G. Squishy drops it down. Justin there quickly. Oh! It's got too high. Garrett, can he slot it with no power? Denied by J-Naps.
That was a scoring chance for NRG. Justin rushing the clear. Hit it right at Chicago. But Garrett will now find Squishy. Hard hit. And well placed clear from Atomic. Over to J-Naps. Now up in the middle. Chicago taking it airborne. Garrett passed and now Atomic again. The shot is on target. Deflected from Chicago. J-Naps now to Atomic. Atomic out of boost. And Squishy will get that clear.
20 shots. 20 shots from G2
In the series?
this game.
Oh, in the game?
In the game. In this singular game. The 13 saves from NRG. 21 not counting there. Garrett stuffed it. And NRG get out once again.
And another tense overtime we're experiencing. G2 won the last one. Justin dodges the bump. Now Atomic has to retreat. Justin doing work to get this ball down. And now a team bump. Atomic running into a teammate there. Now he's not going to get the best hit, but Chicago's still working with it. Atomic, high hit off the backboard. Garrett, it's a touch. Still J-Naps put the ball in a threatening spot and will stay upfield. Now retreating out.
They seem so confident on defense, even though it looks dicey. You always have a man on that back line to take the next challenge. That's why there's been 20 shots from G2, and most of them haven't scored. That defense, so organized here in this regional.
Justin can't get the bump on Chicago. Squishy leaving for Garrett. J-Naps had the net defended. Not the biggest clear. Squishy popped it over Atomic, but it was high. Justin passing it out. Garrett, the corner again. J-Naps will need some support. Atomic doesn't get a big 50 win. It's back to the middle. Justin towards net. And
oh my goodness.
The crossbar. J-Naps got just enough of it to keep it out.
Just barely enough, but Squishy had another opportunity there. NRG starting to clamp down. Justin and Garrett both go. Atomic tried to play this one slow and fake out Justin. He's not fooled. Boost picked up. Justin punted out of the way. And G2 not able to get out quite yet. Justin with the demo will keep it alive for NRG. 4 minutes of overtime. And it doesn't feel like anyone's closer to scoring.
Atomic going for the underflip. Didn't get much pace on it. Justin with the stop. Now back out to the middle. Atomic going for it again. Squishy. He gets blocked by Atomic out to the corner. J-Naps will stay on the play.
Oh.
One extra touch. Goes for the double. J-Naps was trying to finish the game himself.
Well, double commit there from G2. You feel like maybe if someone had stayed on ground, they might have had another opportunity to shoot. Nevertheless, possession once again. Atomic. Boost to work with denied by Garrett again. 23 shots for G2 now is the tally. But it only takes one. That's a big miss. Squishy, the shot went high. Justin also went off the crossbar. It was wide open. They could have put it away.
Oh, you're going to have to take another look at that on the replays. And Justin had J-Naps sniffing around. I thought it was over then and there, Corelli, but we play on.
You had so much to shoot there. And the crossbar, the fourth man, denies. But maybe they go again. Justin not going to get there. But a double commit comes out from G2, and J-Naps will bail him out. Great touch. And now almost 5.5 minutes of overtime. And we keep going, James.
Garrett now to Justin. Justin, he got the 50. J-Naps has to beat Squishy out. Squishy will hit it to the side, can't get the double. Atomic with a solo play chance. Going for the 50, playing the rebound. Ball, and that's good! Chicago, far down and in. Atomic with a massive 50 win here against Justin. Gets that rebound chance and a slotted shot from Chicago. That's how it ends.
And finally, G2 are able to put someone was able to place it on target. G2 also had their fair share of crossbars and misses there. Someone able to slot it for G2. And boy, this game was long and we still got at least another one.
This series has been hypnotizing, Corelli. These 2 overtimes so tense. It's just, you can see how much heart both teams are playing with out there on the field. And we've got a timeout now for NRG. And you know that it was a necessity. NRG now have had a couple games where you think that they might just edge this one out, and G2 has battled back to steal the game away.
Yeah. And I mean, you could I saw when we went to the camera, I saw Garrett's face. I see Squishy's face a little bit. It's a little frustrated to give up that one, I think, especially with the opportunities that NRG had. I mean, 2 shots off the crossbar.
Well, and even just think back, I mean, I said it earlier, NRG has had a few more times than I'd like seeing them where in these final moments where they're winning, they give up a late goal and they give up the game. There was a 0-second goal. How long did G2 keep that ball up? Atomic slotting that far post. That game, it should have been over. NRG should have had the win, and now they find themselves trailing 3-1.
And so many shots there from G2 as well. By the way, I think it was 24. The record in NA is 36. So not even close to the record somehow, but still tons of shots coming out from G2. And that's good. I mean, that's kind of the expectation from G2 as well, is that they're going to put a lot of shots on target. JNaps in particular loves to, kind of hide that pass as a shot and setting up Chicago. But I think for NRG, or for G2, with NRG's defense that they've been playing against, they're going to have to be a little bit more creative. And that's why we keep calling out Atomic's name, I feel like, because that creativity behind the ball has been so important. Because
and selflessness.
But because the defense of NRG has been so organized, I cannot state it enough. The communication and the poise, the confidence that these guys have in this regional, in this series in particular, is something we haven't seen in a while from NRG.
It has been good, but at the same time, Corelli, it's kind of same old, same old. I hate to say as much as
they're not coming out the win.
You're praising. Well, it's like NRG's defense has always been pretty good, and at times, it's excelled, but where they've fallen short as of late and where they failed to get results is offensively. And even in that last game, you saw the back-to-back crossbar hits, a chance for NRG to end it. They weren't able to do it. So NRG, this has been an opportunity for them to really shake off all those old demons, but they haven't been able to do it yet. And now G2 in firm control of the series. 2 heart-wrenching wins for them, and heart-wrenching losses for NRG, who was holding those leads late but gave them up. And now G2 a chance to finish the job here on Wasteland.
Yeah, if G2 win here, the scoreline is not really going to be indicative of 4-1, would not be indicative of what happened here in this series. This has been a tight match through and through. And that's what you get when these players are familiar with themselves, or with each other, with the team. They know what they're going up against. They've played against each other for a long time. That familiarity matters. As Chicago, a double tap just going wide, and now NRG on the counter.
And out to the middle, Atomic. Stellar gameplay. Atomic has been rock solid all series long. Now waiting for a pass from Chicago. The pass comes, and Atomic sinks it.
Hey, that's the guy you want taking the shot, and Chicago, he has been a menace for G2 and for NRG's defense. Saucing up Atomic like that in front of the net, he's going to put it away off the post and in, and G2, just over the first minute, they're on the board.
Will that take the wind out of NRG's sails? There's a miss from Justin. Now space, Squishy with the stop, but an easy rebound. Goal for JNaps. And with the last games of the series featuring goals that were fought for, clawed for, 2 goals that are relatively easy looking for NRG. And you wonder if that's it for NRG.
And I think definitely Squishy a little frustrated on that one because he made a great save. That's not the first time he's had one that just is killed on the goal line, and he needs help there because he had to react to that one so quickly. He thought his teammate was going to get the challenge. And now NRG try to battle back. It'll be Justin to respond for NRG.
Desperately needed goal. Garrett, that extra touch throwing off the defender. Chicago is trying to block the lane, but couldn't get far enough out. And Justin keeping this hope alive. See if NRG can make some magic happen. Off kickoff. Chicago 50, ball back to the corner. Hard shot, and that will be wide.
I think NRG need to get situated here. You're not out of this one yet. Plenty of time, down by a goal. You've proven that you can generate the chances to beat G2. And the expectation is, G2 just continues the excellence they've put on. You would love a higher, if you're a G2 fan, you would love a higher conversion rate, but nonetheless, the offense generated is...
I mean, if you're a G2 fan, you're having a fun time. Let's be honest.
Sure.
If you're a G2 fan, this has been a series to watch and enjoy.
I'm just saying, they've been walking a tightrope, though. I mean, that last series could have ended before we even got to overtime. So for G2, like I said, the scoreline definitely not going to tell the full story here if G2 end up winning.
Now that is the trajectory of the series. G2 with a 1-goal lead approaching the halfway point of the game. Chicago cutting around Garrett, but the ball finds its way to Justin. Justin up, off the ceiling, back down. Little bit of a flick there, catching JNAPS by surprise. Squishy back over to Justin, who got the mid boost and steals the corner. JNAPS will be challenged. Chicago up, trying to buy some time for his teammates to get boosted.
Well, Chicago somehow got possession back for a split second. NRG struggling to get this one over Atomic. JNAPS floating along, flip reset, taking the challenge. And Chicago again poking it by the first man. Justin forced to go, and NRG trying to get out. It'll be Squishy all the way to the far side on G2's end.
Garrett to the backboard. Chicago being patient. It's right to Squishy. Atomic getting blocked by Justin. This is an awkward ball. And a miss from JNAPS makes it more awkward. Justin off the ceiling. Leaves it for Squishy. And Squishy shoots it high. That was a scoring chance gone by the wayside yet again for NRG.
Another one that just goes off the crossbar has plagued them in the last couple of games. They cannot get over the ball enough. And that's the equalizer right there, and that could be the difference.
Will it be the difference? Now, just 1 minute left to play. Could be the final game of the series unless NRG score, force overtime, and win it there. Garrett upfield has Squishy again. The return pass comes. Rebound now out. It's high. And Justin can't get there before Chicago. JNAPS gets bumped off the ball. Garrett to Squishy. Squishy shoots and Atomic saves it. Looks like it would have been Bartown and out anyway. But Atomic, he's always there.
Yeah, I was about to say, he's having a world-class defensive game here. And that we don't even have to talk about the offense he's put on. He has been stellar for G2 defensively. He has blocked a lot of tough shots. Now fake on Squishy. Oh my goodness, he's done them all. And unfortunately couldn't hang on enough to complete it. But he might almost put this one in. Justin gets back in time with 10 seconds left. The last hurrah for NRG.
Final seconds ticking away. This is it. Justin rolling it up the wall. Squishy waiting for a chance. The pass comes. Rebound out. Garrett keeping it in play. Now off the backboard, Chicago. Air dribble is going to try to dunk this in. It pinches. He gets a piece of it. G2 in 5 games take down NRG.
And what can you say? You can see happy there from G2. That was a tough one. A tough one here with the defense they had to go up against. They were tested at least with their shooting, and they're happy to get out of this one. It was one that I think G2 could have easily lost. And for G2, 4-1 is the scoreline, and they've looked good. They've looked fantastic. I think Atomic has had an insane regional so far. He's looked like the best player in North America right now with the way he just played this series.
He controlled that series.
Yeah.
Atomic, was the difference. That was a tight series. Like you said, the scoreline doesn't tell the story. NRG giving up that 0-second goal. There were 2 overtimes where NRG very easily could have won. This series could have gone so much differently. And in these series that are that close, where you're dealing with razor thin margins, players like Atomic can make all the difference, and he was phenomenal. And credit to JNaps in Chicago. They played well, but Atomic played great. G2, a massive win over NRG, and they'll be moving on to the semifinals. We're going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, we've got more Rocket League.
You can save an average of 2 times more with our smart savings tools. For everything we want, we're all better off with an Ally.
Tries to send one to the back of the net, and he will triple touch. You said the double might work out. How about a triple?
Oh my! This time, fire right clear this away. Let it go. Put the back. Picked up the steam. It's still there for Jim. He scored.
We felt like we had to make a change after the fall split just because we were having trouble playing in online settings. We always have trouble playing in online settings. When we play on LAN, we have a lot of energy and we play as a different team just in our play style just because of what that setting does for us. So when we're playing online, it just helps to have more mechanical players.
It's been it was a quiet game 3 for them, and it might be the same here as Yan finds the back of the net.
Yeah, the reasoning behind getting Lost for Kyle is basically just because it's a long-term decision. We love Kyle, he's a great player. Lost is just a really good up-and-coming player mechanically, and just in his play style as a team player, we just feel like we'll have the most advancement with him.
Coming, Lost has already breached up the oh my goodness! Talking about Lost gets it, Lost thinks that it's 1-0 club! My God, Lost!
I started considering him as a player for us at around like the World Championships last season. That's when I was like, oh, he's a pretty good player. My eyes on him a little bit. But then recently in the fall major when the club played there, that's when it became a lot more apparent that we might end up going with him.
Here comes Yan, double tap and the lead.
The vibe going to this play is we're very excited to obviously play with Lost. It's something new and fresh, and we're looking forward to the future. Obviously, when you get that new fresh feeling, and super excited.
Gotta get that equalization. Flip reset from Card. King Card takes the lead for Furia.
Don't understand it. This wasn't the plan. Don't wanna demand it. I've done what I can, and I never never mention the times you were rude, and I never mention when you hear the truth. Scared to lose it all, I won't stand a chance, and I don't wanna fake it. What if I can't walk away? Got me staying away, hoping I don't make the same mistake. Same mistake. Hoping I don't make the same mistake. I don't like to leave things unresolved. Maybe it's madness. I'm begging you, please pick up the call. You're causing me damage. I should've known, wasn't your fault. Don't even matter. I wasn't thinking clear, trying to take it there. Scared to lose it all, I won't stand a chance, and I don't wanna fake it. What if I can't walk away? You got me standing in the rain, hoping I don't make the same mistake. Same mistake. Hoping I don't make the same mistake. I'm just standing in the rain, hoping I don't make the same mistake.
Welcome back to the RLCS North American Winter Open as we just watched G2 weather the storm against NRG and continue their march towards perhaps another regional final. And now I'm joined by one of the winners of that series, Chicago, Reed Curry, joining us on the line here. Chicago, congrats on the win.
Appreciate it, Stacks. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, so what has the preparation been like for this winter split? I mean, we had this chaotic offseason. Will they, won't they, with all these roster moves? You guys sat tight, had no reason to change. So how did you guys prepare, and how do you think that might have contrasted with other teams?
Well, to be honest, this season hasn't been our greatest. Major, the split before, weren't really proud of it. Major wasn't proud of it. And then with all the moves, to be honest, I don't think we were a team that was we knew was going to stay the same, but I think unlike other teams, we knew we could get better with time and, you know, hard work and actual conversations instead of just making a change and hoping everything smooths out and the problems get solved. So we were all on board to try and figure this out. And I'm not gonna lie, we've been putting in a lot of hard work. It's been a lot of up and down days. And I think we're hitting our first road bumps, but I think just gonna make us better in the long run just because trials and tribulations really pay off in the end.
And what better way to start today than with a very intense match? This was kind of a measuring stick, I think, for you guys. Is it always this intense when you guys face NRG?
Yeah, it's the El Clasico, of Rocket League.
Yeah.
To be honest, I'm not gonna lie, they haven't really been themselves recently. But that match showed a new energy. Like, we did not expect them to play that well. I think that's just them, improving. And I think they're gonna prove a lot more people wrong as they go. That series was a lot closer than a 4-1, or at least it felt like. So I could see them definitely contending for the major, if not making it. So I think those future matches with the El Clasico are back for sure.
It felt like a lot of those games were kind of a story of two halves. At the start of each game, NRG kind of came out with a lot of energy. That was not intentional. But you guys looked like the best team in the world in the final, 90 seconds of every game. It just seemed like you guys had a lot more ice. Where did that come from?
Yeah, I think that's one of the things we've been working on, trying to start off every game the same. And again, we have spurts and moments where we show ourselves and what team we can be. And right now we're trying to work that in every 5-minute game for the same. But I think we just, when we're playing how we have been recently, we have this confidence in each other that knows we're not out of any game where I can't say the same for last split. So it feels really good knowing even if you're down 2 with a minute and a half, we can still bring it back and the game's not over. And worst comes to worst, we just keep momentum going and try and make improvements for the rest of the series.
Well, now you guys get to sit back and relax for a little bit. You've got Furia or Gen.G. What are you thinking about that matchup coming up?
Yes, that's definitely match of the day, probably. Gen.G, absolutely insane fall split. They had a lot of moving to do and probably not as much practice as they wished. But Furia, honestly, I think I got to go with them. The honeymoon, their mechanics, if they're feeling on, they're just going to be a highlight reel. And honestly, it'd be fun to play either team in the semis, but the new Furia, we haven't got to play in an official match yet, so that'd be fun. So I'll just go with Furia.
All right. Well, Chicago, thanks for joining us here, and best of luck tomorrow on Championship Sunday.
Appreciate it.
In the 63rd plane of NRG versus G2, it's G2 that comes out on top. They've won the last few showings, and they'll continue to add to that list, slowly closing down on that 7-match lead NRG has in the overall record between the teams. But this one, it felt like it was a close, good match up until the overtime, Gibbs.
The final moments of a bunch of these games, I feel like NRG are going to feel terrible throughout these next couple days, but going into the next regional, they're going to be proud that they could have won the series, or probably should have won the series at times. Just small mistakes in overtimes or just last-second plays from all three members at times. Like, NRG look like they can compete versus one of the best teams in North America. That's a great sign. The problem is they should have probably won this series, Subi.
Yeah, I agree. Overtime was the bane of their existence in the series, but for them, it's probably the worst team that they could have faced in the playoffs. I mean, you hate to see it. They haven't beaten G2 in almost a year for this. So it's unfortunate for them, but the silver lining has to be, hey, they look a lot better than how they did in fall. Things are looking up for them. So maybe next split, they'll do better. I don't know. It's just unfortunate for NRG because all the pieces were moving, but like we were talking about overtime, it's just they couldn't get the job done.
There's still a lot of split left to play. We'll see if things can improve over the next two runnings in winter here. But for now, the NRG story is over. G2 will advance to the semifinals, and they are waiting for the results of our next match here, Furia versus Gen.G Mobile 1. We will see these two teams clash head-to-head for the second time, I believe, if my records are showing it. The only time before this, in the fall, they played. In the fall split, Gen.G won that one 3-1. So, and that time around, Lost wasn't on the team, Gibbs.
Yes, he was not. That was the big roster move. We talked about that earlier with Furia. But let's talk about Gen.G real quick, because they had international transfers came over to North America with ApparentlyJack and Nolly, and they had the greatest RLCS split in the history of this new format. They acquired 90% of the possible points that they could have. The only other team that can compare is the Falcons back in spring of last year, but they're also in the MENA region where it's a lot easier to win every single regional there. But Gen.G, 3 grand finals in these regionals, won one of them and then won the major. They lost out on 8 points total. They have more points than K-Corp does after K-Corp's first regional win in winter. And they still had more points in fall alone. Gen.G had a phenomenal performance, and you think that they're going to come down maybe a little bit. Their day ones have always been a little bit iffy, but when it comes to the bracket, that's where they show up. But against Furia, who went 3-0 in their group, and they look fantastic with that new bold roster move of Lost, and they're clicking already, this is definitely the matchup of the day.
See if Gen.G can continue that magic. Again, as you pointed out, day ones have always been a little bit shaky for them, but they've survived to day two. We've all fallen into their trap. It's going to be their match to lose, but can they keep that consistency up? There's been a long break that they've got to maintain that same momentum over. Furia here makes a roster change. It looked great on day one. It's time to find out how you at home felt about it, and how did we feel about it here on the desk. Who did we think was going to win? We got 2 for Furia and only 1 for Gen.G, the reigning defending major champions. Subi, what are you doing, man? Come on.
Whoa. Why am I the one sitting up here explaining myself? I have the fall major champions below me that I'm picking, and you guys are picking against them. Gibbs was just telling you how 90% of the points that they could have achieved, they did achieve. And you guys are picking against them? Yes, Furia made a roster change. They looked fantastic. They went 3-0, but they also had 2 of those games go to game number 5. Gen.G, we know they come out of the gate slow. That's fine. They're endurance runners. I don't have any ill will towards you guys, but the fact that you're picking against them is insane. Gen.G is not only going to win this, they're going to get to the grand finals tomorrow too. So boom, mark it. You guys are insane.
So I think that we picked the underdog wave, I would say. Slight underdog. Because
I just got tired of you and Jorby yelling at me on the pre-show, so I'm like, fine.
hey, I tried not to yell too much. It was all task. But Furia has looked fantastic, and I do feel like everything is clicking. Honeymoon phases are a big deal. Gen.G, they've always had those weird day ones, and that's where I feel like I can doubt them a little bit, because they also had to move. They were up in Canada, moved to Texas, a lot of different things going on throughout that offseason for them. And I think at some point when you have like an iffy day one, it's going to happen also on the weekend. It just didn't last split. They can bounce back always, but Furia, like 51%, I'm going Furia. It's that close.
When's the last time Gen.G's lost on a Saturday?
Never.
Yeah, that's exactly his point, is that eventually it has to happen, right? And
eventually it will.
No, it doesn't.
No, it does.
Eventually the sun doesn't have to rise, but it's not going to happen in our lifetime.
Yeah, not a great example, but okay, folks, how did chat feel about it? The desk here narrowly favoring Furia. Gen.G going to be narrowly favored there in chat. We're all split down the middle. It's going to be a great match, folks. Let's get down to the pitch and see who is going to prove who right. Gen.G Mobile 1 going up against Furia. Get up and get loud. It's game day.
Gen.G, the fall major champions, going up against the new, and some would say the improved Furia in this a round of 8 match that really could dictate the trajectory of your winter split, Corelli. What do you make of this one?
Well, I think everyone's big on Furia because they beat FaZe, right? I think beating Shopify, beating Pittsburgh Knights are solid wins, but beating FaZe in groups, when they almost never drop series in groups, that's been the real convincer, I think, for a lot of people. And of course, how great Lost is on top of that. And I think a lot of people look at Furia from last split and say that there was a little bit left to be desired from that team as well. So that's why I think you see the desk go Furia. But I have to say, Gen.G, they didn't really look all that strong yesterday. They were a little bit shaky. Jack tweeted out, we're going to fix it for tomorrow. Well, tomorrow's today. Let's see if they fixed it.
Lost. Trying to power that one through. Ollie. Downfield. Lost. He gets by 2 and now has a card waiting, but decided to throw that towards net. Jack. Going for the 50. Gets past 1. Lost. We'll look for Yan. Now a double commit. Lost. Jumping for that low 50. Leak out Chronic. Getting beat to the ball by Yan.
Still looking for a big opportunity here for Gen.G. Great pressure from Furia, and a missed touch there from Chronic. Apparently Jack's right behind him. And now a chance here. Lost up to Yan, wants to pick it up. Looking for Card, and the shot was on target. It flicked off Chronic, and away it went. Now Lost doesn't have a ton of boost here. Might still make it work. He went to that challenge and lost it as Chronic now trying to threaten for Gen.G.
Chronic out of boost, that's all he can do. Gets another hit, fell into the ball. Now Furia's turn, Lost. Airborne. Looks like he was going for the flip reset, didn't get it. Card wanted that mid boost, gets it, and the 50. Jack popping up. Card with some space. We'll take it over to the side. Chronic up to Nolly. Nolly going for a 50 pinch, but Lost, keeping it close. We'll flick it high.
Still not any massive look here. He had one that pitched across the Gen.G net early on, but since then, it's been very back and forth. Teams looking for the opportunity. And right now, nobody is budging, but maybe this is it. Lost. Can he read this one off the backboard before Nolly can? And he gets it off the backboard once more. Yeah, no options here. We'll have to just bounce it in the box. And Gen.G very comfortable here defensively.
Very quick jump from Lost, who gets the flip reset, but couldn't get back to the ball. Nolly by Yan. Jack has Chronic in the middle again. Kind of forcing Chronic off the ball a bit, but that also threw off the rotations for Furia. And there's the demo. Nolly recovers and will get the save. You had to do a double take to see who got demoed on that play. And Nolly being able to get his wheels back under him in time.
I'm shocked he was able to recover. He kind of fishtailed out of that demo. And now apparently Jack should drop it inside the post. Another shot comes through and Lost will deny. Things heating up now. Yan can't get through the defense of Nolly, and Gen.G, good passing play. Unfortunately, giving it right back to Lost.
That passing play broke down in the final moments. Now flip reset from Card. Launching towards net. Lost with a challenge as well. Been neck and neck. Neither team really looking that comfortable. And now we see a bump from Chronic. Double commit from Gen.G. They cleared off the line. Jack launching it over Yan. First touch. Controlling it well. Will now take it back down to the ground. Pinch pass to Lost. Lost accepts the ball now. Trying to be patient, but loses possession. Will get back behind it. Now pinch up Card. A weak shot. Still throwing Gen.G for a loop. Gen.G, quite a few double commits early on.
Yeah, they do not look comfortable right now on defense. Furious pressure certainly mounting in a few of those attempts. Double commits, as you pointed out, but a lot of players just stuck on the goal line as well. Can't really get themselves involved in the defense as they would like. And now Chronic taking this one away. That allows Furia to take another challenge. Lost will almost dunk that one in, and Yan in pursuit will keep it going for Furia. Gen.G struggling to break out from their side right now.
Chronic pretending like he had no boost, being there to challenge it. Gen.G, I think, have been on the back foot for quite some time. Furia, most of the opportunities, but we're still scoreless. Yan under 100 points.
That's not what not with the way he's performed. And maybe Card can drop this one down. 15 seconds left. And Gen.G, can they steal this one away? Can they break out with possession? It's not going to be here. Now Card wants to be the hero here in game one. Yan off the back, or the sidewall, excuse me, is Lost. Keeps it alive for Furia. Still can't break through in a 0-second time. Furia very hungry to keep this one up. Can they make it pay off? They almost might as Lost dove in.
Lost pre-jump there. Did you see that? He pre-jumped. Yeah. If he was grounded and played the low ball, might have been able to sneak that one in. The Lost was going for the whole bag. Furia looked like the favorites in game one. Gen.G now with a demo though. Perhaps can take game one regardless. Card bumped off the ball. Lost and Card both in the same spot. Now Lost has to go find boost. A bit of miscommunication there from Furia, and that'll sputter the attack out. Now ApparentlyJack upfield. Lost has to go to the backboard. Can't have the follow-up. Nolly flip reset, double tap out to ApJack, and ApJack matches it.
And I'm curious because I was looking at this from the defender's POV on Nolly's second touch. Did he let it go through? He did. He let it go down to ApparentlyJack, and he slots it to the right side. Misdirection again from Gen.G, and it pays off.
It was not the prettiest game from Gen.G, but it doesn't matter. They made the defensive stops when they had to, and that last play was just enough. And look at, Yan, the player that I think many people would agree is the superstar of this team. One of the superstars in the game did not have much of a performance in this one.
And it's a point to go back to when the tiebreaker happened and Complexity and Furia had to face off in the upper bracket final. Furia, the offense looked really good, but the big issue was their defense left a lot of gaps. Big counterattacks came out from the opposition. You can see the pop-off there from Jack. That's a good pop-off to win here in game one. But for Furia's defense, that was a big concern for them coming into this regional. I think they've got that figured out, but it's at the sacrifice of their offense here. You really didn't see too many scary chances. A lot of quality tackles won, but they didn't really generate scary shots on target that Gen.G had to stretch out for.
You're right. There was the one fake from Yan that did lead to a shot opportunity, but then there were quite a few situations, notably one where Lost, I think it was Lost and Card, both going for the same corner boost, and it kind of threw the rotation off, and it turned a counterattack opportunity into a possession given away. So we'll see if Furia can clean things up. Lost playing as aggressive as ever. That pre-jump, if you remember, at 0 seconds. Lost trying to make some things happen. We'll see if Furia can get that offense kick-started or if Gen.G will start to pull away.
I don't think that was a bad game one from Furia. In fact, I think they probably should have won it with the way they played, but they've got to figure out how to convert on their opportunities. Gen.G, they didn't look pretty on defense. Now Nolly, can he go all the way? Oh my goodness, Nolly!
Yan was destroyed on this play. Nolly, the flip reset, that extra little touch.
Got bumped into it.
That extra, he got bumped into that. I was on Yan's perspective.
Apparently Jack ran
just
into
the
him.
Goal maybe, but I don't know about that second touch.
Yeah, apparently Jack ran into him on the flip reset and bonked him into the ball. And an early goal here for Gen.G. That's one way to start off game two.
Whatever works. Yan, flip reset and the bump. But apparently Jack, he saw it coming. Lost. It's a flip reset, but well, I guess he was able to work that back to Yan, who now puts it high up to Card. Furia had a decent amount of possession in this Gen.G half, but they just haven't been able to make the last play work. Haven't been able to get it those last few feet.
Right. Chronic having just to throw this one downfield, see what Furia gives them, and Chronic almost able to get possession back. Look at the space here for Gen.G. Opportunity to take it off the side while still no one challenges, and now Card comes out of nowhere off the ceiling.
Oh, this could be bad for Gen.G. Lost. Gonna go for net rebound out, no goal, but that was a bit ugly from Gen.G on that play. Apparently Jack pre-jumping and then getting beat on that 50. It's a wonder how they didn't get scored on.
Yeah, I don't know if they saw Card because he came off the ceiling there. He was kind of disguising his challenge, and all of Gen.G had so much time to set up a play there. I think that's why apparently Jack felt comfortable on pre-jumping. And you're right, kind of a spoiled chance there from Gen.G.
It was something, that's for sure.
Something happened there.
What it was, we'll leave that to the analyst.
That's right.
Gen.G holding on to this 1-goal lead. Chronic, the challenge out, and apparently Jack quick to the ball. Chronic was thinking about doing something. Now double commit from Gen.G. ApparentlyJack with the flip reset back down to the ground, but Lost will hit it off to the side. The attack has not been the most coordinated from Gen.G, but effectiveness, I mean, can you question?
They scored. They're in the lead. What else more do you want from them? It's up to Furia to really change things. Yeah, not getting the read there. I've been on his camp for the last minute or two. He just hasn't been involved. Now maybe a pass across the net and an extra flick
to get
on.
There.
We'll go right past Yan. Tough one. The setup was there, though, and maybe another pass from Yan. Out to Card. Card can get over. He does, and he'll drop it in. Yan involved, and Furia find the equalizer.
Another situation where Gen.G looking uncomfortable on the defensive end, and that little pass out, just what the doctor ordered. Card getting Furia on the board. When they break through, maybe that will be the play that kickstarts Furia's offense. Just looked a little bit flat, but Now something to look towards and be positive about. Lost. Another challenge will pinch that upfield. Nolly trying to slow the play down. Lost with another pinch attempt. Nolly will take it up high. Jack up in the air as well.
Oh my goodness.
Apparently, Jack
is that?
apparently can predict the play before it happens.
He jumped before Nolly got his first touch. And that's not the first pre-jump we've seen from ApparentlyJack. This guy's a magician. He can see the future.
He's is this what's going on now? Is this the new Gen.G?
Is that the new meta?
Strat? I don't know. It didn't work out the first time, so to have the confidence to go for it again, and Chronic gets another one. Gen.G are pulling away from Furia.
Great work here from Nolly. Gets the first man to go high, and then an easy pass out to Chronic, and Card is already into the challenge. He knew he could just drop it down. No chance for the defense. And Gen.G, you talked about them being a little shaky, a little slow, and they are ramping up here.
And even when Gen.G has looked uncomfortable, even when they've looked a little bit uncoordinated, the confidence in their play really can't be questioned. It's like nothing really shakes them.
Yeah.
And now Chronic pre-jumping, and it almost goes in. I don't know what to make of this, Corelli.
Well, you're talking about confidence. I mean, that's the most confident thing you can do is pre-jumping in Rocket League. I don't think there's anything more confident you could show than pre-jumping your teammates' passes mid-air dribble. And here's some space for Chronic.
And to make it work. And Chronic, the rebound out. A big save from Lost. The Lost will keep this game down to just a 2-goal deficit, but still Furia, and they have not been able to get much going. It was one nice passing play from Yan out to Card. But overall, they've looked a little bit flat, Corelli.
Yeah, I mean, I think Card's really been a big standout here. Lost has 3 saves. We really haven't called his name much. Maybe we might call it here. Off the ceiling he goes. Yan wanted to get a bump on someone in the air to open up space for Lost, but Nolly's just taking challenges all the way down the field. He's still on it. He drops it back to Chronic. Beautiful backwards pass. Chronic's shot went wide, and time ticking down here. Gen.G have this one wrapped up.
I mean, thinking back to the desk segment on predictions, we got Wavepunk and Gibbs both go with Furia, despite all the stats. The only one who seemed to make a sensible prediction was Subi, and he seems to be 100% right so far. It's so far. Furia, a team that we know can come back in these situations, but they're already feeling the pressure, so much so that they're already using up their timeout. A timeout now called for Furia, who had to deal with a pre-jumping Gen.G that was making it work. Despite the first pre-jump play that really stood out to us was a failure, an abject failure. But still, they go back to it and they make it work.
They double down on it, and that's a highlight reel type of play. And this is smart from Furia, though. I want to go back to them real quick because I think this has been very lackluster from them offensively. They've had to weather a big storm from Gen.G, especially in this game. And the first game was a little shaky, but this game in particular, Gen.G, they just all of a sudden snapped and everything started working for them. And I think Furia, if for anything else, just maybe, slow down Gen.G's momentum here. But I think Furia have a lot to work on. Defensively, they've been fine. They just, there's a lot of misdirection on Gen.G. It's tough to keep up. But offensively, that's really where you're kind of scratching your head, James. You pick up Lost, you have Yan, and you're not really producing here against teams like Gen.G. That's the whole reason for moves like this.
And really, you expect Furia to make a lot more plays in the air. You're so used to Furia taking every opportunity to get the ball high, getting a quick flip reset, making the defense come to you and then play around them. But we just have not seen much of that aerial play whatsoever with Furia. A lot of it's just been grounded action. Whereas for Gen.G, they have everything. They'll pre-jump, they'll dribble, they'll fake it. I mean, they've been doing quite a bit, but defensively they've had a few gaps. It's just Furia hasn't been able to exploit that at all.
That's the big point there, James, is I think Gen.G haven't been perfect, not even close here in this game, despite the highlight plays. And Furia, with how aggressive guys like Lost are, you feel like they've got to be more in the face of Gen.G and take advantage of those gaps. We just haven't seen it yet.
And you wonder if we'll see it at all or if Gen.G will keep on rolling. And this Gen.G team, this has been one of my favorite storylines that Rocket League has ever seen, Corelli. You've got, ApparentlyJack Nolly, 2 English players deciding to move an entire over to a new region, pick up a player in Chronic. And everyone's, there were doubters. There were haters that was saying, oh, they just moved to the easier region. And now look at them dominate. But then they go and win the major against every other international region.
Uh-oh. Yeah. And that's the thing that Gibbs was saying too, right? Is just to lay it all out without actually going into the stats and the points that Gibbs was talking about. Gen.G in every tournament have played in the finals that they've signed up for. Every single one. They have been in the finals. And they might do it again here as this one goes off the post. Furia scrambling to get this one out.
And you have to believe that the confidence, oh my, Chronic receives the pass and slots this shot. This is so pretty. This is those training pack shots. You pass the ball to yourself in free training and you hit shots like that. He does it on the biggest stage.
That was beautiful from Chronic. Like you said, kind of just a clinical shot from him. Put that one directly into the middle of the net. No shot anyone was going to get back to that one in time. You could see Card trying to stretch out for it, but my goodness, shots like that.
It was just so clean.
Yeah, so clean from Chronic. And Gen.G already showing that the timeout is not going to affect them. Now Chronic again got pushed into the ceiling there, wanted a double tap.
Still, he made Furia use up a lot of boost on that defensive stop. Nolly leaves it for Chronic, who comes streaking in, almost gets the double tap. Yan can't get the double. AppJack double out to Chronic. Chronic kick-starting the counter. ApparentlyJack finds Card out, but Card gets back just in the nick of time. 1v1, Yan pops it over. A little bit of a pogo trying to stay on the ball, but couldn't take advantage of that break opportunity.
Another high arcing ball there from Gen.G. They're just looking for the backboard at this point, trying to set up double taps, and Furia's done a good job to deny it. Up bounce, Yan, can he put it away? Oh my goodness, off the inside of the frame. Another shot off the post, and saved by Chronic. And now ApparentlyJack comes through and sweeps it all up. Furia cannot break through.
That looks like a pinch save off their own post. Gen.G, how many lives do they have? Furia coming up short time after time. Jack now clearing it across the field. Chronic picks up the corner boost and will stay on the ball. Going for the ground pinch. It's the ground pinch. The demo from AppJack opening up a sliver of a window, and Chronic breaks the window altogether.
And it was the demo that really sold this and made this work for Gen.G. I don't think Chronic would have gotten to that one in time without a challenge. And with that demo and the smoke screen, he's able to slip it in near post. That's great work from Gen.G. You talk about how cohesive this team is, how much they communicate, how much they're on the same page on, it seems like, every single play. You see the free jumps happening.
The depth of attacking strategies that they have. You just don't know what's coming. Free jump, ground pinch, flick, flip reset, air dribble. What's going to be next for Gen.G?
You got to look out when they have space. And Furia trying to set something up, but lost. Can't cut back in for it. And Furia, they do have 5 shots, but nothing all that dangerous at the moment. This one taken away by ApparentlyJack. Yan can't pick it up. Top to control, but it goes down to Lost. Yan tries to punch one out of the way again. The physical play's not paying off for Furia at the moment. They're trying to make them work, but they're not connecting on it.
Gen.G, they have been in control of this series. They're in control of this game right now. Furia, though they've had possession, haven't really made Gen.G work too much. There was the one pinch save. Now another shot opportunity, but that one hit soft and high and wide. Lost now. Open net for Lost. The ball finds its way over to him, and despite Furia not having the most threatening attacks, they find this small opening and they exploit it.
And there you go. This is what we were talking about in the timeout, James, is the small little gaps that Gen.G might give you there. That's all you're going to get. And Furia there finally able to poke through.
And Lost, he didn't even rotate out. He stayed upfield. He was playing ultra aggressive, and it paid off. See if Furia can tie this up now. Infield pass, Lost pre-jumped himself, and it didn't work out for him. Now the break is on, didn't turn into a goal. Nolly came close. Now apparently Jack trying to float that one across the middle.
Yeah, I think he wanted that one himself. Now Card over to Lost. He's quick to it, but Nolly's quicker. It's Chronic now, less than a minute to go. Furia. We've spent a lot of time here on the Gen.G side. Can they put something together? Right now, it's a no as this one's pounded downfield. Yan by himself, running out of boost, and apparently Jack will take it away.
Maybe Yan looking for that bump, didn't get it. Pass off the ceiling will find its way straight down, but no one from Furia there to take the shot. Final 30 seconds, apparently Jack towards net. Yan controlling it. Into a dribble, the flick high. Chronic will stop it. Lost with a quick challenge. Will kill it back down. Card taking over the play. Nolly stopping it. We'll get it downfield, but Yan right back towards net. Apparently Jack panic clear. Card will have a pass back down to Yan. Lost thinking about going for a demo. Decides to jump on the play. Now over to Card, all in from Furia. And they come up short. Gen.G, 3 straight wins now on match point.
Wow. It seems like it's gone by so fast as well. And for Furia, you look at their shots, they got 11 shots. It's not like they weren't downfield. It's not like they didn't have positioning. It's not like they were playing around in the Gen.G defensive third. They just couldn't break through. You look at the saves, and I might tell you a little bit of the story. That offense from Gen.G as well, my goodness. They only put up 2 goals here, but they look good when they have the opportunities. I think you mentioned at the end there, James, they were a little panicked. I think they were just trying to get to the end of time. Little panic clears here and there, but for Gen.G, I mean, this is a scary form that they're in.
I mean, and this was Chronic, elevated gameplay from Chronic. You look at both of the goals, that first shot, it was, one pass to yourself kind of free training shot that, it looks so clean from Chronic. And then that ground pinch, the demo from apparently Jack on the goal line, setting up a possible smoke screen. But then the ground pinch perfectly executed from Chronic and sniped that near post. So 2 big impact plays from Chronic. That was the difference in this one for Gen.G. Gen.G, a team that has so many threats, and Chronic was the big threat that really did work last game. Now Gen.G, they've been breezing through Furia so far. Can they finish it now in game 4?
Gen.G are now 7-3 when an opponent calls a timeout. In the game after the timeout, they are now 7-3. Just does not seem to phase them. And for Furia, no more timeouts. No more time to think about it. You just have to do. You have to go to work.
It just seems like this team is a team that cannot get phased. The mental game is strong for Gen.G. I don't know how apparently Jack was able to get enough of that ball to keep it out. Low boost for Card. Can't make the read. And Nolly punishes.
Nolly with a beautiful streak across the sky like a rainbow across Utopia, landing in front of the net and dropping it down. Beautifully done. And a 1-0 early lead for Gen.G.
This is just, it's not felt close. This series has not felt close. Gen.G, even when they're under pressure, I don't know, maybe I'm just misreading the series, Corelli, but I'm
with you.
I have never felt that Gen.G's really been that vulnerable. They've always had a firm grip on this game, even in the 1-goal situations.
No, I absolutely agree. It just feels like, you're just waiting for Gen.G to come out on top here, because it does not feel like the offense that you're getting from Furia is enough to break Gen.G. And I think most people watching the series would agree.
Furia, and they find some teeth. Right now, the bites haven't done much. Lost, trying to tip that up. Yan will get a bump. Aerial play for Card, but Card gets beat to the ball by Nolly by a good margin. Ground pitch. That shot!
There it is.
Down! Looks like Yan got some fangs.
And you see he's finally going to work off the ceiling. He drops back down and uses the flip right at the last second off the crossbar and in. It's tough to react when it happens that fast. And yeah, trying to ignite this Furia team.
That shot, that was the shot of the game so far for me. To get such a pixel perfect shot off the ground, the bounce off the ground, that is so difficult to do. Yan did it perfectly.
They got to do it again, and you got to slow down Gen.G. Chronic dropping to Nolly, shot across the far side, and he slots it past the defense.
And they just aren't phased. They aren't phased whatsoever. Nolly having a performance this game. The rebound comes out. Chronic going low, spinning his wheels around, recognizing that that's the best route for him to take. And Nolly right on his heels.
Yeah, Nolly's had a spectacular series. Go back to the pre-jump pass he had. The double tap here in this game. Defensively, he's been rock solid. Wonderful start to the day here for Gen.G. Looking to finish the job here in 2.5 minutes. Or maybe Card grips one on target. Furia trying to battle back now.
Double tap ball. Nolly going for the 50. Leaks out to Chronic. Card bouncing it straight down. ApparentlyJack being patient. Will let Nolly streak in. Chronic waiting on the wall. Now going for a 50. The bounce. Back to the middle. Lost with the control. Into a dribble. Goes for the bump. There is a bump, but the ball floats right over to Nolly.
Again, watching this one from Gen.G players, that's a little scary, but nothing's that threatening defensively, and they're all set up. Here's a pass out and some space now for ApparentlyJack.
Nolly's so patient. I mean, even on the backboard, getting that ball, controlling it over, going down to a 50, then getting the extra touch over to ApparentlyJack. So much poise from Nolly and Gen.G as a whole. But there's still only one goal separating them. Furia, the goal they can get back into this series. Can they do it? Lost. Back down into a dribble again. To flick it by Yan. The shot is good. Yan ties it up for Furia.
And I'm not going to lie, was it ApparentlyJack here or Nolly? ApparentlyJack was the last man back. You see Lost and Yan kind of get tied up, and I think
so
that
close.
It made it kind of awkward for ApparentlyJack to know who was going to take the shot. And when Lost popped off of Yan, Yan flicks it by. And an equalizer here for Furia keeps us going.
Lost showing his willingness to dribble in traffic, even amongst his own team. You saw him almost running into both his teammates on that play, but still marched that ball downfield. And Yan, a standout performance for Furia in game one. Now back out to the middle. Card couldn't take the shot. Yan, that ground bounce shot, barred down and in now, getting the equalizer. Will that be life for Furia enough to get back into this series? And demoed, but sent it over to the Gen.G net. Lost, pre-jumping. Gets the stop, has no boost, can't get the touch. Wave dash looking for a bump. Nolly comes in to help. Chronic trying to take some space, but Lost closes the gap. Now Nolly will flick it over. Card off the wall. Chronic will be able to get this over to Nolly. Nolly to Jack, but Jack is demoed by Yan.
Great demo from Yan, and now an opportunity. Yan to be the hero, to keep it alive here for Yan, or for Furia, and an overtime as Gen.G get a hold of it. And now one goal separates Gen.G 4-0 Furia. That would be an unexpected result in my book, James.
It would be unexpected. I think many people had Gen.G winning, but we're expecting Furia to put up a fight. And in this game, Furia starting to mount that fight. Yan, 2 goals, starting to get going, but they'll need one here. Otherwise, Gen.G walking away with a sweep. Jack's delaying for as long as he can, gets demoed. The ball up high. Chronic will go for a second touch, goes for the 50. Card now off to the sidewall. Nolly being patient yet again. Beating one. Yan with the mid boost, passing plays, trying to come out, but Card swerved off the ball.
And that was an opportunity for Furia. Now they dove in. Numbers down. The flick gone all the way to the right side. Denied by Yan. Furia, we're all backed up.
Double commit for Furia. Jack trying to boom this down. Hits Nolly, a little skip shot from Nolly. Jack keeping the pressure on. Yan wants to control it back to the ground. Now taking an airborne, stopped by Nolly in his tracks. Nolly, flip reset, pass down. ApparentlyJack going for the demo. Lost, pre-jumped. He does get back to the ball in time. Scary moment for Furia. Now they find themselves on the counterattack. Card dribbling the ball to the wall. It kicks back out to the middle, and Chronic will clear it to safety.
Couple of scary opportunities. That one comes hard off the back wall. ApparentlyJack is denied by Yan on the goal line. Furia able to stop the shots coming.
Both players miss. Card boomed downfield to the Gen.G half. Chronic doesn't let Card make the play. Staying on the ball. Lost down to Yan. Yan a chance to win it. Going for the double tap. Flip reset off the ceiling. Yan! A close call. Furia getting demos. They just couldn't make the play.
Another opportunity for Yan. And he wants to pick it up. He's been using the ceiling a lot to get another touch. Over 2 minutes of overtime. ApparentlyJack has to take this challenge and wins it nicely. Nolly happy just to throw it to the back wall.
Chronic, hard double tap, out to the middle. The shot didn't follow. ApparentlyJack passing off the backboard again. Card back out. Nolly trying to drop it, ended up giving it right back to Card. Now Furia, a chance. Yan, a lobbed shot to the middle, perhaps looking for a redirect, but nobody was there from Furia.
Almost 3 minutes now, overtime. 12 shots for Gen.G, 12 for Furia. It's the 13th, the difference maker. ApparentlyJack trying to fight for every inch here on the Furia side, but Lost able to get out. Over to Yan, off the backboard. Nolly's late, doesn't get the touch, and Chronic bails him out.
I think that was the one time Furia respected Nolly to make that touch, and he ended up not getting it. Could have been a shot opportunity. But nothing doing for Furia. There's a good beat from Lost. Lost, did he get the flip reset? Goes low! Card trying to pass it back down. Nolly can't get the touch!
There it is!
And Lost will force it in! Card and Lost working together to get that OT winner.
Card staying with this play was so crucial, and Lost saw it too. The second that touch rolled up the wall, they saw the opportunity, and Furia, boy, it was not easy for them, but they battle back, and they get a game back here in this, and they finally get into this series.
And then I think this was a critical way to win the game as well for Furia, critical to their success. They had Yan, who is the star player, hit that phenomenal shot, that ground bounce shot off the crossbar. And in that final goal, it was Card that put that ball over to Lost, who hit that OT winner. So everyone from Furia going to have something to point to give them that extra little bit of boost, and they are going to need it because they have a long journey ahead of them, Kirill.
Yeah, they definitely do it. And I mean, they barely scratched out this win. I mean, it was very tough for them to come out with that last goal in overtime because it was very back and forth. And you saw Gen.G do a good job defensively of not messing up any of their touches until those final few seconds. You saw the shakiness from Nolly, where Furia didn't really pounce on, and then all the chaos that ensued there on that final goal. Gen.G, you're a little disappointed, I think, now, because what they've shown in those first 3 games, they were able to close things out and they were able to put up some score. In that overtime, it felt like Furia, the tide started to shift a little bit. A lot more opportunity for Yan. He sat there with like 800 points and like 4 attempts at a double tap there in the overtime alone.
It kind of reminds you of early in game 1 where Furia had a lot of possession. So Gen.G, they have been giving some space. But now Furia finally finding a way to exploit that. Nolly missed a few defensive touches that perhaps he had a chance to make the play on. Now the shot, oh, that one gonna be a rebound.
Not again.
Off the crossbar down, and it's cleared out by Nolly, who has nothing in the tank.
Twice in a row, and they couldn't get over it. But Furia knocking on the door here early.
Yan trying to be patient. Demoed off the ball by ApparentlyJack. Chronic off the ceiling, shut down by Card. Furia trying to pick up the pace. Nolly, light touch. Lost trying to be patient as well. Card has Yan. Goes for the solo play, and the ball pinches out, loses possession. Now Gen.G with a chance to make something work. Nolly, light touch. Lost looking for Yan over on the sidewall, but intercepted by ApparentlyJack, who takes it to the ground. That shot was going in, but Card makes a big save.
Gen.G now trying a couple opportunities here. Oh my. A couple players backing off, and ApparentlyJack trying to get a dunk here. I don't know what that was.
Go for that turtle hit as well.
He made it work. Furia are able to get out despite ApparentlyJack's best effort.
ApparentlyJack getting demoed, and now a bump attempt by Lost. Lost trying to incorporate that physical game. Now the shot, no, he snipes it. Card, I don't think was expecting a shot. I wasn't either.
And see Card, he's playing near post, crept up a little bit too far and tried to back up in a way, and you can see he just quit on it.
Yeah, I mean, what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
I think he was cheating towards, you know, the wall, thinking Nolly's probably gonna try to dribble it up the wall and maybe pass it out to the middle, but no. What just happened?
I was on a player cam on the back, so I didn't see the kickoff all the way, but both players didn't get the touch. Faking it, of course, and a demo coming out as well.
And this game already having a strange feeling about it with that kickoff and that goal. Will Furia be able to get back into this? Pinch off the ceiling and down. Card doesn't make contact. Yan. Double tap out. And then a pinch from Gen.G.
Wow.
Gen.G employing unorthodox measures, but they seem to make it work. I don't understand.
Well, it's not the first one that they've attempted. That's the best one that they've actually pulled off. But there's been a few, as well as a shot they tried to pinch towards the net. They didn't connect on it. They tried to set up the pinching plays a few times now. And now ApparentlyJack off the ceiling. Now he's quickly up there. And Card to break it up. And now Furia. Pass over to Lost, and the attack losing itself there as Gen.G now trying to break out.
Lost. Off the ceiling. Card waiting. Dan now booming it downfield. Lost. Trying to stay upfield. Just cherry picking a bit. Looking for a chance. It has paid off before. Will it pay off again? Chronic, a quick counterattack. The 1-2. And Gen.G extend their lead.
And who's dropping the pass? Nolly again. Look at this touch from Nolly right on the nose.
That pass was perfect.
Of
right
Chronic.
On the
I mean, both sides of this was perfect. The pass right in front of Chronic, and then a clinical shot to the far side from Chronic. And Gen.G 2-0 now.
They make it look so easy.
Yeah.
And Chronic, he's receiving those outlet passes and scoring them. That is such an amazing thing to have on your team. You know, it reminds me a bit of Atomic. You just hit the ball up to him in midfield and watch him work.
Yeah. Speaking of working, here's Yan. It comes right down to Lost. Perfectly played by Yan to dunk that one and keep it alive for his team to put a shot on.
Oh, Yan. Wonderfully done there. You can see Nolly and ApparentlyJack both in the same spot. So there's still hope for Furia. Furia, 1 minute and 14 seconds to work with. They just need one to force overtime.
I think Furia, that type of play is exactly what they want. Yan and Lost combining.
Oh, hello!
Second touch. It goes off the crossbar. Lost is there to punch it home. And we got ourselves a game in the final minute.
Yan, the double tap, I thought it was enough to get it done all on his own, but Lost already there. Lost wasting no time. Say what you want about Lost, but he does not hesitate. Instantaneous decision making.
He knows one thing, and that's just go. And it pays off there. And now ApparentlyJack trying to respond, and a good block by Yan. Still dangerous here for Furia. Chronic somehow getting back to this one. Into the air he goes. Flip reset. Flicks it up off the back wall. ApparentlyJack can't find the angle. Nolly goes as well. Everyone committed from Gen.G. And maybe a chance here for Furia to stabilize.
Lost was only free boost on that defensive play. Chronic going for net, and Chronic sniping the lower corner. Solos creeping up the backboard, goes low, and it's good for Chronic.
And another beauty pass from Nolly to set up Chronic. And these two guys have linked up multiple times. The last couple of times, though, it has been magic. Perfect passes, and the precision on the shooting from Chronic is world class.
Chronic, stellar game this game. Fantastic series all around, but now a chance for Furia.
There they are.
Furia refuses to go down without a fight.
Oh my gosh, we're having a moment of lucidity for both teams. Yan, awake, alive, and well. A 3-3 game here. As time is ticking down, we only got 19 seconds left.
Furia releasing that final fury. Final seconds. Nolly, even that for Chronic, it leaks out to the middle. Card will clear it down. Will ApparentlyJack keep this in play? Decides to. Yan trying to drop it down for overtime, and he does so. Furia have to score, otherwise they are out. Off the kickoff, that one, if it was on target, maybe would have gone in, and still it's in a dangerous spot. Double commit from Furia before it gets hit downfield. ApparentlyJack picking it up his own corner. Big block from Card. And a boost steal from Yan.
For opportunity and Lost. It might come out to Yan here. Lost almost tried to get Chronic. Push him out of the way. Big opportunity there early for Furia. A half chance. And now they got to play a bit of defense. Card, the last man. This pass comes out.
Ooh.
Lost. There to turn it away.
Lost. I'm sure there was a bump brewing there. Lost. Reading the play, getting that stop. Nolly, the 50. It's down to Lost. In reverse. Awkward ball. Doesn't get the best first touch. Gives up possession. Now Yan out of boost as well. Does pick up the corner. Chronic going for the solo play. Flip reset. It's kicked down. Yan with tons of boost. He can do some work here. Going for the backboard, but that backboard was shut down by Nolly.
You can see how many times Yan loves using that ceiling when he picks the ball up. Comes right back down into him. A monster clear from Yan. And see if Furia can push up their line.
ApparentlyJack. Big clear. And it gets by Yan. ApparentlyJack can get another touch. Chronic self-pass off the backboard, but Lost prevents it from doing too much damage. Yan opting for the corner boost instead of the ball. Chronic back pass to ApparentlyJack. Now off the ceiling and high. Card back to Yan. Yan can't get it up and over the Gen.G defense. Goes for a bump, but Chronic dodges it and gets the hit off to the sidewall. Now the shot. Chronic with a save.
Opportunity for Furia here. Couple of quality shots. Now Card wants to take it himself. Yan waiting to see how this one pans out. Lost went all the way back. Now Yan, a shot on target, denied by Nolly.
That was going upper 90. Nolly able to keep it out. Pinch down. Card to Lost. Lost. Won't get the redirect. Furia. Furia is showing so much more life than they were. And it looks like they might be getting the edge. Card, backward pass attempts. Chronic waits for it nicely. Skipped up high. ApparentlyJack. They do a flip reset, going back for the ball. Off the backboard and down. Nolly! Off the backboard. Card will get the clear out. Scary moment there for Furia.
They're able to stabilize. It'd be a shame, the 14 shots that Furia has to not come out on top here. It seems like Gen.G, you're talking about, have really slowed down. Here's an opportunity. Nolly pops it for Chronic. Chronic off the backboard. Lost can't go. ApparentlyJack put it high. And Yan's going to be able to bail out Furia on that chance.
And you thought that was game. I thought that was game. ApparentlyJack had all the boost in the world to work with. Did not put it on target. I wonder if, he was thinking about going for the backward pass, but the net, it was ripe for his shot.
Still scary. And now ApparentlyJack, this was high. Follow up.
Oh,
Chronic and Nolly run into each other.
Another shot opportunity, Corelli. There was a backward bounce, not contested from Furia. And Gen.G runs into each other. Oh! A save from Chronic. That keeps the game alive. I thought Furia ended it there.
Let's it go. Almost. For Chronic. I mean, Furia, that was the opportunity there. And they almost got punished immediately. But now a chance lost. Second touch. Gonna bounce. Is dangerous here. Can they get over it? Card off the backboard. Needs help. Yan doesn't go. And Nolly very calmly flip resets this one in the middle of field, and we're back to the Furia side.
Nolly depressurizing that situation. But Gen.G, they could have ended this game now a couple of times, giving Furia extra opportunities. Well, Furia to make the most of it. Card lets that ball through. Counterattack ball. Chronic has Nolly back in the middle, as well as ApparentlyJack. They both go for it. That's going to slow things down, and maybe a bit of confusion there. Gen.G get their wheels back under them. Nolly pass out to the middle. ApparentlyJack gets beat by Lost.
Here's the break.
Brief 2v1. Around one. Yan and Lost getting in each other's way. I really don't know what to make of some of the moments we've had in this series.
That was kind of goofy to watch from Yan's POV. It was just Lost wiggling in front of him. But here comes Furia again. Maybe a double tap. A huge clear from Nolly. Is there anyone back from Furia? It's Lost. At 5 minutes, over 5 minutes of overtime. And we're still going.
Card. Can't make the stop. Nolly off the ceiling. Chronic and Jack go, but Chronic back down. Jack was jumping for it. Nolly trying to get that extra touch. I think it was the right play. And now the counterattack is on. Chronic gets a hit, but it's going straight back down under the crossbar, but Lost bangs it off the crossbar. Counterattack. Chronic going for the double. Chronic is clutch. Gen.G take down Furia.
Punished. You got to put that one away. If you're Furia, the opportunity was there, and Gen.G marched down the field and end this series.
What a series from Chronic, who's become a bona fide, reliable clutch shooter.
1,100 points.
This unbelievable. Unbelievable play from Chronic. Unbelievable series. Really, everyone had some good moments, Corelli, but Chronic put Gen.G over the top when they needed it.
And for Gen.G, I mean, I think this series was a good one to go through, just the experience-wise, because it wasn't perfect from them. We had our criticisms of Gen.G. They looked fantastic when they were putting away the highlight goals that they had, but Furia made it difficult for them on defense. A disappointing one on the Furia side. You felt like, especially in that last play, you had to put that shot in there multiple times. It's the same thing that we were talking about with NRG. Shots going too high, coming off the crossbar in overtime. You just can't afford that if you're Furia. You can't afford that in big-time games against teams like Gen.G.
And it seems like Furia still has a little bit of figuring out to do. We saw Lost playing very fast, not rotating out necessarily, but did have some really big goals. It had some big moments. But Furia certainly were not playing the offensive game that you expected. Chronic, though, he was. Phenomenal series from Chronic. Gen.G taking down Furia. Corelli, we've got to go to a quick break. And when we come back, we've got Space Station Gaming versus Dignitas. Stay tuned.
one to the backboard. Tries to send one to the back of the net. And he will triple touch. You said the double might work out. How about a triple?
Oh my! This time, fire right clear this way. Landing on the foot of Anthony. Picked up the save. It's still there for two. They scored.
If you wanna have it, then it's yours. Put your mind to it, open doors. Yeah, you might wanna get a fast track, but you can't just piggyback. You're braver than you know it. You're stronger than you show it. You're braver than you know it. You're stronger. Before it's good, it's gotta get worse, and sometimes it's gonna hurt. If you're ever gonna get that bad, then you better plan your attack. Braver than you know it. You're stronger than you show it. You're braver than you know it. You're stronger.
We are back here in the RLCS after watching an incredible performance from Gen.G Mobile 1. My goodness, it was a great show. And Furia was there too, but it didn't really look like they showed up to play. Anyways, I'm here to talk about the man behind the action himself, ApparentlyJack. Jack, first of all, congratulations on the series. Secondly, how does it feel for you coming out with that dub?
Thank you, man. Yeah, it's relieving, I think is the word I'll pick. It's obviously nice, but we've got very high expectations on ourselves now, so it's more relieving than anything.
Yeah, talk about that expectation. Obviously, you just got to finish making a tweet talking about you didn't really feel too good about it at the end of the game. Feel like you're playing too scared to lose. Like, what's up with that?
So I'm just going to come out here and straight up say it. Like, all three of us have been in the worst slump of our life, like the week coming into this regional. And it was quite bad. We didn't play well yesterday. Today, we played pretty well as a team, especially in the first 3 games. In the last 2, it was a bit panicky. So we're just going to keep working on like shaking that off. Myself, I just need to keep grinding and get out of the slump. But yeah, my teammates played great. Nolly played really, really well today.
Yeah, and of course, talk to me about just your perspective of Furia in that matchup. It looked like you guys were going to sweep. They had a little bit of fight in the end. I mean, what's your view on this team now that they have Lost on the roster?
I think that I think they're really good. I think they can easily beat us, of course. I think they can easily beat any top team. I think that they weren't quite on today, to be completely honest. I don't think we saw the complete package. They weren't really coordinating too well, double committing a lot in midfield. But, you know, with a team with Jan, Lost, and Card on it, you know, their ceiling's as high as the sky, right? So we'll see how they can do in the future.
And yeah, I mean, the same can be said for you guys as well. You know, this event is coming off of the Fall Major, where you guys were obviously Fall Major champions. Do you feel like you still kind of have like that, you're still on that high of getting the win, or is it now just, okay, we have to keep being consistent in these recent events so we don't fall off?
Definitely not on the high anymore. We got over that quite quickly. Of course, it's still there and no one can take that from us, so it's great. But yeah, it's more of a, we have to carry on doing well. We're very hard on ourselves, myself especially. So yeah, I'm not confident in my own ability right now. So that's just like what we have to work on, just confidence right now. For some reason, we're not firing on that regard. And that's fine to admit, you know, sometimes this is what happens in the pro level, and we'll get over it. But yeah, we at least get through, you know.
That's true. That's true. Last question for you. You guys got G2 in the semifinals tomorrow. How are you feeling going into that matchup?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling really positive. We played them, I think, twice in the season. We played them 3 times. I think won twice, lost 1. We've obviously only played them once in playoffs. They were looking pretty good against NRG, and it should be a good match, but I think we can take them as long as we focus and play well.
My camera died at the perfect time. Jack, thank you so much for joining us here on the interview, and good luck in Championship Sunday.
Appreciate it, Taz. Take care.
Gen.G Mobile 1 Racing continues to have a perfect record against Furia, a valiant battle. You can see how much it meant to Jack there, taking down the Game 1 overtime. Not the only overtime they were going to play in this series here. Gibbs, that last game was intense.
Yeah, Furia, that Game 1 felt like that could have been the one to catapult them into the series. It didn't happen. They go down 3-0, and then after that, it's just when will Gen.G win it? Furia did battle some long overtimes as well, and Yan putting in some incredible goals towards the end of the series, but it was just a little bit too late. They didn't get started early. A lot of double commits, like as Jack said. Lost at times, looked a little confused on the field, but that's going to happen when your teammates, and because of how Lost plays the game, it wasn't their day, and it was a little bit of an unfortunate draw as well. They get Gen.G, who are the Saturday bracket merchants, now 4-0 on Saturdays.
I mean, it's Stacks. We were talking beforehand. We're like, surely they can't keep getting away with it. At some point, Gen.G's got to lose, right? But their floor is grand finals up until this point in the season. Seems like we might be on pace for that again.
Yeah, they're just built different. You know, they are the best team in North America until somebody else steps up and says otherwise. Complexity got them yesterday, so maybe there's something there, but when could we find out? Grand finals. So, yeah, I don't think there's anybody that matches up quite with Gen.G and NA yet.
I mean, they said that this was Jack said this is the biggest slump of their lives, and they just took down a hot Furia 4-1.
And they're still top 4. Yeah, they're like, yeah, whatever. We'll go through round 1. We'll get an extra rep in playing a crew. But Gen.G, they find a way. They find a way when it's bracket to perform. Day 1s have always been shaky, but it doesn't matter. They adapt, and they figure it out by the weekend. Here they go again. G2 tomorrow, and then a finals maybe yet again. But now we're going to the top side of the bracket, where the top side of the bracket, I think, a lot of people say is the free side of the bracket. It's a lot of teams that you didn't expect to be up there. And this is a golden opportunity for all 4 of those teams to try and make a grand finals run.
Speaking of golden opportunities, and more just the color gold, it's time for the next match here. Space Station taking on Dignitas. I said there's both gold. They're also both rainbow decals. Well, the home decal for Dignitas is the away decal here. The classic golden color that they've been rocking for many seasons. We had El Clasico earlier with G2 versus NRG. Gibbs, this is the other long storied roster. Both these rosters storied at this point, but Dignitas has a name to uphold in Rocket League.
Yes, Dignitas with the roster move of Evo. He came in from Xset. He's a 15-year-old phenom as well. He maybe not as much praise as when Daniel or Aqua came in, but like Evo is one of those players to look out for. Dignitas with a big sign-in, and it's already paying dividends. They didn't finish higher than 9th all of fall. Now they're playing on the weekend for the very first time. They snuck in. They didn't do so great in groups, and Wave was watching those games. But then they took down V1 in dominant fashion, a 3-0 victory.
Yeah, on the other side of things here, SSG, a team that we've seen their floor last split here, Stacks. Top four every single time. They made in every single split of fall, trying to get there again.
Yeah, and this SSG squad, I have a lot of faith in them because I felt like they struggled early to kind of fit LJ into their offense, and maybe they kind of pushed a little bit to try and get him more involved, and it didn't quite work out at times. But now they've had a whole transfer window. Everybody else is on fire in North America. They stuck together, of course, and now they've got all that experience. I think they're going to be just fine going forward.
They came out of the gates the top seed in their group. Dignitas, though, having to battle and make a couple upsets happen to get here. Big win over version 1 on this one. Chat, how you feeling about this one? I'm the only one going Dignitas on this one because I talked a bunch of smack over the Friday streams. I gotta stick with it here. Here's my space station. Okay, this is a space station out there in space. Here's the thing about Dignitas, though. We're aliens, right? So we're gonna come on in. Here's my Dignitas, right? And it's just gonna be bam, 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 bam. That's what's gonna happen. So they're not ready for the space technology that Evo is bringing to the table. Dr. Nolan's gonna be in the house. You guys aren't ready for the heat Dignitas is gonna bring. It just means more to Dignitas, folks. It just means more. Okay?
It does. And you know what? What I like about Dignitas is actually the Evo signing, right? Because I think he's matured a lot as a player, and he's got a much better supporting cast around him now. He doesn't feel like he has to be the guy where he's got to be way downfield ahead of the ball all the time. He can actually fit into a rotation and have confidence in his teammates here.
No, the team has been gelling well, but Space Station, a formidable opponent. How's chat feeling about it? Space Station's been a fan favorite for a long time, and they're clearly the favorites in this match, folks. Let's get down to the field. Third match of the day. Which color is more golden? Let's find out. We got Jorby and Daz.
Well, not quite a Dazzering, but we did pick up a Subi. Space Station versus Dignitas about to get underway. Space Station made 3 top 4s in the fall split. They have 1 match to get their 4th in as many regionals this season, Subi.
Yeah, and they're looking to propel themselves into the Winter Major in San Diego and find success there. Is this roster going to be able to compete in a live environment is the big question, but first things first, they have Dignitas staring down the barrel right at them. And this Dignitas squad, like Stax was alluding to, I love the pickup from Evo as well, and I've always been such a huge fan of Drees. I think he brings a lot to the table, highly mechanical, great game sense. Well, let's see what he can bring against Space Station.
Evo's story, interesting with his journey on Xset, which was his debut into Pro Rocket League, and didn't really get to do much on Xset. Last season, Xset, they had a couple of top 8s, but they didn't make a single regional last split, and Evo got the boot even before the split ended. On Dignitas, his first appearance with them, you get a top 8, you absolutely have to look a little closer at him and wonder, what is working here that wasn't maybe working elsewhere. The rest of Dignitas, with Andy and Drees, those aren't necessarily soft names on that side.
Yeah, just because a player doesn't work out on a roster doesn't necessarily mean that they're washed or not good. Maybe it's just that the boot doesn't quite fit. But it fits here with Drees and Andy. And you and I know a lot about Andy from rival series and things of past. He's always been one of those players that he's showed flashes of brilliance, but what I'm looking for from him is the consistency. And it seems like they've been able to find that slightly. They did have little help in the group stages. They only went 1 and 2, so we've got to see success here in the playoff stages.
Yeah, they didn't wow in any category statistically, although one market improvement would be third in shots allowed. So they didn't allow a ton of them, under 7 a game. Here's Evo on a flip reset. Andy on the go, but touch won't amount to anything because we haven't really talked about them too much just yet. But Space Station, there's a reason they get top 4 every time. That drop pass from Arsenal to LJ cut off in front. LJ takes it himself, but the pass cut off.
1v1 situation. Evo gets Daniel out of the picture, but that ball squeaks over towards that left post. And so far, low shooting affair between both of these teams. Very defensively oriented is Space Station, and they've shown that throughout this entire weekend, where they've been #1 in defense for the entirety of the event. First in goals against, shots against, and save percentage. So doing a great job of holding down that back line, and it really has been on the shoulders of Arsenal. I feel like he's really kind of taken that third man role, realizing how much Daniel and LJ bring to the table on offense.
Now, Daniel, we watched him perform at the major and even online as well. I think that you can just expect consistency from Daniel. He's rarely disappointed. Here he cuts a perfect pass. Now he's got a free net and a free goal for Space Station.
I love the IQ here from Daniel. He recognizes the car positioning from Andy, realizes the pass is going central, and just rips that one away from Dries. It's an open net. He just pokes it all the way down the field. And one tiny mistake from Dignitas leads to Space Station's first scratch of the series.
Yeah, I don't think third man saw Daniel behind that ball exactly. And he really lined that one up. He picked the perfect time to attack the pass. But Daniel, under a little bit of pressure, Andy, a weak shot. Dries keeps the push alive for Dignitas. Pinch out to Andy. He's got boost. He's got space. He's got LJ in net, but Daniel comes in to support.
Interesting decision there to slow that one down. I think more of a rifled shot low on target would have been better. You had one defender on net, 2 players out pushing that ball. You slow it down. You allow those 2 defenders that are out of net able to rotate back and make a challenge on the ball. So again, just a little more IQ from the side of Dignitas. They might get a goal here, but minute 20 remain here in game #1, and Space Station still holding on by 1, but Dignitas starting to show their hand at offense.
Very defensive game. Only between both teams, you have 8 shots. Space Station shooting less than Dignitas, but scoring more. And at the end of the day, that's all that matters. And there is Andy. Throws it right underneath the defense, tying the game.
Great pressure here, realizing a minute on the clock left, and Andy just decides to launch one on target over LJ and under Daniel. It wasn't flashy, but man, it was a great read off that back wall and better ball placement. And just like that, Dignitas knot us all up.
Dries losing the challenge on the kickoff. Daniel saved his dodge, but wasn't enough. Now LJ has to recorrect his path, cut off by Evo. Things get real square for that one goal that Space Station had. They haven't really built a ton of pressure on Dignitas on defense. Once again, about Dignitas and Space Station both being at the top in the day 1 performers on defense. We're certainly seeing that, but Dignitas aren't looking a step behind at all. I mean, how could they after the version 1? Daniel! He's a cut above the rest, 2-1.
He just puts the ball up off of the back wall, and he's able to cock fully back, put the power behind it, and tuck it in the right upper 90. Space Station extend themselves late here in game #1.
This always happens with Space Station, where they get you into a lull, and it doesn't feel like a lot's happening. And then Daniel happens. He is the X factor for this team when the offense isn't there. Daniel wraps up his teammates and drags them to the end zone with him. Arsenal, no touch for him, he had no boost. LJ looking for one more. He got it. Plenty of space, easy flick, 2-goal lead.
Put this ball on the end of the fishing line. Hook, line, and sinker here for Andy. Had to go out a little sooner. Bit too late, and LJ puts the nail in the coffin. Space Station Gaming looking durable here in game #1.
And for all of the efforts for Dignitas, just unable to break through the Space Station line. they weren't really able to build that much pressure either. A good start opener here for Space Station. Daniel on top on the MVP.
Yeah, great start for Space Station. They weather that Dignitas storm, right? And then they just kind of take advantage of the over-aggression that Dignitas showed. And it wasn't like Dignitas were playing poorly. They had more shots. It's just Space Station is that good. And it's been kind of a shift as we get a look at the replays here. That double tap by Daniel was so sick, and LJ to finish it off. But for Space Station Gaming, it's been quiet day one today. For Arsenal, only 3 goals, which is kind of a stark contrast when you look at them a year ago. It was always Arsenal that needed to pop off for this team to be successful. And it's got to be relieving for him to know that it doesn't need to be like that always as we get into Forbidden Temple. We've talked about this map so much. We've got war drums on this map. We can sound the alarms. It is just so beautiful. Look at everything. You got the mountains in the background. There's no better map out there in the pool.
You know, I've always said it. I'm a big fan of war drums in a tournament setting. You know, Rotterdam was amazing. All the K-Corp fans bring in the drums, and while they didn't always have them, you know, I think every LAN just needs war drums. In fact, every map in the game needs war drums.
Could you imagine that after a goal, the war drum sound, and you feel it in your chest?
Oh,
and
how about Dignitas feeling that?
Dree's gonna feel that one, rattles it off the left post, and didn't take him long to get the first one.
That one just popping straight down. Daniel didn't really have a good idea of where Drees was behind the ball when it came down. Everything happened so fast. Ball comes off, and it bounces in front of him, kind of shades. Daniel doesn't end up jumping for it. Great goal for Dignitas to start Drees with quick pre-flip into the ball. Andy got 2 touches out of it. Arsenal swings around. Ever so patient, no one pressuring him.
Wow, great use of the handbrake there from Arsenal, and great use of the aggression coming out there as well. Gets the demo, but Dignitas able to rotate back, cover up that net perfectly, and Drees sees an open net, and again Arsenal with a great touch to keep that ball out of the back of the net.
What the journey Drees has had in the RLCS. Came in for G2, wowed everybody, and then got kicked and was trying to find his way for a while. Landed on Dignitas, and winter seems to be a good start for him. Drees has been solid so far in the series. Now he's tasked with breaking open the offense for Dignitas. Ball right back to midfield. Andy, another pre-flip in front. He's got the boost. Back to Evo. 2 committed, and Dignitas might have an opening, but nobody's around. Arsenal misses the ball. Drees gets a chance. LJ on top of it. Space Station breakout.
And speaking of Arsenal, we saw some tweets. I believe it was yesterday, maybe late last night, early this morning, talking about, hey, I need some tips on, you know, how to clear my mind, how to meditate. And it just goes to show you how much goes into being an RLCS pro. I mean, it's not just picking up the sticks and being really good at the game. You've got to be able to clear things out. And speaking of clearing it out, Space Station can't clear this ball, and Dignitas go up by 2.
Evo getting underneath on the reset. Arsenal was covering a push to the corner, and then Daniel LJ couldn't find a way off the wall after that reset from Evo. It rolls down, leaves an opening in the middle, and Dignitas with a 2-goal lead, and Andy behind the ball again. Can he get a third? He just drops it. Couldn't get a full handle on it before he ran out. Evo gonna pop it over 1. Space Station looking for their first goal of game 2, but the ball gets kicked right back to their half.
Not only were they looking for their first goal, that was their first shot in a little over 2 minutes of gameplay. So Dignitas have really ramped up the aggression, done a great job of keeping that foot fully on the accelerator, refusing to let go. And Drees, that's a dangerous 50. Andy beats Arsenal, and the lead's 3 for Dignitas.
Another open. It's not open. It wasn't open. They blow through the defensive line off the 50. Arsenal was pulling upfield, expecting that 50 to go forward. It went backwards. He's got a double back. LJ still recovering and trying to get back in time, and they can't get it done. Dignitas are slicing up Space Station right now. LJ trying to get them a seat at the table, but Forbidden Temple, currently owned by Dignitas. Daniel trying to put him back in, but it's off the post, and Dignitas carry the ball out.
Oh, that was a sketchy one there for Dignitas. Able to keep that ball out, and Jorby, you know those games where you just feel lost on the field. Right now, that's what's happening with LJ. Only 40 points attached to his name. Just seems to be in no man's land more times than not. You see him rotating through here, keeps that ball alive. It doesn't amount to points, but the infield pass does, and Arsenal can't finish it off, but the right idea there for LJ.
And the pressure lessens on the Dignitas half. Andy continues to impress in front. Evo tried to drill that 50 through LJ. Now Drees across. Can he get it in front of the box? Tried to find a reset. Andy cuts off the counter. Space Station still approached. A lot of time left. Daniel ran out of boost. Probably not the catch exactly he wanted. Here comes Drees, just full field. No one could 50 him. LJ was coming back. He was the only guy who had an angle to attack him. Space Station just don't have much going on here.
What a pass from Andy. No one on the field expecting that one. The ball's going completely up that side wall, and what an angle here from LJ. Great pass from Arsenal. Just a little handoff, and LJ is able to find the small window.
You need a protractor to angle that one up. That was nice direction from LJ. Got right underneath. A double commit from Dignitas, protecting the mid-level shot. LJ goes low. I'm sure he would have got much more power on that redirect, considering the boost totals. Sometimes that's all you need. Evo gets a big 50 off the kickoff. Space Station trying to pull within one.
Oh, passes are there for Space Station. Just a little more creativity behind them, and you see what can happen. But Dignitas keen to those, and they've just got to hold on for 45 seconds, and this is the best way to do it. Keep the aggression up and keep Space Station on defense.
Evo just going for a hard clear. Dignitas, time management, their utmost concern. Daniel flicks over one. Arsenal's just downfield by himself. Daniel's gonna get a goal. Demo not needed, and one more to go.
Yeah, Arsenal was down there stealing boost and found himself in the right place at the right time, and Daniel just has to walk the dog and put that one in the back of the net. And just like that, Space Station back within one. 20 seconds remain here, and we know how clutch Daniel is in these situations.
Someone on Space Station will have to do it. Arsenal gets the touch. Daniel's the whole way downfield. LJ's got to get this to the orange. Daniel picks up a demo.
Another demo.
He picks up two demos, but Evo, he's being chased. LJ doesn't win the 50. Arsenal has to find a way to squeeze this out. Time expires. Andy sends one big ball to the blue half, and LJ just keeps it close. Still in the air, into the net. Evo finds the read, and Dignitas take Forbidden Temple.
Heck of a read here. Not only gets the challenge, but able to see that ball's going to waterfall down and puts himself right underneath it, keep it off the floor, and Dignitas dominate in game number 2. Look like a brand new, revitalized team here. And what I'm most impressed with is the shots on target. 11 from Dignitas here in game number 2.
Andy getting the lion's share of them. We talked a little bit about Andy. He's the only one rocking a rival series title.
Oh, baby.
The entire group. And I mean, that just tells you how long the guy has been grinding. And it's funny because he tweeted out yesterday after Dignitas made top 8, like, no longer hard stuck 9 through 12. It has to feel so frustrating to feel like you're just below the cusp for so long. And now Andy's playing really well. In the first man position, he's broken through this Space Station front line almost every time he's behind the ball. His mechanics are looking clean, and he's a scary force right now behind the ball.
Absolutely. You know, not too often do we see players just come from nowhere and become great. You know, we've seen it a few times. We've seen it with Justin. We've seen it with Scrub Killa when he first came out. But you know, what we don't see is all the hard work behind the scenes, like Andy. Rival Series Season 6 Challenger. That was back in, what, 2018?
Oh.
5 years ago? I mean, that's a grind, my friend.
Absolutely, but Arsenal, he's been around for really just as long, and LJ sets it up with a nice little flick off the side wall. Arsenal puts it in.
Yeah, they didn't want it to turn into game number 2 where they allowed Dignitas the first goal early on. So Arsenal puts Space Station up early here, has his 4th goal in the Winter Open, which is kind of odd. We're so used to seeing Arsenal be so dominant on the offensive third, and to see that he's at the bottom of his team for goals just really says how adaptable he truly is.
Now, Arsenal, he had some moments where you've seen him excel in every position on the field, but as his team has changed over time, so does how you approach the game. And LJ, while I feel that LJ has maybe had a lot of quiet spells, it's hard to be louder than Daniel at times.
Yeah.
Space Station, they always seem to grind out these victories anyway. See if they can grind this one out against Dignitas, who currently made it quite the competition. Evo sends it, but can't get back to it. Dries has no boost, left by himself. And maybe Dignitas just pushed this one up. LJ will let it flush to the corner. Evo waiting for LJ's touch, but LJ gonna move right by him in the midfield. Dignitas keep possession with Dries. In the midfield, Arsenal cuts him off.
And this again, oh mama, what a catch from Daniel. Soft hands to slow this ball down as LJ saw the outlet happening. Daniel just drops it over Evo.
How much Evo could do with only 11 boosts coming back. That 50 was kind of creeping up a little bit. He wasn't out of position per se, but like you said, that transition was so quick that Evo's boost total came into the equation, and it gave Space Station the 2-goal lead.
And like I was saying before, this is almost an inverse of game number 2. Dignitas, almost 2 minutes through, no shots on target. It has been all Space Station all game long, and great pinch there, great demo to open things up, and somehow Evo sees that one through the smoke, able to get the save and transition onto offense.
Dries will let that one fly. Give a little bit more space for Dignitas. Andy, not a ton in the tank, and almost got picked off on the play.
Another.
The blue half, it gets deleted. Evo sitting back in midfield, uncontested, quick shot. Oh, Evo put some lead into it.
What in the world? Where did this come from? Somehow it went through the corner uncontested. It looks like Arsenal was going for that boost pad, thought differently, and out of nowhere, that shot just on target. Great heads-up play from Evo.
Everything going right for Evo on the shot. Hang on a second. Dignitas almost tie it, but Andy banged it off the bar. Evo, no boost. He's got to let it go. And he's rewarded with his teammate sending it right back to the box. Arsenal under a little bit of pressure, but LJ hit that ball right back out. Demo on the backside by Evo. Evo getting work done, creating value everywhere for Dignitas. Can they generate a goal? Dries, another 50 in front. Evo in the air! Evo, go!
He's just picking Space Station apart. You saw Daniel try and pre-jump. Wrong decision. Evo recognizes that, realizes he can't jump that high again, puts it under the crossbar, and we're all knotted up.
Because Dignitas are owning the 50-50 game, no matter what height they're at. Every time, it's Space Station having to wait. Evo flew from beyond the midfield line for that ball. Nobody could get to him because Dries stuffed everybody on the back wall. And now Dignitas, after falling the first 2 goals, are in position. In fact, they are the ones setting the position as they get down to the blue half. Dries falls with it, trying to feather his boost. LJ losing control. Evo, not quite how he wanted to land, and Daniel gonna break out for Space Station.
Dignitas doing a great job of causing pandemonium in the blue third and just really shaking up what Space Station wanted to on defense. That's open. Great pass. Unselfish play from Evo. Hands this one off to Andy, and Dignitas in the driver's seat for game number 3.
He's dinking. He's dunking. Evo can do no wrong right now. Channeling the GOAT at the end of his tag. 2 goals, 2 saves. 2 goals off of 3 shots and 2 saves. Evo. A big time for Dignitas. Arsenal. Not for LJ, who had to come across. It's going to be a hard one. Daniel, a nice grab. Got the reset. Not a lot of boost and challenged regardless. LJ gets a free ball. Has Arsenal on the wing, but LJ had to work his way around the corner. Space Station steal a couple of boosts. They get a demo. The layer shores things up. Another demo. Another shot. LJ ties it up. LJ able to find that, but 2 big demos from Arsenal. That's vintage Arsenal right there. And Daniel sending it across a hard pass. The smoke makes it hard to read. Space Station able to tie this up. LJ off the kickoff. Dignitas have here as Evo tries to get the back pass. Drees beat by Daniel. 1 touch for Daniel. Oh, you gotta believe that Daniel's gonna sink it. It just does not matter. Space Station, they need an answer. They need a lead. Daniel says, whoop, see ya. Evo screened by LJ. He can't get there in time. 78 kilometers per hour. And where Dignitas took control, they've lost the reins and quite possibly the horse. Daniel up high, he's denied on the kickoff. Plenty of time for Dignitas. It's taken up. And a high ball for Andy. LJ's gotta wait. Quick shot! Evo again! A heady! Comes on the Dignitas, a top 8 in his first appearance on the team, and he slots his 3rd here in the quarterfinals. Space Station cannot keep Dignitas out. Drees hasn't even needed to shoot the ball. Drees shot the ball 0 times. I don't know if it's been easy work though. Space Station have found the back of the net a lot. Dignitas only have 2 saves, both of them owned by Evo. And if anyone's wondering, Subi ended up losing connection, so we'll try to get him back in the series as quick as possible. Appreciate you guys' patience on that. Space Station. Wow, that was insane timing. Oh wait, okay, no one can hear him, he's not live yet, but I know he's right next to me, I can hear him. He'll be here shortly, but the end of regulation looming. Overtime, looming. Dignitas in the blue half, but no one wanting to overcommit.
Away.
And a high ball for Andy. Just gotta protect the rock. Evo wants to play. And this one will touch ground. We got overtime in game 3.
Oh, mama, what a comeback from both teams to tie this one up and send it into OT, realizing how important game number 3 is. And I'm really surprised the Space Station elected to keep that ball alive as we hit 0 seconds and try and take it downfield. Dangerous decision as Daniel gets by 1 and Andy sends it back towards midfield.
Dignitas handling the Space Station attempts. Daniel dives back. Evo with a hard shot. Evo's got that target painter right in the center of the net. Now he dives for another one. Evo sets it up, but no one's around. No dunk for him either. Forcing Space Station to dump this ball off Subi. Space Station not getting a ton of chances lately. Arsenal, maybe one for him! Oh, to Steve! LJ scores and Space Station survives!
Wow, what a push downfield from Arsenal to keep this one alive. Gets it over the defenders, takes one out, forces the other 2 up. I mean, Arsenal got the assist, but put that all on him. He put Space Station on his back and carried him to victory in game number 3.
In an absolute shootout of a game, one that can get away from you when Evo has the confidence that he had. Shooting 50% in that game, it can be scary. That kind of game can really get away from you. But Space Station withstood the comeback multiple times and were able to take the lead. We had a couple of lead changes or lead into ties, but what a game 3, and Space Station up 2-1 in the series now, in position to put us on match point.
And again, my apologies for dropping out. It's probably the most clutch time of the series. Both teams trading blow for blow, and it started off so slow for Dignitas. Space Station was in the driver's seat from the kickoff. They got that early goal. Dignitas couldn't get their offense going, and somehow were able to knot it all up. But the end of the game, Arsenal, we know how clutch he is. We know how much he loves those big moments. Took the entire defense and ripped it to shreds.
Dignitas, that one's gotta feel, you gotta be frustrated after that. You were able to take control of that game, but you lost it a couple of times in between. See if Evo's shooting continues to be the high threat it was last game. The Space Station gonna start on the kickoff. None other than Daniel, who got him back into it. And there's Evo to take away LJ's shot. Oh, that skips right back. LJ sweeps. Looks like this one gonna be tough for Space Station to work. And LJ steals the boost. Arsenal wins the 50. Evo gets bumped in net, but Arsenal loses control of the ball.
Yeah, that's one of those plays where, hold the phone, that's a play right there. Infield pass. Daniel just serves this on a platter up for LJ.
And that was just all of the pressure that they had built up right beforehand. And Daniel puts a saucy pass to LJ. Daniel had a similar pass on the ground from a similar angle where it's so powerful. And right to his teammate. And that's the best own goal. Great pass. Great pass, LJ. Give him one back.
What? Oh, okay. So he thinks Daniel's going to rotate back, cover up the goal line. So, okay, not the most terrible decision, but you got to communicate that one.
No, he's not just those points. Come on.
All right, that's fair. Yeah. Welcome to the RLCS.
The important things. Up high, Drees. It's underneath it. Europe had a couple of own goals in their regional. I haven't really seen as many. We need to get that counter up in North America.
I was going to say, of course they did. They used to have Turbo in the region, but he's not playing anymore.
Pops that off the ceiling and finds the read and the 50. This is really tight angle for Space Station. Daniel comes back around on it. Dignitas not able to take full advantage of the positioning, but they are winning the touches. There's Daniel, just kills any kind of pressure you were building. LJ puts him right back in the orange.
I'm always just truly flabbergasted at how Daniel always finds himself with so much space and time in midair. You know how dangerous this guy is in midair when he has boost, when he has the ball, and somehow it seems like every single team that he plays against, they just find themselves allowing Daniel time and time again to just style on him.
Not much you can do when you're hoping that he gives you some lead on the ball, but he just keeps it so close, and he wins that 50, but out of boost. Now it's up to LJ to keep pushing the nose. Arsenal next up, light touch, and force the ball back up high to the corner was Evo. Dignitas stable on defense, but they're unable to wrench control of the ball. Daniel, nothing there for him. Andy follows him perfectly, and the ball far side. Evo, a poor landing. And it led to a poor 50, but now he gets right back to it, and we're kind of dead right now in the midfield.
Nice back pass there from Arsenal. Good veteran play, recognizing where the defense was, recognizing where his own team was. Decides to just relieve the pressure from himself just a little bit there. As Evo ported time, doesn't look like he's got much boost in the tank there. Good little fake, and this one's going to be up for Drees.
Space Station ready for it. Another carry for Daniel. Arsenal coming close. Waits for the touch. A little too high, and now Andy has Drees on the wing, but he doesn't win the 50. LJ, who's been looking stronger and stronger behind the ball. Ball gets kicked out. Daniel gets chipped, but he still comes away with the ball. And Space Station, I think, have had this possession for a minute and a half. LJ just drops it, and Andy is going to get a full field clear. Maybe he could get something going. He's got a little bit, but it's back out to the side. The first shot for Dignitas in a little while. Drees comes back around, but Daniel is there. And Space Station's defense, again, this team leading in those defensive categories. I'm showing you why right now. There's just nothing Dignitas can do to break through. Boomer downfield, but nothing Evo can do. It's way above his station. And Arsenal defeated again.
Again, communication issues just a little bit for Space Station there, where Arsenal cut Daniel off, and I understand you don't expect Daniel to be able to follow through on that ball. But if you are Daniel on that, just call off Arsenal or call him on, either one. But you got to get out of the way regardless, as Evo trying to get this out of his own half, nearing 1 minute to go here in game number 4. And that one sneaks through. And Jorby, what happened?
Daniel rotating back, no boost. They need LJ to buy a little bit of time. Arsenal's also coming back. He didn't have anything. And the bump ensures that no one's getting back to that ball. But really, LJ had to win that touch. That was the key, and he couldn't get it done. He tried the soft touch. He tried to get the ball over Dignitas, excuse me. Ended up failing at it, and now Space Station are down 1. Dignitas in position to tie the series.
And another one of clearing that ball across the goal line and almost hurt them. This one's still hovering, and Arsenal puts it into his own corner. They've got to get to work quick.
That could have been the end of the game. All of Space Station off on this play. Dree's gonna wait. Daniel, a nice catch, but Drees, he got caught biting a little bit on Daniel's play, but Daniel loses the 50 to Evo. Evo drills through 2. Backboard free for Andy, but LJ gets up just in time. Misses his corner boost, doesn't need it. Arsenal lifted up high. Dignitas, time is in on their side. Daniel knows it. He's only got 12 though. Arsenal downfield, on target. No, it's not. It was off the bar, but it was open. Not on target, and Space Station needed 1. They get none. Dignitas just have to put this on the ground. LJ downfield, 56, ball's too fast. Dignitas tied the series.
Oh my gosh. Arsenal was off by inches on that play. And again, he set it up, got the bump. The ball fell right in his lap. It was a tough shot. Low percentage as well, and just narrowly misses. And Dignitas able to tie this series up. Back and forth we go. And who would have predicted that this would have been this close?
I was talking about Space Station's defense for a little bit, but didn't really speak much on Dignitas' defense. They were just as good at finding those saves, keeping Space Station honest in their rotation. I mean, Dignitas had, 7 saves in that game? I mean, Space Station were close to it. There was nothing Space Station could do. Daniel, he tried air dribbles. He even tried bumps. He tried flip reset 50s. Nothing was working to break through this line. And then that Arsenal play, those are the chances that you're going to get. Not many more. You got to score those.
And you can't just give up basically own goals. You can't just give that ball away. That kickoff was
that happened
abysmal. I mean, you got to remember that one because that's what knotted it up. And that's what sent it to where it was like, okay, we can't just hold on to the lead. So you got to make sure you're playing smart for a full 5 minutes, and you can't have any little lapses in judgment as they get a quick kickoff goal here in game number 5.
Another kickoff goal for Space Station. Andy, that one skips away from him. That's always so tough to grab in the corner. If there's no bounce to it, it rolls straight up into his bumper. And there's enough speed where it just kicks out away from his car, and nothing his team could do after that. Gave it right back to Space Station, an easy goal.
Yeah, Evo and Daniel on that play both thought that was going to hit the ceiling. Doesn't, so this ball kind of just ended itself just hovering, waiting for someone to hit it. And Dignitas looking to get some offense going here in game number 5. So crucial here. Don't want to get put on match point. It's been hard fought between both teams. And honestly, the way this series started off, I thought it was going to be a defensively minded game, back and forth as Andy gets the double tap. LJ thought he was in the right spot, and Andy smashes it off his hood.
Well, Daniel was the only guy with any boost, and he jumped from the back of his rotation to make that challenge because Arsenal and LJ, there was nothing they could do. They had no boost. They couldn't get to the challenge. So Andy just gets a free air dribble towards the net, and what happens? He puts it in the back of the net.
Great play again, Jorby. When it started, I was like, oh, this is going to be very low-scoring affair. 1-1, 1-2, 0-1, but man, it's turned into a shootout since game number 1. Dignitas have really warmed up, and they've done a great job of battling Space Station Gaming here.
Space Station with LJ trying to get underneath for another reset. Oh, Evo. On a solid performance. A lot more game to go as LJ trying to catch this out. Space Station try to control this ball. Dignitas, they're not really privy to give them space really at any time. Arsenal just straight up wins in front of 2 Dignitas cars. The ball just flops into the net.
Arsenal just straight up bullies the defense here. They self-bump to clear the way for Arsenal to get that ball through. But either way, you've got to have a challenge before that ball gets right in front of your net. Challenge it as it's touching the corner wall, or at worst, challenge it as it's coming towards your box, not the moment it's already in your box.
I mean, they're really only inches that separate you bumping into your teammate versus you pinching the ball cross field into the opponent's net. Dignitas,
good point.
They were on the wrong inch. Daniel He's been doing that like several times, taking the ball at the sidewall on a dribble and hitting the ball back to himself. Daniel crossing a field and a half to get back to midfield. LJ losing the 50. Arsenal in a weak spot. Quick pass,
nice.
And the shot denied, but a loose ball in front. Dries underneath, and that's Dignitas time.
Get his spectacles on for this one as Dries spots top of the net's going to be covered up. He sees Daniel going up, right side's covered, so let's just go nice and low. And even with that said, Daniel got a little touch on that one, but just too much oomph put behind that ball. And again, all tied up.
Evo quickly on the kickoff. Again, broken up by Space Station. A demo from Daniel. LJ underneath on the fake, but it rolls off the post. Evo grabbing a piece of it. Not over for Dignitas. Dries.
Oh boy.
The underneath. Space Station were expecting that ball to come out to the corner. They weren't going to be pressuring the box. Daniel wants the bump, gives it to LJ, but LJ, dodge timing could have been better. He's downfield. Can he get that one? No, Evo in the way. Daniel expends the boost, pinches it upwards, but where can Space Station go with this ball? There's nowhere in the orange half to play with.
Dignitas doing a great job of meeting the ball at the point of contact as LJ had a flip, got that one through. Arsenal off the back wall. Daniel, can he finish it? No, as the save put on by Andy. Arsenal again was there just to put a little touch on that ball. Couldn't quite push it through, and here comes Evo to keep things alive. And Dignitas, hold on.
Daniel out of boost, got a piece of it on its way back. LJ, it down to Arsenal. Now Arsenal is one touch trying to keep Dries off the ball. And now Evo's certainly going to keep LJ honest on this. And he loses to Andy on the play. The Dignitas have been so effective at getting these clears. Despite a Space Station, they have threatening looks. They're trying to shade what they're doing. LJ on the last time, feigning he's going to go high on his aerial instead of pass to Arsenal. Like they're trying a couple of different ways to throw Dignitas's scent off of what they're trying to do. But the noses are just too strong right now, Stubby. LJ comes across and bounces close off the ramp. LJ will get a boost steal for his efforts, but Daniel's going to have to try again from the third.
There's been a few of those hold your breath moments for the Dignitas defense, and it looks like little tiny cracks are starting to form in that back line. And they couldn't have asked for a bigger clear at a bigger moment. Less than 40 seconds remain. Dignitas put it into the neutral third. Is this ball off the backboard? And Andy gets the touch to keep it away from Arsenal. He was lined up for the double. And Dignitas trying their best to break out of their own half.
Daniel had left that play. I wonder if he just sticks around a little bit more. I know he wanted the corner boost steal, but maybe if he sticks on that, maybe Space Station take the lead there. Daniel got the 50, back to Arsenal. Try to make it awkward, comes down and grabbed by Dries, completely killed it. LJ had nothing. Daniel wins one touch, and again, Dignitas, infinite layers on defense. Can LJ finally find a way through it? Is there any hole as Dignitas get the clear? And we just may. As something crazy happens here. Yeah, overtime.
My goodness. Hold on to your seats because it looked like Dignitas were going to catch one there at the very end. But Space Station have really ramped things up on offense, and Arsenal tried to tuck that one in close. Didn't quite have the angle. And try as they might, it just seems like no matter what they do, Dignitas can't get any type of sustained offense. And as I say that, they get that ball with a shot on target.
If Evo doesn't get bumped, that touch was perfect. That double was going in. Massive stop for Space Station. Evo, seeing Space Station are creeping up, trying to get a quick shot downfield. Quick hit. And Daniel, again, protecting the rock. Can he get that 50 in that spot? He has not won a single 50 in that spot. Trying to build pressure on the Dignitas. But now Daniel's racing back again. That's a hard touch. Andy trying to punish. LJ, no boost. He's got his corner. Arsenal diving for it. More defense for Space Station.
Dangerous.
LJ read off the ceiling will give Space Station a little breathing room.
The defense had rotated to both back corners. Net was left wide open as they were trying to get that ball cleared. Space Station starting to get a little aggressive, and it might just pay off, but LJ turned away, and Arsenal going to try and keep this one alive. Puts it up the back wall, and he gets two defenders to go, but not good enough to get a shot on target.
Go just gets the 50. Now Dignitas Daniel misses it, but LJ plays it away from the rotation, giving Arsenal space. LJ wants a bump, but Andy gets in the way. Look how quick Evo is to the ball. He gets bumped off it, and Daniel puts it across to LJ. Still Dignitas pressure. Drees, not a second touch for him. LJ's got to protect it. He does. Arsenal underneath, cut off again. There's a Dignitas wasp in the way every time Space Station try to get downfield. LJ, look, there's another one. Andy, quick pass to Drees, and he has to put it, dump to the corner. Saw Arsenal waiting. Didn't want to just give it away.
Oh, the way Dignitas are playing right now, it is just perfect rotations, but it's also rotations with a purpose. They're not just rotating through to rotate through. It's always moving on to the next step, checking the next level. Okay, I've rotated. Is there a boost to steal? Yes? Okay, cool. I'm going to grab that boost, and I'm also going to look for a demo. No player there? Okay, can I stay here to get another touch on ball if it's a shallow shot? Just such smart play from Dignitas. And right now, Space Station again looking for the shot. Daniel off the backboard. Daniel the double. LJ denied, and Space Station can't buy a goal.
Oh my God, Daniel! He was dangling like a puppet, trying to find a way in, and LJ just denied. All Dignitas had to do was sit there. Arsenal. Koopa stops the ball and almost got that one by Evo. Evo, he wants the read and wants to give the ball right back to his teammate.
Nice back pass.
Brilliant
back pass.
Yeah.
Love to see that word. Oh my goodness! No! Arsenal gets the touch. LJ and him had to just dive for the save. And we remain all tied up. This has got to be one of the greatest days in Rocket League history in terms of overtimes. We've had some long ones today, folks.
Certainly. 5-minute +1 in Furia versus Gen.G, and a quick pass, but Arsenal has to bail. Trying to contain this Dignitas team in their own half. LJ shakes one guy off. A pinch, back to Daniel. Can Daniel dump them? No, it's back to the corner. Arsenal diving forward, but he lost his grab. Found the ball again anyway. And Drees. Dignitas the breathing room. Evo stealing the midfield boost. Andy gonna push forward, but denied by Arsenal. Space Station, they've kept control of this ball. They've had a lot of opportunities. 18 of them, in fact, as this one taken away again by Dignitas. More pressure, Evo, but it's almost a perfect touch every time. Evo gets the follow-up. Arsenal's not there. Space Station just can't find a way to position to punish these Dignitas touches. They won't give him one. Oh, Daniel off the post. LJ tries, but he's too late. Dignitas won't break. Another transition. The backboard and in. No rebound, nothing. LJ, he's got a go-ahead man. Daniel, LJ saved. Somehow, Drees gets behind him, and a massive clear forces all of Space Station back as Arsenal takes the save. A lot of action so far, Subi.
A ton of action and a ton of offense from Space Station Gaming. So far, 20 shots on target, and only 2 have dropped. Dignitas doing a great job on defense. 13 saves back there. Oh, but that ball squeezes through, and Andy, not the greatest decision on that play. Gets boost, gets back, and gets the clear.
Again, the layers for Dignitas. Even on that last save, he can't. Oh, wait, that's a demo. He didn't want that. He wanted the ball. Andy gonna give some time. That could have been dangerous if anybody else had been expecting that. That's happened a couple of times in this series. Space Station. We'll try again. How many times can you create a new way to get to the orange half before Dignitas find a way to punish you for not scoring? Andy lobs it up. Daniel stays behind it and feathers the boost perfectly to stay with it. Now Arsenal got the catch. Evo jumps early. Flick over to the side. Arsenal's got nothing. It's got to be up to LJ, but they keep getting flushed to the corners. Another 50. All of Space Station working this left side.
Great touch there, but a better read from Daniel. And Drees, big miss on that one, but it actually affords Evo tons of space. And as I say that, LJ meets him right in midair. And Jorby, this is absolutely one of the best performances we have ever seen on defense. The way Dignitas denies every single shot, every single attempt that Space Station's coming out with. And it's not like it's just a linear approach from Space Station and Evo looking for a bump, and Daniel recognized it, came in from the backside to get that clear. But Space Station are showing their hands. They are showing infield pass. They're showing a 1-2-3 combo. They're showing solo plays. Whatever they do, they can't score on infield pass. Get it good for Andy, and Dignitas take the series lead.
Well, you slice them enough times, eventually 10,000 cuts will put your opponent down. Dignitas, an onslaught to take this to match point. Wow.
That's the analysis, in my opinion, Jorby. Wow. They weathered the storm. 21 shots from Space Station Gaming, and somehow Dignitas did not fold. They did not crumble, and they were able to go 11 minutes and 26 seconds straight and take this game and outlast Space Station, put them on match point. Huge for Dignitas.
Everyone dropping a boatload of points on the field.
What?
Dignitas are calling a timeout after just winning and putting the series on match point. Now, I'm not familiar with the win and call a timeout strat, but as I understand it in other sports, you really want to get in their head, right, Subi? Is that what's going on?
I think it's okay.
They never saw it coming.
We're a young team, okay? So we want to make the most out of this situation, and you're up match point. You don't want to go to a Game 7 with Space Station Gaming. So, okay, let's talk about it. Timeout, let's calm the nerves. That was a huge win. Let's just focus on what we have. One more game, and we put Space Station away, and we move on to the semifinals. I mean, it's a great play from Dignitas, but I don't know. It's only happened one other time in D-Rex history, and that goes back a long ways, and it was in Sam last split, where a winning team took a timeout when they were on match point. So this is almost unheard of from Dignitas. So for Space Station, it's also a little bit of mind games, like, wait a minute, they're calling timeout?
Yeah, something tells me that I think you called it out earlier, that 6-minute overtime, that'll take it out of you, even if you win it. And those endorphins could carry you to a win in the next game, but it can also very well put you off your nerve. So maybe Dignitas felt they just needed a minute cool down, let things settle into like a normal win endorphin level, not a 6+ minute overtime win endorphin level, right? So that's what makes the most sense to me. So as we head to Neo Tokyo, we'll see the statistics. We don't have a lot of data on this type of call, but this is minor in all aspects. We're just, it's interesting.
No, but I mean, it is interesting because we got to see, like you said, the endorphin levels and adrenaline levels just completely spike. You saw Andy screaming his head off after that pass from Drees. Such a beautiful flick to set up Andy for basically an open net shot to end that overtime. So now they've reset all emotions back to the baseline level for what it can be in an RLCS match. And Dignitas, as we go into Neo Tokyo on that point, big elbow to open the door for Andy.
Well, they've been beating them, and they're deleting them. Drees, perfect pop. How about his work? See you later, Arsenal. And it's easy work for Andy. How about Andy? I mean, how's he got to be feeling right now? He might be the one who called the timeout. For how long he's been grinding, we talked about it earlier in the series. To be in position to make top 4 in a regional is something he's been working for 5+ years. The Space Station are tough. Well, the fourth man for Dignitas is a little tougher. Here comes LJ, but he can't go for the ball. And make no mistake about it, Drees getting, a demo and that touch there. But Drees has had an excellent game as well. As Dignitas trying to add to their score, but Space Station have a quick shot. And can't get it.
Yeah, man of the hour, Andy getting that save. He's had 7 goals so far this series. He's been so instrumental to Dignitas' success against Space Station Gaming. He's also been getting a few assists as well, 3 to his name in this one. So Andy everywhere for Dignitas as Evo misses the double. Daniel, big save, but Andy does get the boost steal. But Dree's gonna miss that ball, and Space Station gonna try their handed offense.
Space Station had tons of it last game. That's the one thing Dignitas need to be careful. You can't get lackadaisical, because Space Station had threatening opportunities. Dignitas had to play immaculate defense. They will likely have to here, but it's been them putting the pressure on in the first 2 minutes. LJ, not a lot of boost. be able to do much with the ball. Daniel trying to take advantage of an awkward Drees. Arsenal punches it in. Space Station finally find the door.
And I love this touch from Arsenal here. He doesn't put a little soft touch on it. He hammers this one home. It's almost like a statement shot, like, okay, you might have got the best of us. We might be on match point, but we're not going to lay down and accept defeat. Arsenal ties it back up here in game number 6.
Arsenal lets Andy take that one. Much Andy could do. Drees, another soft touch. LJ, a poor one, and Andy punishes him. It's Drees setting him up, forcing the bad touch. Look how awkward LJ is here underneath, and Andy delivers the strike. Dignitas take the lead back.
That was reminiscent of the first goal of this game, right? Where Drees gets the pass and then looks for a bump on that one. He saw the defender. Okay, I see what's coming with that bump, but regardless, he had to jump, puts him out of the rotation, out of the play, and Andy able to capitalize on that, and what a combo this Andy and Drees tag team has turned into.
Evo's had his standout moments as well.
Absolutely.
All at Dignitas. Putting on the performance of, well, their team lives anyway.
Right.
Space Station bullying a couple out of the box. There's Evo. Kill the drive, reset, and had a little boost. LJ's not even giving him a chance at it. Sneak that ball away. And D has LJ, and nothing's gonna develop here. There was a cheeky demo on the backside. Thought it would maybe open things up for Dignitas. They just keep winning these 50s.
And that Space Station, gotta be a little wary of where they are challenging the ball. Sorry, it just bit my tongue, that hurt. But you see, they're constantly letting that third man back just kind of do whatever they want instead of cover up that back line. And they almost got one poked through there as Andy keeps that one alive. LJ able to get it towards midfield, and Arsenal going to clean things up and set the offense for Space Station.
Arsenal not a lot of boost here, but went for the 50. Daniel steals a boost. And what can he do with it? Works his way around. Daniel the Weaver! LJ tried to find a way in, but he can't break the stone.
Yeah, it's just so difficult to get past this Dignitas back line. They've been so good at understanding where the shots are coming from and understanding when it's turning into a pass and being able to take away shooting lanes, passing lanes, right place, right time, and high IQ plays. And even when a demo comes out, they rotate through and cover up their teammates' positioning perfectly.
Arsenal just gives the shot. Trust LJ to make that save. The shot was absolutely savable, but Arsenal pulling off of it. Hang on, it's a great setup from Daniel to LJ. Space Station aren't done.
They catch the defense a little off guard. You see the third man back rotate forward. Is that touch from Daniel? How do you ever predict that? Evo had gone up to cover close post, and LJ puts it far and away. And all tied up. Yet again, Dignitas Space Station, game 6, but the kickoff, come on!
That will take the wind out of literally everyone's sails. A neutral, I don't even think the ball moved. The cars slid off, all the momentum transferred, and the ball stood stoic. Perfect for a punt into Space Station's net.
All that work to just give up the easiest of all goals, the easiest thing to work on a kickoff. It's unfortunate as that happens under 1 minute to go. Demo on the back line, but doesn't matter as Arsenal can't catch up to this ball and Drees extends the lead.
Arsenal misreads how exactly Evo's carrying that. That puts him in a really difficult spot where he comes and he doesn't see Drees until the last second to line up where he's going to go. But by that time, he's already used a ton of boost. But Arsenal committed on the angle early. We do have a pause. And we'll get back into the game shortly, and we'll figure out what's going on and get back into the game as quick as possible. But on that last play, Arsenal, he bit the angle too early. That gave Evo an easy weave around him. And then Arsenal tried to make up for it. But I mean, Arsenal just needs to be a little more patient, respect that Evo had full control of that ball there.
Yeah, and I mean, it's hard when you're staring down the barrel of 2 players from Dignitas and you're alone on that back line. And Drees has just been so good in this closing game for Dignitas. I mean, he has a playmaker, he has 1 goal, he's everywhere for Dignitas right now. And Andy, what more can we say about him? He's been getting the saves, he's been getting the shots, he's been setting things up. This team right now, I mean, I'm not going to jinx them, but it seems like this is like peak Dignitas. They're playing so well right now.
Well, looks like all things are settled, and we just play on. Dignitas will retain their 2-goal lead, and quite possibly a series win in 30 seconds. They took down version 1 yesterday. They just may take down Space Station here. They're trying to eliminate anyone that went to the major in North America last split. Arsenal tries to set them up, but there's just no time left. One more for Daniel. Arsenal not positioned for the touch. LJ losing the 50. Daniel has to take it wide. They need a goal with time left. Anything, something, a shot. The ball's just bouncing back. It's over. Dignitas have done it. Upsetting Space Station to a top 4. Nobody predicted it.
They are world beaters right now, and sitting atop the world is this Dignitas roster. And you saw them pop off after that big 6-minute overtime win. And this one is where they can kind of just sit back, take a deep breath, wipe the sweat from their brow. And obviously, you got to go on the social media and tweet out your big victory, taking down Space Station. And nothing but respect to all 3 members of Dignitas. They looked so good in this series.
They really did. I mean, that game, that 6-minute overtime, feels like that's what really decided the series. All that defense, the 20 million shots that Space Station had, not one of them go in that overtime, because Dignitas, they pulled their best Gen.G on defense, just posting infinite layers for you to peel through. But you're going to be peeling for a long time if you're Space Station. They fall in the top 8. Dignitas get top 4. One more. Complexity versus M80 is another upset in the works. Find out after the break.
You can save an average of 2 times more with our smart savings tools. For everything we want, we're all better off with an ally.
Tries to send one to the back of the net, and he will triple touch. You said the double might work out. How about a triple?
Oh my! This time, fire! Try to clear this away. Landing on the foot of Andy. Picked up the save. It's still there for Jimmy. They scored.
Welcome back to the RLCS North American Winter Open. We just got done with a close one between Space Station Gaming and Dignitas, and Dignitas ended up taking it in 6 games. It was a defensive-minded series that really favored Dignitas, and I'm here with Andy. Andy, first off, congratulations. That was a huge win. How's it feel to be playing in the playoffs?
Man, it feels great. I'm really excited to get into my first top 4. Excited to get a chance to win my first regional. Feeling really good as a team, ready to go.
Yeah, speaking of your team, it feels like this is a bunch of players that, and I hope you don't take this in the wrong way, but it feels like a bunch of players that are like round pegs being fit into square holes. Like you guys just couldn't find your spot with teammates, but this team, it feels like all 3 of you mesh so well. Talk to me about what it's like being with a squad where it seems like you all really trust each other on the field.
Yeah, I mean, with the addition of Evo, it's given us a lot of opportunity to have more of an offensive-minded play style, and we're giving ourselves a lot of opportunities to solo play and create a lot of opportunities for ourselves, and just kind of being the player who's kind of filling in gaps, playing the role where just kind of picking up where my teammates leave off. It's really good fit for us.
I mean, you say offensive minded, but the way that series was going, especially that 6+ minute overtime, it was all defense from you guys waiting until you could break out of your own half. I mean, I've always wondered, what's it like being a pro player where you're playing for that long, basically 11.5 minutes straight. Your hands have got to be just dripping sweat, and you realize one crucial mistake could end it all. What's that pressure feel like when you're on the field?
I mean, we did our prep work. That's all I can really say. We were ready. We were prepared. We were confident. We knew that we were playing as good as we were going to be playing, and we just capitalized on the mistakes that SSG was giving us. And yeah, I mean, we did our prep work. We had nothing to be nervous about.
I mean, the way you guys played, it didn't look nervous at all. And I've got to ask about that timeout. You guys won the game. Was it to just kind of bring yourselves back down to ground level, or what was the method behind that timeout?
A little bit, just to kind of relax a little bit, but mainly my hands were cramping up and getting a little tingly. So we just took a timeout to give ourselves a little bit of a breather.
No, it was cool to see, and it's cool to see you guys playing. It's so fun to watch. I've always been a huge fan of you. We kind of came up together through the rival series. You know, it took you a while to get here to a top 4 appearance, and it's so great to see. So I've got to know, what's the motivation for you for this season? Obviously, every player is going to say World Championship. I'm going to lift that trophy. We all know that, but what's the short-term goals for this season?
We're trying to head to San Diego. We really want to make a major and make an impact in a major. I've been stuck 9 through 12 pretty much my entire career, and I feel like it's time to break out.
I feel like it too. I'd love to get to hang out with you in San Diego.
Yeah,
I hear the hotel is going to have a pool. It's going to be great weather. It's going to be awesome. So when you do make it to San Diego, when you do get to play in front of that live crowd, what's going to be your message to them after you get your first win?
I just got to say, we're ready. We're ready to win it all. I mean, we're ready. We're prepared. We know it's coming. They should know too.
Hey, I love the hunger. I love the drive that I've seen. You haven't given up after, I mean, it feels like an eon of playing. So I just got to say, best of luck moving forward, and thanks for hanging out, chatting with me.
Yep, thanks, Sibby.
The upsets continue for Dignitas as the Cinderella run. That's another chapter here. They'll say don't call it an upset, though. They're here to play 4-2, including a 6-minute OT win over Space Station. Had them tilted out of their minds by the end of that series. What an event. What a result, as Dignitas is now top 4, waiting on the results of Complexity versus M80.
That was unbelievable because it's an underdog team. And a lot of times when an underdog team comes in, it's going to be a scrappy series where it's low scoring and teams are just not getting things done. Dignitas put up 3 goals per game in that series versus the #1 defense in the tournament in Space Station. They were only giving up 1 goal per game. And then we saw game 6. Space Station seemed like they tilted a little bit with the double kickoff and then gave up the 4-2 goal. And Dignitas, calm, cool, and collected throughout, Jorby.
I mean, what more can you say than that? I was so impressed with them. It wasn't even, sometimes when you see like incredible save after incredible save, it's usually with pre-jumps involved because you're kind of getting outsped on the field. But it wasn't that way. No, Dignitas were in position every single time. Like they were outplaying Space Station on defense. It was just an incredible performance from them. Absolutely deserved top 4.
This was amazing. Let's take a look at the bracket, folks. We got one more match today before we have our semifinals set for tomorrow. And the crazy stories are continuing no matter what here. Complexity coming into this tournament after failing to get top 8 the entire fall split, now in top 8. And they're facing off against what is the craziest story of the tournament for me so far. M80 now in the top 8 as well, Gibbs.
So M80, the 15th seed coming in. They were down 0-2 in their groups. They beat Optic, then they take down FaZe. And I believe that is the lowest team that has beaten FaZe probably ever, because FaZe always just takes care of business versus these low-end teams. But M80 is here. And now we talked about that top side of the bracket being wide open. Now Space Station, the only major team that was on the top side, is eliminated. So it's either Complexity, M80, or Dignitas will play in a grand final. This is a huge moment for all three of these teams. And now Complexity and M80 have to be thinking that now is the time. Here's our moment to make it to a grand finals, to have a fantastic shot at going to the major.
Man, but look at this, Jorby. You got Complexity sitting next to each other, a team facility. You got to feel like that gives them an edge.
Boot camp buff, man. It's real. Sitting together with your teammates, just the mind meld. Like mind melding is a real phenomena in nature. And like that is something that absolutely happens in competitive sports, but it's more likely to happen when you're all sitting next to each other. Complexity played excellently in their one series in the tiebreaker. They go into the group stage. They are the only team that has beat Gen.G multiple times, by the way. And I've been so impressed ever since CRR has joined this team. I know that the expectations were high when he joined initially, went through some stuff on the back end, but now coming back winter split, and from every game I've watched CRR play, this man is back with a force. Razebull has gotten so good. And it's like AJG, he's just been consistent. This Complexity team, from my mark, they've taken the next step. Their gameplay looks like it's at the next level.
Percy, Kinsey, and Lion Blaze, though, a formidable roster of their own. All players that have had success at times. One of the lowest seeds we've seen get this far into an RLCS tournament since the format change. Complexity gonna have their hands full. You know, M80, there's nothing to lose in this matchup. How are you guys feeling about it at home? How are we feeling about it here on the desk? We got two Complexity lovers. I'm not, you know what, Jorby, I trusted you one time, and it bit me bad.
I don't know what you mean by you trusted me. I was talking about lost addition to the roster. I wasn't talking about their series against Gen.G.
Stop making excuses for your boys.
You make your own choices, Wade Punk. You can't pawn this one off on me.
We got Alpine Torrent Energy on the broadcast now with Percy and Kinsey. We got Lion Blaze with them as well. I love M80 as a name as well. 62% favorite, though. Complexity in chat. Let's get down. Last match of the day. Time to get it underway. Can M80 keep the Cinderella story going? Can Complexity get back on the bandwagon they had last season? It's time to find out.
The last match of the day, whether it's in CRL or the RLCS, it always hits a little bit different, and Daz is going to hit real different here. Two teams I don't think a lot of people expected to be at this point are here now, and somebody gets to go through to a top 4 on Championship Sunday.
Both teams have been fighting along this winter open stacks as the trip to San Diego. We're still a long way from our destination. Which one of these two teams is going to break through from the start? It's going to be Percy, though, to start us off with the first goal for M80.
Well, how much better could it possibly get for M80? They've come in as the underdog, as they mentioned on the desk. 15 seed in the event, and they were able to get through Optic, able to get through FaZe back-to-back to get this opportunity. A shot at Complexity, who in their own right, looking to kind of rewrite history for themselves after coming very close to qualifying for the Rotterdam Major. CRR thought about this. Lion Blaze going to jump in there as well. Now Kinsey has Percy to his left, and Kinsey trying to slow play, but the defense from Complexity up to the task. They came close, Daz, to reaching that Rotterdam Major, talking about Complexity. Yeah. So they've still got plenty of points built up where M80 does not. And AJG making the save there. I wonder when the pressure really starts to get to these guys, or if it ever does.
Yeah, for Complexity, I mean, look at that, though, from CRR. Hold on. quick transition play. I like this. CRR starts it off. Raise Bull, beautiful touch. A little bit of miscommunication on the defensive side. It gives a lapse in judgment, and the shot placement perfect for CRR. Complexity tying things up. You had spoken about it a little bit, Stacks. This team has been on the cusp. They've always been so close, but this split, they started off a little bit stronger. We've even seen people predicting them to make major, but not in that 5th place, even higher than that. They need to prove it, though, here and now with a victory to go to the finish.
Lion Blaze trying to cut through the defense. CRR and Raise Bull got tied up inside the net. That demo from Lion Blaze on AJG will make things even worse. Kinsey, Percy's shot easily saved by AJG. That goal from CRR from the assist by Raise Bull, very fitting for complexity of the 6 players on the field. CRR's the leading scorer, and now Raise Bull, the leading assist man in the tournament, or at least among these players. Here's Percy blocking that one. AJG indirect for himself. He whiffs, and Percy has that guided off to the side. I think you can expect a lot of scoring here in this series, Daz. Both these teams give up quite a few opportunities at the net, particularly complexity. They average 10 shots against a game here. Lion Blaze shot just a little bit wide. That counts as one, and AJG will pop it away.
Yeah, I've seen them do that firsthand against Gen.G. They actually end up forcing an error here. It's the speed from Raise Bull on this touch out. You see Lion Blaze has a little bit of room. Not the best touch. Raise Bull had a red like a book, pinched it right back into the net. Complexity starting to get a read here of M80. They're setting the tone with the lead.
So the 2-1 advantage for complexity. It's already a tough task for M80, as it has been all throughout this tournament. Can't afford to give them gifts. As CRR shot on, easily stopped by Percy coming across. He's got a full tank of boost that he can clear one away past AJG, but not to any teammates. His teammates well behind him, and a good thing, so they can stop CRR there. Now AJG gonna try his luck. Lion Blaze stops him. Of course, there was a lot of talk about the Luminosity and Ghost rosters and where Lion Blaze figured into all of that. It's getting a new start here now with this M80 org, as Lion Blaze up the ladder, and Raise Bull there to meet him.
Yeah, Lion Blaze definitely has a new crew here, and you can see the potential that is on this squad. Taking down FaZe Clan, no small feat. But was it just them having a good series? Can they continue to elevate? That is the question here. This complexity roster is no slouch. The defense is great. Even though they allow a lot of shots, they don't necessarily allow that same amount in terms of goal scoring. As you can see, another save there from AJG, gonna be his 3rd save. Complexity's 4th of the game. They're really solid in meeting those defenses, and they're even more dangerous on the counterattack. CRR making it a 2-goal game.
If complexity goes on to win this whole thing, CRR might almost definitely be the leading scorer of the tournament. He has been on fire from day one. That's his 16th of the tournament, and we're only 1 game into this top 8 matchup. Here goes Percy now, trying to match what complexity's thrown out there, and that's going to be blocked away by Raise Bull. It has been, despite the copious amounts of shooting opportunities, a better defense out of complexity, in large part because of their offense, which is just unstoppable right now.
They're up against M80, but it's complexity that are exploding. Look at that shot from AJG. The angle, the placement, top left corner. They are not playing around. Statement game in the opener here. And they're basically saying, M80, if you can't put a hand up, we will continue to light up this scoreboard. They're picking them apart right now in game 1.
I think everybody knew that complexity had made a massive improvement when they added CRR. They knew that he's going to be a star over here in North America. I don't think they quite expected it to be to this extent. And this complexity team that, they kind of took North America by storm when they first came up from the South American region. They qualified for that fall major. The epic tiebreaker was Space Station, as Kinsey prevents a 5th goal from going in for complexity. And then they kind of fell off, and they've been trying to regain that form. They most certainly have now. After coming so close to qualifying for Rotterdam, the hunger is there. They're off to a great start here in game 1 of this top 8 matchup, up 4-1 now with Less than 30 seconds left, and it just feels like target practice right now on the M80 net.
I'll speak plainly. It feels like M80 are being bullied. I mean, the bumps, the awkward placement on the defensive end, Complexity have taken advantage of every single mistake that they've had. They've shut down offensive pushes. They constantly find each other in pass plays in midfield, and these plays are telegraphed. Complexity, there's just no way that M80 was going to be able to keep up with them in that game one. Very dominant win as we get this series started off.
It has reached a different level that M80 has to try and match with this Complexity squad that just moves so quick. And you can tell the mentality is there. They're playing against a very confident team where maybe M80 against Optic and even FaZe in the round of 16 might not have been playing with that same level of confidence. Certainly Optic was not. As we look back at game number 1 and the Complexity highlight reel that it was.
Yeah, I mean, even looking at the stats, you will see the demo numbers, right? M80 out-demoed Complexity. Complexity only had 1 that game. I think M80 had like 6, and it didn't even matter. They couldn't transition that into anything. And when they did put the shots on, just save after save after save. They only let in 1. That's really that Complexity defense. Sure, you can bring the ball out. You can try to pressure us, but the team is very solid. So even when it looks like they're in uncomfortable situations where you think a goal has to be going in, this squad buckles down, gets some saves, and gets those transitions. They had at least 2 transition goals in that last game. M80 have to be stronger on the defensive line. Otherwise, we can see another lights-out performance here for Complexity.
The forbidden door has been opened. Forbidden Temple is back. Sorry, I had to jump on the bandwagon.
Yo, I agree.
Right.
I'm with you.
Good to have it back. Raise Bull, shot on, and they just keep going.
It's automatic at this point. CRR up so early, has a read. Lion Blaze can't get comfortable. AJG's all over him. And Raise Bull, no one really to put a hand up until it's too late. First 12 seconds, end up a Complexity goal. And whatever M80 we're talking about, before they got into this game, they better make sure to keep that composure up, because if not, this could be a slippery slope for them.
That's 5 unanswered goals now for Complexity. Another one thrown downfield. CRR bumped out of the way by Lion Blaze. Kinsey is up, but CRR is in the way. Up ahead to Raise Bull again. Lion Blaze just got a piece of that. And Lion Blaze up ahead to Percy, intercepted by CRR. So Lion Blaze has a little more work to do. Kinsey's shot blocked by AJG. Yeah, for M80, all that talk in between games like you mentioned, Daz. All right, it's fine. It's a new game. 0-0, regain. 12 seconds in, you're like, okay, well, regain, maybe? Kinsey up high, and it's free coming off the backboard, but nobody could get around on it. Kinsey does, but AJG has that away, more importantly, towards a teammate in CRR. Now Raise Bull can track this on the opposite side. M80's hanging around here, Daz, but still not able to get good looks on the Complexity net.
Yeah, it's really tough for M80. They want to get that consistent pressure up, right? We've seen the ball go in front of the net a couple of times here. But the problem is that they understand Complexity, all it takes is 1 solid clear, and they will catch M80 out. Like even Percy, this is an aggressive third-man position for him. He's finally coming in. Lion Blaze right behind him. All it takes is a big-time clear, and that Complexity transition can lead it to another goal. It's really, you have to really make the right decisions out in front. AJG, though, no stranger of going up to the net early as he tried to put a shot on. That one ends up missing. Staying on the ball, though, the Lion Blaze will be able to clear this out in open space.
Full boost for Lion Blaze, but no possession as Raise Bull plays that away from him. So Lion Blaze getting the demo on CRR on his way back. AJG right at Lion Blaze. That's well cleared. And more importantly, to Kinsey, to Percy. Oh, how quickly they move down the field. How's that for an assist?
The speed on that one, it looks so much faster than what the numbers are saying. Percy put everything behind that shot. Raise Bull got up in time, but it just didn't matter. You're not stopping a shot like that. Great goal to bring M80 back into this game.
Blink and you miss it. That's one of the quicker trips down the field. All 3 involved for M80. Here's AJG for CRR, and Kinsey in the way. Lion Blaze tracking. See if that kind of sparks something now for M80. Getting a goal like that, one of the prettier goals we've seen throughout this weekend. Percy now, around the corner. Got that through, but AJG is there. RazeBull streaking down the side. He's got options to the mid, and CRR thought about it, but thought the defense had this. Kinsey does. Not much going forward, though, for M80. They got to scramble back.
You can see just from complexity, they're a little bit more slower in their approach. Not really sending too many people out in front to get an aggressive challenge. AJG was last there and even turned around, bought RazeBull some time to get a better touch. And it's now 2 back-to-back saves. Infield pass going to be blocked out. Percy trying to get that goal. I like what I'm seeing, though, from N80 on the offensive press. They are aggressive. They are finding each other as well. Very big sign of change here from game 1.
Kinsey sailed one high and wide. RazeBull, full tank of boost that he just picked up in front of himself. Now Lion Blaze needs a second touch. Percy jumped as well. Nasty double commit for M80, and it's going to cost them a goal.
Pick the pockets there. And again, it comes down to the positioning. Double commit on the play, a little bit of a bump. Defense doesn't know where to be. And AJG says, I will sail it in front of the net. If no one's home, I'll go right through the door.
And it's such a weird double commit too, right, Daz? I mean, Percy jumps from so far back. At some point, somebody's either got to call him off or Lion Blaze has to audible in the air. Neither happened. It's just a massive breakdown.
Yeah. And those types of breakdowns, those can really change the course of a game, which could then affect a series just like we're seeing now here. 1:10 left, and all of a sudden, M80, who started this game off a little bit shaky, battled their way back in. Now they got to race against the clock, and Complexity are going to feel a lot more confident in this final minute, making a lot of strong challenges, just slowing down M80's pushes upfield.
M80 doing a good job despite getting maybe starved out just a little bit. The demolition on Kinsey. He'll spawn in behind Lion Blaze, and the ball goes right to him. So that works out for M80, but now he's got to do a lot with nothing in the tank, and RazeBull literally picks his pocket and a 2-goal lead.
You're down by 1, 40 seconds left. Why is the ball on the hood? RazeBull's going to take that any day of the week. It was so free for him. Got to be able to get at the ball out like that if you're M80. They get punished for it big time, and it may have just costed them this game too. 40 seconds remaining. They're going to need some work here if they want to get back in.
M80's got what might be the goal of the match, but then they've just completely fallen apart. CRR with the pick and the score, and another 4-1 lead.
Oh, this is just getting out of hand now. Lion Blaze tries to clear it. CRR says, we'll send this to the net. Kinsey, see you later, says AJG. The bump comes through, and now it's definitely done. 3-goal lead, 30 seconds left. Complexity, who the game was close around the halfway point stacks, but once Complexity had that single 1-goal lead, I mean, the confidence just shifted. The way they were challenging the ball, they were much more aggressive, and they forced more and more errors out of M80.
3 unanswered goals after that equalizer, scored by Percy, who's got the only 2 goals for M80 in this series. And that may well remain the case unless somebody else can add one here in garbage time. With the clock at 0, RazeBull doesn't quite bring it to ground. Lion Blaze does, and they'll wave the white flag like, okay, that's enough. 0-2 now. Complexity halfway to the semis.
Halfway to the semis. I would say, based off this game, though, the demo total went down drastically for M80. You can see the match complexity there in that category. But of course, the game seemed as if you could have seen a shift from M80. Maybe potentially the offensive strides they had were solid. That didn't work. Then defensive-wise, mistakes from game 1 started to repeat themselves. Now you see them here with a timeout because, again, this is a big game 3. You don't want to call the timeout at the end, at least that's what they're thinking. So trying to be able to turn the series around before it gets to desperate situations is what they're working on now.
There you see Lion Blaze. He's been the leading scorer for M80 in this tournament, but left off the scoreboard almost entirely. No goals, no assists. And M80 trying to find a way to right the ship. Meanwhile, Complexity, very confident, very relaxed now. A pair of 4-1 victories. And you have to imagine confidence has to be at an all-time high now as they get ready to head over to DFH Stadium and maybe get this on to match point and continue this incredible run they've had to start the winter split.
Looking at this here, you got to think, I mean, for Complexity, everything is going their way. Sure, again, that point you bring up with them allowing a lot of shots, that's still relevant. But again, if they're not being punished for it, and they're also getting some of these strong transitions, then it really does come down to M80 just try to get as much consistent offensive pressure as possible. Not a lot of their offensive pushes have been extended to a long period of time. Normally, they're up there, maybe get a shot or two off before Complexity is able to turn the ball around. If they can keep Complexity locked in and maybe even boost starved a little bit, I think it would do them wonders. That's easier said than done, though, as Complexity on the transition has been very effective. They've been able to pass out a lot in transition, find each other, and then turn it into instant offense on the other side of things. And you see it even there, some of the bumps, the off-ball plays, they are just so effective on all levels. That is why I think, for this timeout, it should be effective here for M80, but for a team that is getting to this stage, there's a lot of pressure. Yeah. Hopefully they don't break.
They're up against a team, too, that has, I think in the last 365 days, undergone a massive growth and maturity, right? I mean, you look at where Complexity was coming out of the fall major into the winter split. I mean, they were on vacation until like the Monday of winter regional 1. And it showed. I think you can tell now. Again, they're hungrier. They have a lot to prove. And the hours, just looking at the eyeball test here, the hours are clearly up as RazeBull dives in here. Lionblaze will have to clear that away. And we'll see if M80 can turn things around with a foot just about in the grave here in the quarterfinals.
I can't say get that mid. Lionblaze was up so early. They beat out 2 here. CRR trying to carry this one. And the bump is great, but there's a demo on the back end. So now CRR turns in the last man. He gets the dunk and almost got rewarded for that. Now they're trying to stop a transition. Well done, though, from CR. That was a big play. Just staying close to the ball, getting those 50s just to slow down a potential offensive push, because M80, if they got the ball past CR, it was most likely going to be a goal on the your side.
It is a 3-headed Hydra attack from Complexity. Everybody getting involved. Goals and assists. Meanwhile, on the other side for M80, not so much. 2 goals from Percy, both assisted by Kinsey. They did have that one team play that tied up game 2. We'll probably see it a few more times before the weekend is done. But right now, that's all they have to hang their hat on. CRR trying to jump in the way and interfere with Lionblaze and Percy. Kinsey met by RazeBull. He's still there behind the play, and Lionblaze has to pop it out.
And Complexity even being a threat from behind the play just shows you that M80 don't really have a lot of room to get comfortable. Chance here, good shot from Kinsey, but CRR read it perfectly. Great save out, and again, goes back to not being able to get that consistent pressure. They get that one shot, now all of a sudden, ball off the backboard, AJG trying to put a shot on, forcing Lionblaze to make a save.
CRR loops back around. Low center, and that's going to be popped out. Now RazeBull. No, try his luck. Indirect from the ceiling and sent out by Percy. CRR right over to RazeBull. Now AJG taking a wide turn on this. Out of the corner. It's left for RazeBull. CRR turned back, though, with Kinsey starting to make his way to midfield. Kinsey can't center, and RazeBull should be able to collect this. He's giving it away to Lionblaze, though, and the teams play back and forth inside Complexity territory. Out now onto the M80 side, and Kinsey just around AJG.
Midfield challenges have been really solid from M80. I think that's one of the reasons why, we see the scoring run from Complexity start to slow down. They've been able to kind of keep up with the speed and understand, okay, Complexity always looking for each other. Got to keep an eye out for where that second and third man is even, because sometimes they'll send that aggressive third man forward and make some plays. They're trying to cover as much of the field as possible on the offensive attack. And at M80, so the challenges that they've had have slowed that down drastically, which is making it so much harder for Complexity to get really a goal-scoring opportunity. I say that, but sometimes you just got to send it down the field. RazeBull on his 4th shot will find the back of the net.
And it's kind of a story that it took 4 shots from him to put one into the back of the net. 6 for the team. Complexity came in shooting 30%, the highest shooting percentage of any of the teams after day 1. They finally get one here late in game 3, and M80 continue to kind of figuratively shake their heads and scratch their heads, trying to figure out how they can slow down Complexity even more. CRR for Raise Bull. Percy's got the save, and Kinsey has to continue clearing that out. They haven't had much. Looking down on the blue half of the field, and again, Complexity has a late goal that might just thrust that dagger in a little bit deeper. Here goes Percy. Flip reset. Left now for Kinsey, and CRR is all over it, just not letting M80 have any time whatsoever as Raise Bull jumps in the way.
Kinsey trying to keep that ball in. Final minute. M80 still looking composed. And almost, Kinsey was waiting midfield, but just did not expect that bounce to come through. So now it's Lion Blaze has to lead the charge here. Complexity still trying to get force the issue, force the error. But M80 are starting to look a lot better in that regard, but still nothing really scary or dangerous in terms of the shots they've been able to put on. They have 30 seconds to figure out if they can get a way in.
It's a good block by Kinsey coming across, but again, nobody can jump out after this. AJG lets it go, and Kinsey will take charge. Looking for Percy, instead finding CRR. Down to 12 seconds now. M80 just looking for any open space they can find, and that space closes up real quick. And now they've just made a mess of it at the end, thanks to the Complexity attack. Lion Blaze for Kinsey. Somebody's got to get under this. Percy does. Lion Blaze across the way. Got to get it in the air. Got some help from CRR, but Raise Bull will kill it, and Complexity is on match point.
Match point. M80 worked so hard to try to get something going in that game. And yet again, coming up empty, especially after taking the timeout. It is not looking good at all over there on the orange side. Complexity have been able to adapt. The numbers still look good from them on offense. They've actually even limited the amount of opportunities M80 have had in the shooting department. Only 4 shots. 4 shots. Raise Bull himself has more shots than the entire team. It's unbelievable.
Both teams had 6 shots each in the previous game as well. You know, this team in Complexity that allows so many shots per game, they have not in this series. And that's where M80 is really struggling, just getting the ball in a position where they can get a good look at the Complexity net. M80 is just getting outpaced and outmatched by this Complexity squad, who continue to impress after kind of a feather in your cap win yesterday over Gen.G.
This Complexity team is no joke, and they are looking to prove it every step of the way. Anytime you think, okay, maybe this is going to be a challenge for them, they have been able to rise to the occasion. Now, the next challenge is just closing this series out.
CRR off the corner. It's still available, and boy, M80 tightrope their way out of danger. And not really by their own doing either. AJG now, lob one up there. He'll chase it himself. Fence in the way, it's Percy that made the initial stop. Now Raise Bull circling around here. Again, not letting M80 spend a whole lot of time on the blue half of the field. That's just continued over the last couple of games, and now here into a game that M80 must win, and they don't have the benefit of their timeout. They use that after a second consecutive 4-1 defeat and managed to just not score. Raise Bull for CRR. And the question now for M80. No timeout, no excuses. You've got just under 4 minutes. Can you prolong your tournament life?
Looking for a way back in. They're trying to fight step by step here with Complexity. It's been still quiet for them. Haven't recorded a shot yet this game. Complexity has 3. It's just been a battle for midfield. Kinsey getting bumped off ball. Lion Blaze tries to come inside and see if he can really create something in that corner. But instead, it goes the other way again, and Lion Blaze will have to bring this down the field once more. Them on the play. Percy, maybe a shot, puts one on, but Raise Bull able to get the save.
Usually very reliable. You get Percy there in kind of a one-on-one situation. You like your chances. This time the Complexity defense stops him. And now AJG. Boy, they were using a lot of physical play. Our complexity. CRR. Oh, he was torn between boost and ball, and then they missed twice. Oh, that was their best chance to catch complexity out. And now everybody hawking over towards the ball. And again, M80 are sent out of the zone without a goal and without a quality shot.
Yeah, the shots were very close to being quality stacks, but again, missing the mark back to back. At least at this point, they're getting into the territory, being able to at least create looks. But now they have to do just a little bit more, and there go complexity once again. Those passes in transition. Another play midfield, CR was looking to see if Razebull would be there, but instead gives up possession. They get it right back though, and this one's still scoreless. He just doesn't care. They're going up. They are challenging every inch of the field here with M80.
If you're M80 right now, I mean, you have to be angry, right? You have to be upset. They're giving you no respect whatsoever. I mean, they are just going to chase everything until you give them a reason not to. High out of the corner. Kinsey right down the middle where Razebull is waiting. Lion Blaze, the only line of defense. Razebull got it available, and AJG just a little too far behind the play. There's a good job by Lion Blaze at least stopping the initial effort, as now CRR takes charge. Out of the corner here, he'll pop it out for Razebull, and that's Kinsey again, whose defense has been stellar in this series, but it has not been enough.
Still, these are close chances for complexity. Does AGG have a flip? No flip on that one. Got a bump though, making this really hard for M80 to bring downfield despite having so much space. AJG says, listen, I'm all the defense you need. Complexity gets some boost up. He may be needed here. Pass, shot goes in, and M80 take the lead finally.
They finally get a lead after so long. That weird backflip that sent the ball over, I think it was AJG's head. Not sure what that touch was. Complexity would love to have it back, and now they find themselves trailing with a minute to go in a closeout opportunity.
Now M80, all they have to do is just hold on. You've done the work. You've broken a defense that seems unbreakable. Now maintain the lead for 1 minute and continue to fight for your chance in the semifinals. Maybe a breakout play here. Good win from AJG. He's going to try to push this forward. It's in midfield. Razebull won't be able to catch up to it. It'll be cleared away, killing more time.
M80 probably a little bit lucky. They were starting to press forward like they were down a goal rather than up a goal, and they almost got caught out. Lion Blaze stopped by Razebull. Here's CRR trying to get in Kinsey's way. It's left there for AJG and blocked across where Razebull can collect. 15 seconds. Ball going the right way for M80 as they try to prolong this match and their life here in the Winter Open. AJG. Oh, it's left for CRR, but nobody else is there. He thought maybe Razebull could have got it. Now Razebull up ahead. AJG to tie, and that whistles just wide. M80 survives to see another game.
By the skin of their teeth, Complexity got a last-second play off the pass middle, and if AJG's car's angled slightly differently, we could have been going into overtime. That's the threat Complexity have, but M80, though, you have to give them their credit. This was a very good win for them. Again, that defensive stops that they made were solid. They still didn't have that many shot opportunities, but what they had, they worked with. They didn't overexert themselves. There were some close chances. The defense did almost break down a couple of times. Complexity was knocking at the door, but they have weathered the storm, and then they were able to come out on top here. Now, they got a long journey, though. They're trying to reverse sweep this Complexity squad, who's looked very dominant over the course of this series. That was step one.
That was step one, and now they head to Wasteland for step two. We don't see it often in North America, but there is the first leg done. Only 3 shots, though, in that game for M80. They had to get by with their defense. They've got to find a way to get everybody else involved in the offense. It's got to be somebody other than Percy getting on the scoreboard. They at least got an assist officially out of Lion Blaze, so that really was more of a gift from CRR and AJG. Here goes Lion Blaze himself. Can he get another going? No, AJG is right there to swat it away, and we're off and running on Wasteland for Game 5.
All right, what's going to be who's going to be the player here that steps up for M80. Kinstay's definitely been doing a lot of work, one in the midfield, but two also just kind of on that back end as he leads the charge here for this play. And of course, everybody looks at Lion Blaze initially. They know Lion Blaze's offensive skill. They know his mechanical ability. It's time to put that into action. As right now, it's not looking so good for them. They're getting demo left and right. Complexity has put up a wall in midfield. CRR flip, but Percy able to shut that down for now.
Kinsey trying to stay with this play as RazeBull jumps in front of him. Every time CRR is up there in the air with the ball on his car, it's edge of your seat stuff, and he'll set up AJG. Complexity's back on the right side.
RazeBull wasn't even in that play. He was screaming. Look at that, threading the needle. No fear from AJG. Says, I'm going to get all up in there. You better have somebody able to block this shot. Complexity back in the driver's seat.
So the gauntlet's been thrown down now to M80. You've got to find a way to win what would constitute a shootout by their standards. They haven't scored more than one goal in a game in this series. A couple of 4-1 defeats, and then a 1-0 victory just a moment ago. That one almost an own goal. And Kinsey doesn't have the benefit of Lion Blaze downfield. Percy's starting to run up there, but CRR's popped it away from him. Kinsey to bring it back to center, and RazeBull is there to make sure it gets nowhere close.
Demo on the play, too, and a 50 out from AJG. Lion Blaze with that touch to kind of keep things in here, but you can see things start to slow down. CRR on the ball, getting it past one, and again, AJG coming and getting involved as AJG kind of that second man that has really been a big factor of the offense. There he is again, adding another to the score tally. It'll be RazeBull with the assist. AJG has been all over the field.
There's nothing more that Percy could have done there. He's in a real tough spot. That's a great read by AJG. Complexity up 2 goals now, but one thing to watch out for M80. Every time CRR's got the ball in the air, it's almost like they're afraid of him. They're just kind of sitting there watching like, just please don't drop a clip on my head. CRR up ahead to RazeBull this time, and Lion Blaze got the intercept. AJG is right there, so too is Percy. Now Kinsey up ahead where Lion Blaze is hovering around the play, and he's not able to do anything. Couldn't get the ball, couldn't get contact. Percy got checked out of the way. M80 have had their opportunities, but not able to capitalize, thanks in large part, as you've mentioned multiple times, Daz, to the physicality of Complexity.
We need to see them come up with 2 goals here if they want to get back into it. They haven't scored 3 this entire series. So seeing if they can do something they haven't done against Complexity before with their life on the line, as almost another goal was added to the tally. It's a great save from Percy. 2 minutes in regulation here, and Complexity are keeping up the pressure.
It's a very, very tall task for M80, but it was about to get a little easier if Percy could have got the shot there. He made no contact. And everything just kind of falls by the wayside. RazeBull up ahead to CRR. More time wasted as this ball stays on the M80 half. Lion Blaze with Kinsey to his right. No longer with Percy behind him, so Kinsey's got to find a way. Got to get up, and he does, thanks to the bump from Lion Blaze.
Big drive here from Lion Blaze. Place the ball on the wall. You see that touch off the corner, that control, and then the bump. Toodaloo, RazeBull. Kinsey has an open lane, all thanks to Lion Blaze. 1:31 left here. M80, if they can get some more pressure like that, we may see a tied-up game.
It is very doable, but not there. CRR with a vicious dunk, and Percy just had to drop that off to the side. Lion Blaze, that's trouble because CRR is already over there. AJG with a little teardrop and the dagger.
They get it right back, Stacks. Look at that, 50 pass 2, gets a bump, gives a toodaloo right back to Lion Blaze. AJG this time with the open lane. And this hill gets that much more steeper for M80. Complexity feeling like they're on the mountaintop right now.
RazeBull almost put the finishing touches on for good. There's still just a little bit of life for M80, but you have to imagine their hopes might have just been extinguished with that big goal from AJG, his 5th of this series. And when you look at Complexity as a team,
Oh my
it's
God!
just unbelievable. Every time you think you got a shot, Daz, they come right back and throw another haymaker.
That is absolutely beautiful from CRR. You saw Roar when he scored it. They're feeling it. Complexity are here to play.
There is no doubt that the better team is going to win this series. 5 goals out of AJG, 4 each out of CRR and RazeBull. A well-balanced attack that M80 has just not been ready for and has not had an answer for. RazeBull looking for more. Oh, it's completely free, and you can tell now the reality has set in for M80. Lion Blaze will give it up to AJG, down to 18 seconds. And the only question now is just how big will this margin get? Kinsey looking to add 1 for the road, and CRR says absolutely not. Lion Blaze will bring it down to ground. Final seconds will mercifully tick away, and Complexity has a strong start to the winner for sure. We'll see them on Championship Sunday.
Complexity with a top 4 finish. And they did it while also respecting our time here on Saturday. 4-1 victory. My goodness. I mean, the defense is there. The team play is there with the way that they're able to pass the ball and move it around. Everybody, who's the weak link? You don't know because they aren't losing. They are dominant in every series they've played in so far this tournament. And the question only is, how far can they go?
Well, I think the sky is the limit right now for this Complexity team. Unfortunately for them, they don't get to just go play the semis and the finals right now. They have just been a different animal, and they've been nearly unstoppable. They outscore M80 in this quarterfinal 13-4. As AJG, CRR, and RazeBull just continue to put up as impressive a set of numbers as you're going to find in a tournament like this.
I mean, it was actually absolutely fantastic. Big, you have to give a shout out to M80 for making it this far. I mean, the win against FaZe, that still is going to be something that a lot of people are going to be talking about in the upcoming weeks. M80 still in the running, but for Complexity, they are just looking like an absolute machine at this point.
Well, Complexity are through to the top 4. We are through for the day as well. Let's send things back to the desk to close out what has been a wild Saturday.
Well, Cinderella hopes for M80 do end here. They go out with a pop, not quite a bang. If you ever shut off an M80, you know what I'm talking about. It's a small explosion there. Gibbs, we're here.
Yes.
We're ready to go for the end of the day. It's been,
but Jorby's not.
Yeah,
Jorby's. He's just so excited about Sam making it that he's not even in our call right now. So we'll get him here shortly. But what a performance for Complexity. Oh, here's Jorby. How you doing? He's excited about it. But Jorby, we see Sam. They're looking great. We see Complexity, the Group A winners, who now have 3 of the top 4 teams in this. The Group of Death, Complexity, the Group A winners, now come out versus M80. No more underdog stories here, and Complexity gets the job done.
Oof, he's muted in Hangouts. Unfortunately, it's L's upon L's for Jorby Meister right now.
All right, there we go. Keep going.
There we go. What do you think of that
going.
match, Jorby?
Keep on going.
Oh, folks,
he's just too excited.
Complexity were good. GG.
That is kind of how I would summarize this, Gibbs.
They were incredible. They put up like over 2.5 goals per game. They were giving up less than 1 goal per game, shooting over 30%. It was just a stomping. Like M80 had a few good passing plays that we might see tomorrow, but for the most part, it was a series that was controlled by Complexity the entire time, and they must be feeling great because we talked about the upper side of that bracket is completely wide open. Complexity did not make the major, and I even said in fall that I didn't like how they were playing. They're showing up here. They have a golden opportunity to make it to a grand finals. They're playing Dignitas, the 12th seed. And they played them already once. And that was the very first game of group play where they won in 5. So Complexity comes out and just gets the job done. We talk about the underdog stories with Dignitas and Space Station and all that. And sometimes that can play a factor if they get momentum. M80 never got anything. Complexity from the get-go was like, we're going up 3-0. We do not care.
Well, we'll see if they can keep it going tomorrow. Complexity feeling great. We've got Subi standing by with CRR.
NRG live in 3.
Hey, big congratulations, CRR. I mean, it's got to feel good to get that victory. Find yourselves in the first semifinals. You guys didn't find yourself there in fall. So just take me through today and how it feels to finally hit those semis.
It feels really nice. It's so nice to be back in a championship Sunday, and I really think M80 played a really good game. We are playing so good right now.
Yeah, you guys are really in peak form. You guys looked dominating. You beat them 4-1. And it just felt like from the start of the series, you guys knew that you were going to win. Were you guys fully confident that you were going to win, or did you kind of question that going into this series?
We didn't want to get like a lot of confidence because we know they are a good team, but we really feel that we are better than them. So we was like confident, but not too much because we know it was going to be a hard game.
Yeah, and you made the big move all the way, across the Atlantic Ocean. You came to North America to join a new team. That's got to be stressful in its own right, but then there's so many expectations that you have to live up to. And in fall, it seemed like you guys could have played a little better. You didn't make the major, but with all that said, now you have 12 points going into this winter major. You've put yourselves in a great spot. How do you continue with how you've been playing? And obviously, we're not done with this Winter Open. We still have the Winter Invitational and all that. So how do you continue in the future playing as well as you have been?
We feel pretty confident right now to make like finals, but it's gonna be a hard game anyways. Dignitas beat the Space Station, so that means they are playing good. And we don't wanna get like so confident because all the games right now are gonna be so hard. But we feel pretty nice, so we think we can win that.
You guys are playing Dignitas tomorrow, and I don't know if you watched their game earlier today against Space Station, but their defense was insane. They were stopping all the mechanical plays that Space Station is known for. So going up against Dignitas, how are you guys going to beat them? Without giving all the little secrets, how are you guys going to take them down?
We already played against them in the groups, and I think they play really well, but we already talked some things about them, and I really think we have like a good play style to play against them. So I'm pretty confident about the match.
So with that confidence being said, you guys play a best of 7 series tomorrow. What's the series score going to be for you guys? Is it going to be like this, 4-1? Is it going to go to game 7? You tell me.
I think it's going to be 4-2.
4-2, game 6. They're going to give you a little trouble, but no game 7, right?
Uh-huh.
Nice. Well, CRR, I appreciate you sitting down, chatting with me. It was a great time. Great to finally get to see you up here, finding success. I can't wait to watch you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Complexity advanced to the semifinals for a rematch with Dignitas. This was the first match they played in the group stage yesterday on day 1. Complexity was able to stave off the Dignitas reverse sweep in game 7 after Dignitas dropped 2 ugly games to Complexity there. I feel like both teams, though, really firing on all pistons. We're going to get a much closer, much better match tomorrow. And then Gen.G will be taking on G2. Battle of the G's there. Gibbs, we have Complexity or Dignitas though in the finals?
Yeah, that's insane. And we've seen throughout this new format of RLCS for the past 2 seasons that if you can final in NA in Europe, you have never missed out on a major yet. So whoever wins from Complexity and Dignitas are in a perfect spot to make major as long as they don't completely blow it after that. So huge matchup there. But then you look at the bottom, it's Gen.G and G2. Yeah. Easily, like you could say, number 1 and number 2 in NA at any given moment. It's so lopsided, but at the same time, we saw Group A, and that was Complexity who won that group over Gen.G. So It's anyone's game tomorrow. It's going to be very, very fun to watch.
I think Go ahead, Waypoint, go.
This just could not be a better bracket for complexity right now. They literally are facing off against two of the three teams they have already beaten in this event.
Yeah, it's been an insane run. I do think that NA are going to pull their best Europe. I feel like Europe is getting more consistent teams at the top, but NA, I fully expect Regional 2, especially with how the winter split format is. Your placement, depending on how you do in your group, you could be given a path that's very easy to get to the semifinal. Not saying that anyone's path in this tournament is necessarily easy, but you could just have a completely new top 4 next week. Well, 3 new ones in Gen.G, let's be honest.
But you could say that to a team like Space Station coming into today, and that didn't work out for them either. It looked like an easy road, but it's starting to look like North America, there is no easy road anymore, and you got to watch out for all these teams. Again, the 12th seeded Dignitas is in the top 4.
We were saying this on the Dignitas stream a whole bunch yesterday. The reward for winning games at these events is you get to play harder games against better teams, and the games continue to improve here as we are now on to Championship Sunday, folks. The game's concluded for Saturday. Here's the schedule you can expect to see tomorrow. We're going to kick things off with G2 versus Gen.G. Then we'll have Complexity face off against Dignitas, and the grand finals will be the winner of those 2 matches. All best of 7s all day. Keep it locked right here, twitch.tv/Rocket League, or on the YouTube channel as well. Thank you guys so much for being here. And folks, all these players are playing to try to get to San Diego. That is April 7th through 9th. The tickets are on sale right now. ! Tickets. You're not going to want to miss it.
Bye.
It's going to be amazing. You get a DreamHack and an RLCS event in the same. It's like so much value here. This is going to be amazing. I mean, Gibbs, we've done RLCS events. We've done DreamHack events over the years.
Now let's combine them and just make them huge. Just make it bigger. And it's going to be great. It's going to be so much fun.
It's going to be wonderful stuff. Folks, the matches kick off at 10 a.m. tomorrow. We got the pre-show at 9:30 for some banter and crazy opinions. Thank you all so much for watching. Thank you to production for making the show possible. We'll see you bright and early for Championship Sunday.
Before it's good, it's gotta get worse, and sometimes it's gonna hurt. If you're ever gonna get that bad, then you better plan your attack. You're braver than you know it. You're stronger than you show it. You're braver than you know
offense, though, as Kingsley sends one to the backboard, tries to send one to the back of the net, and he will triple touch. You said the double might work out. How about a triple?
Oh my! This time,